Siap, Bro. Siap.
Besar naik.
And okay, we should start on time. Hello. Okay. Selamat pagi. Good morning, everybody. So the first panel for today is change a bit. The first one is from the Maloney's. Yes, yes. And then Terence from Harvard online. And I think Shu Alice Lin as well from Harvard, both online. And then Sedang Nurjaman from National Archive of Indonesia. That's the presenter of this panel. I think everybody knows Ibu Ruby. I don't have to introduce her to the audience here. We better I give you opportunity now.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning to you all. And at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this very important conference. It's an honor for me to be here in Indonesia. This is my first visit to Jakarta, and I just love it. Thank you. Now, I have just a simple one map for you. This is just to locate the entire geographical combinations and the trade between India and Southeast Asia, because I think my voice is audible without this. Do I need this?
Yes.
You do need it, yes.
For the online audience.
Yes. So for those who are not specialists in Indian Ocean studies, it is for their benefit. It's just a very simple map. So this is the only map which I have. Now I'm going to do something very surprising. I'm going to talk about the trade networks between Asian countries and how a new economic development is taking place just between and amongst Asian countries. And when we go back, I will be going back to the 16th to the 18th centuries, to the historical situation to show how these intra-Asian trade networks were operative then and they're operative now, and they're going to be more emphatic very soon. This is something, as I was writing my paper for this conference, I was reading The Economist, and in the journal The Economist, there was a very important article on the new era of Asian commerce. And this talked about regional trading patterns. And I thought it was very uncanny that while we are here in a historical conference, when I am going to discuss regional trading patterns, precisely, this is what The Economist is talking about today at present, and how in Asia, new regional trading patterns are important. I will go on and talk about this for another 2 minutes. Many, many years ago, maritime trade routes that stretched from the coast of Japan to the Red Sea were peppered with Arab dhows, Chinese junks, and Japanese dogs, ferrying ceramics, textiles, spices, and precious metals across the region. At its center, a trading port grew known as Singapura, It grew and it flourished. And even today, we are using Singapore as our transit point in many of our travels. The enormous intra-Asian commercial network was disrupted only by the arrival of sailors from rising European empires and the emergence of further flung markets for Asian goods. And that's also what we've been talking about, what I will be talking about. That is the incursion of the European trading maritime powers and how they try to change the situation of the already existing Asian patterns of trade. And today, why I'm starting with this is to say that there's a re-emergence and a realignment of Asian trading patterns. So what are we looking at? The same thing then and the same thing now. That is supply chains, Asian supply chains, and economic and regional integration. This is what we are looking at today. Why is this happening? Again, I'm ferrying between the past and the present. Rising Asian consumption and the attractive markets and the trade deals. And this is what we were talking about earlier too. Both in India and in Southeast Asia, there was and is a certain level of urbanization, and where there is urbanization, capital follows. I'm just going to say a little more about how today, in case you are familiar or not familiar with this, China, basically Hong Kong, Japan, Singapore, South Korea, and Taiwan have today become the overseas investors. You know, when we talk about FDI, these countries within Asia are the so-called rich countries, which are now doing the job of investing. Where are they investing? They're investing in Indonesia, in India, in Malaysia, in Cambodia, in Philippines, Thailand, and Bangladesh also. So you can see, I'm still talking about the present contemporary context, how within Asia itself there is direct investment from the wealthier Asian nations to the less wealthier Asian nations. And that is what ASEAN is doing today in Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, and Singapore. So it is a new era of Asian commerce which will be more locally focused and less Western facing. So geopolitically today, we are moving away from American dominance, and certainly Europe is in no position to dominate Asia anymore. So this is what this article talked about. Now I am coming to my own specific subject, which is Gujarati traders who were trading with Southeast Asia and specifically Indonesia in a pretty wide period from the 16th to the 18th century. That's what my paper is about. How much time are you giving me, sir? How much time are you giving me?
20 to 25 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So I hope nobody sleeps because I think it's morning. So I hope you find my paper interesting. So this presentation of mine is on intra-Asian trade. I've already talked about how it is how it even applies to the modern situation. And this is my book, one of my more recent books, which I try to cover all areas, most of the areas I knew about and I have researched about intra-Asian trade. And I followed the model of Professor Prakash, who was a great expert on Indian Ocean studies in my field. And once he spoke about intra-Asian trade, I found it very interesting. And what is so amazing, as I said just not 2 minutes ago, how intra-Asian trade is so relevant even today. I am going to first talk about Gujarat, and that is my field because when I go to a country, say she's going to talk about Surat again because most of my work is on Surat. Surat was a very, very important port city during the 17th century. It reached its peak. It was fabulous. All over the world, people were talking about Surat, and certainly within the Indian Ocean world, Surat was centric. As you can see geographically, India is in the middle of this entire Indian Ocean. And Surat is on the west coast of India, and it became very, very important, especially under the dispensation of the Mughal state. Emperor Akhbar conquered Gujarat from the Gujarat Sultans, and thereafter Gujarat became a very, very important Suba. Suba is a word meaning province of the Mughal Empire, and you must be familiar with the primary source in Persian of Abul Fazl, that is the Ain-i-Akbari. I think in our country, when we teach a BA or an English syllabus, every student knows the name at least of Abu Fazl and Ain-i-Akbari and Akhbar Rahma. Akhbar Rahma, like one of the protectors, talks about the greatness of Akhbar, but Ain-i-Akbari is a very special word because it gives a lot of statistical, economic statistics, trade, port information of that particular period. So it is more valuable for us than just the praise of an emperor. There's another very big professor from the Aligarh Muslim University, Professor Miss Shireen Mosque, and she was a statistician, a mathematician, and she's done a lot of work on the Ain-i-Akbari. Okay, so those who are interested can read that. There are certain other references which would be helpful for us. One is Ali Muhammad Khan's work, the Minaret-e-Ahmadi. Minaret-e-Ahmadi is also talking about Shah and its economy and its ports. So I'm a scholar of port studies. As I said, people think I'm a Gujarati, people think I love Surat so much, but yes, Surat has been my bread and butter and my research work always. Yes. Now I want to talk about more about the Gujarati traders. The Gujarati traders were of various kinds, right from the peddler, very small petty traders who were moving from port to port in a traditional manner. And again, I refer to the work of J.C. Grandeur, who has talked about peddling trade. And so peddlers were there who were ready to just move from. So they were also very much involved in the trade between Gujarat and Southeast Asia. At the same time, they were very, very wealthy merchant princes, very called prince, not Maharaja, but a prince. And they were very important. Excuse me, would you like to go outside? It's distracting me a little, your conversation. If you don't mind, I'm sorry. There were very big merchant princes, and there was the English East India Company records talk a lot about these merchant princes because they were interacting with the East India Company because of Surat. It is the English who are more important. When we look at the 17th century, they arrived there, and the English traders in particular, I'm going to talk about them, something about the Dutch too. They fell in to the already established patterns of trade. Already the Gujarati merchants were dealing with Indonesian merchants, other Southeast Asian merchants. And when these Europeans came, the Portuguese first, they also fell in with what was already established on the maritime routes and the trading practices and grew upon it. Now, why was Gujarat so important? Because it had a very, very rich hinterland. And there were a lot of cultivation of cotton cultivation and production of cotton textiles, particularly a type of ordinary cloth, which was called bafta. And bafta, as a simple mass textile, was very much in demand in Southeast Asia. I'm only connecting mostly with Southeast Asia. And also very fancy specialized textiles, patterned textiles, which were maybe more in demand among the aristocratic or wealthier elite classes of Southeast Asian countries and sultanates. So both kinds, various kinds of textiles, a lot of details about textiles which were sent from Gujarat by ship to Southeast Asia, and the textiles were manufactured in certain places. For example, in Bharuch. Bharuch is a place where the water of the river was suitable for dyeing that textile into the right color. So there were various kinds of textiles. There were very good trade routes in India, on the Indian subcontinent by then. So various textiles from North India. Indigo production was very big, so to dye the cloth. So these factors made textiles very, very much in demand. In return for spices. So this conference is on spices now. And undoubtedly it was the demand for spices from Southeast Asia, which made this trade very, very practical. Yesterday, there were some papers which I was listening to very carefully, and we found there was certain confusion about were spices coming into India, and didn't India produce any spices? It did. I'll talk specifically about pepper. Pepper was produced in the Malabar, but the quality of pepper in Southeast Asia was superior to the quality of pepper which was produced in the Malabar, as the European market found, and therefore Surat even becomes a kind of an entrepot where these products would come from Southeast Asia, come to Surat, and from there we move on towards West Asia and on to Europe and the Mediterranean. So the spice trade doesn't just limit itself to this area. With Surat and Gujarat merchants at the center, they would be moving on to the Red Sea, to the Persian Gulf, and onwards to the Mediterranean. So this is what makes the trade networks even much wider. When we talk about the shipping, I have some details about the traditional junks which were moving in the South China Sea, and how the Indian Ocean trade was also linked by Gujarati merchants to the southern Chinese coast. And there were two different shipping lanes, two different shipping systems, two different trading systems. One, the Gujarati one, and one was the Indonesian one, and how these two different shipping lanes would be joining each other and mingling at ports in the Southeast Asian region, such as Malacca. We have a lot of details about Malacca, Aceh, Bantam, Makassar, and Patani. And we find, if we were to go back in a time machine to that period, we would find that Arab, Indian, Japanese, and Chinese, they were all intermingling together without much of a monopoly. There were no monopolists as such. It was a free trade. And the monopoly system started only with the coming of the Portuguese and later the others, the English and the French and the Dutch. So what was the purpose? It was sort of capitalism again, which really economists is giving us very important articles on new capitalism. I think the period I have studied is also new capitalism. We talk about a form of globalization, which was already in process at that particular time, and there are a lot of articles written about the age of globalization at this period of which we're talking now. That is from the 16th, 15th to the 18th centuries. So this is very important, and it was a very, very vigorous Asian commerce which we have talked about. Then we have talked about the different pattern of cotton fabrics. When we look at Sumatra, we find that there were Gujarati merchants who were operating in North Sumatra and West Sumatra, and there were regular ports of call for Gujarati vessels. And there were also Tamil merchants already who were also having their own trade network in this area. For example, the Banda Islands were visited for their nutmeg and maize, and Buena, Moluccas, growing cloves. But at times we find there was no direct trade with these places. The middle people were the Japanese merchants who would be dealing with the Indian or Gujarati merchants who would follow this barter system between spices and textiles. Now, what I call it a fine tuning, there was a fine tuning of this entire inter-Asian trade with the incursion of the European traders. And we find that the Portuguese were very, we know this very famous statement in textbooks, the search for Christians and spices. Yeah, so their two purposes were to convert people to their religion, and the other purpose was the search for spices. So search for spices is also something very important, because with the discovery of the long distance voyages, spices were very, very important, and therefore the Portuguese were the first to arrive and to focus on the spices from Southeast Asia. So how did the Gujarati merchants respond? That's what I have also discussed, to this trade between, to this new incursion. So a kind of equilibrium was established between the new entrants, the Europeans, and the already existing frameworks of trade. And how did they do this? The Gujarati traders, of whom my discussion is based on them, were able to operate on a lower profit margin as compared to the Europeans. And this was one way later on, as time passed, the Gujarati merchants were able to survive and exist and play an important role, notwithstanding the presence of the Europeans. So first of all, number one, they operated on a lower margin of profit. Number two, they were already on an established network of trade, so they knew what to do. They knew the rules, they knew the local traditions and rules of Southeast Asian trade much better on the ground level, perhaps, than the Europeans. This is the second point. And the third point, as we move into the 18th century, they started freighting their own products and their own commodities on various European ships. By the 18th century, we find that the English have become very, very powerful, the English East India Company, and private trade of the English becomes very important. There were lots of different private traders, Englishmen, and that's how they made their fortune. And many Gujarati traders then became very well connected with the private traders and continued to work. Before Surat comes into prominence, in the 16th century, it was the port of Cambay or Khambat. So it's very interesting to see all this is happening on the west coast of India. So this is here, somewhere around here, in the Gulf of Cambay. The Portuguese were already very, very powerful in Daman and Diu, which are the two ports safeguarding the Gulf of Cambay. And Cambay itself, Khambat was a very, very important port, but due to silting and other problems, it becomes defunct, and Surat grows in importance, as I told you at the beginning, that because of Akhbar conquering Gujarat and making it very important, Surat becomes very important. The Shahbandar of Surat was a very, very important man who was the harbour master, and also the Mutassaddi. There's a lot of research on the Mutassaddi of Surat, who was the governor of Surat. Most of these Mutasaddis or governors were merchants themselves. They were very important. They were Muslims, and they were connected to the central government. They were connected to Delhi and Agra, and they were able to have a lot of clout in the customs south of Surat, and the traders. They had their own cultural links with Southeast Asia. They had their more serious and strong links with West Asia, and they were able to dominate trade. They were the owners of ships. When we talk about the Indian Ocean trading world and maritime history, we must keep in cognizance the monsoon seasons. A lot of scholars have worked on the monsoons and how the monsoons sort of directed and governed the sailing seasons, the trading seasons, the comings and goings of the merchants. There were Gujarati settlements and diaspora in Southeast Asia. There were a lot of Gujarati merchants who were already living and operating. They were not just visiting Southeast Asian ports. They were living there. There were settlements there quite early on. And we have in the early 16th century, the Portuguese records of Tom Bevis, who said that more than 1,000 Gujarati merchants traveled each year to Malacca with 4,000 sailors. And we have many other details about Gujarati settlers in Southeast Asia, and even they would construct their own temples in some of the regions in both Southeast Asia and West Asia. I don't have too many details on that particular subject, but I have done a study on how in places like Olmos and other places in West Asia, there's the existence of Gujarati temples and Gujarati festivals. And you may be knowing that even today, Gujaratis as a community are more closely connected to their culture, and they follow a lot of festivals. I'm going to now talk in brief about the Muslim ship owners and the Muslim traders who are dealing in this particular network. There's a lot of details available on this. They actually dominated from Surat and Gujarat, the shipping lanes, and they were very, very wealthy Muslim ship owners from Surat, and it's very important to note that these ship owners did not believe in monopolizing the sea routes at all, but maintained the freedom of the high seas. We have the names of how much time do I have? Enough? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so we have the names of these Muslim trade shipping owners, ship owners, for example, from different groups. I will come to their names, maybe that will be. For example, we have a lot of information. My work has been on the East India Company records, and we have the names of Mahmud Chalabi, we have the names of Abdul Ghafoor. These were big Muslim families, maritime families who were based in Gujarat, and how they are mentioned very, very frequently in the English East India Company records. We have the names of Haji Zahid Bey, Haji Abdul Nabi, and Haji would be a very, very common title given to the names of men who were traveling for Hajj. So we have the names of Haji, Zahid Bey, particularly Haji Abdul Nabi. These are 17th century men who were very important in trade as very important merchants dealing with this trade network. I've already talked to you about the Mutassadis of governors of Surat. We have a lot of information from one gentleman called Mir Musa. Mir Musa in the 1630s. He monopolized, for himself certain products like pepper and indigo. I just now said they did not monopolize, but of course monopoly is part of the whole system of trade, so there can be no trade without monopoly. So yes, and then the clouds, they could do that. And also the East India Company records tell us they were quite, in the 17th century, quite dominated by these men, and they borrowed money from them, and they were particularly Mutassadis, or those who were powerful. They could even, get things done at the headquarters. For example, Princess Jahanara, she was given the fief of Surat, and therefore anything to do with Surat, the European merchants would, petition the Mutassaddi, please give us some information. Can we send her some peshwa so that they could trade with further. By the latter part of the 17th century, Indian ships were going as far as Manila. So even the Philippines trade was coming into the ambit of this trade. And there were huge, very large number of seagoing vessels and ships which were constructed at Surat. Surat had a very big shipbuilding industry. And as I said, the finance, the cloud lay in the shipping business itself with Muslim merchants. And it's only later that their power decreases with the growing muscle of the English East India Company and the development of Bombay. Once Bombay comes up, then Surat becomes eclipse, and there's also Professor Ashim Das Gupta has written there was a eclipse of the magnificent maritime marine of Surat, and now we also have Parsi shipbuilders who then shift. Who belong to Zoroastrian community, the Parsis, who settle in Gujarat. They come from Iran. I don't know if you're familiar with this. So they are then induced by the English to shift to Mumbai, to Bombay. And there are many of these Muslim merchants also, especially Boras, the Bora community who are from Gujarat. Many of them are important Muslim shipbuilders and big traders in Southeast Asia. Now they shift to Bombay, and Bombay has very important Bora community living there. I want to talk about the Dutch a little. I want to say that with the coming of the Dutch, we find that the commercial dominance or commercial activities are eclipsed of the Indian merchants as well as the Japanese and Indonesian merchants, and this becomes much less. I have talked about the private trade of the English ships, which again leads to a decline of the trade. I'm going to come to the end of the paper. The 18th century, since this paper is kind of all-encompassing topic, which is discussing trade from the 16th to the 18th centuries. The 18th century becomes very, very much a playground in the Indian Ocean for the British. The Dutch are also affixed to a large extent, but yes, the Dutch monopoly of spice trade in Southeast Asia, how does this affect the indigenous trade? It does quite seriously, but as I said, the Gujarati merchants per se are able to trade. There are a lot of discussions by bigger scholars than me about the resilience of the Gujarati trader and how he's able to bend with the wind. He's able to deal with all the different powers, first with the Portuguese, and with of course the state dispensation of the Mughals, and then also with the Dutch, with the English. And so we see that a lot of Muslim traders shift to Mumbai, to Bombay, and become very important in the construction of Bombay as a mega city. And Surat continues to be important. Large quantities of bullion are coming from Southeast Asia to Surat and then being diverted by very important sarafs to the Indian economy, which is now being controlled by the British. And a lot of documents about the Near East. Indonesia and this whole area is called the Near East, the Near East and Far East, and a lot of information about the trade going on between Southeast Asia and India. So I would like to conclude by saying that there was a professor in our department. After every seminar or a topic, he would be sitting there, and then he would get up and ask the question, how is your presentation relevant today? And we would have nothing to say because our topics in history are so esoteric. And we would laugh, but I think it's very important that for students today, history has to become a bit more, research has to be more relevant, and it has to be linked to what is happening today. It's very wonderful to be specialists and so on. So I made an endeavor to start the presentation by talking about the trade networks, the Asian trade networks, which are being revived, and in being revived to confront a Western-dominated economic situation. We therefore need to look at discussions on how the Asian trade network was built around this whole area with India, with Indian traders, specifically Gujarati traders, dealing with Southeast Asia and dominating this trade. And also the last point, which is already known to you, that it was not just between India and Southeast Asia. This trade, Southeast Asian spices, spiced Islam, was encompassing this entire area, going in here, going to these areas, being transmitted here, and this was being done to a large extent by Gujarati merchants from India. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Subi. Now we move to Terence Shekia. Terence. Okay, great. Good afternoon. Hello, Terence. Masih mute. Okay, just 2 minutes.
Hello. Selamat pagi semua.
Okay, good.
Okay. Hello. Hi. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect.
Okay. Wonderful. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to share my screen, and I'm getting this message of host disabled participant screen sharing.
It came up for host. Not here yet.
Okay.
Okay. Great. So let me just 1 second. So this should be
Okay, good.
perfect. Okay. Is the screen showing?
Yes, yes.
Okay, maybe. Oh, is this better?
Yeah. Good.
Hi. Okay. Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Just such a privilege and honor to be here. Thank all the organizers for putting this together, inviting me to present my work. And I mean, I'm very sorry that I cannot be there. I mean, with the teaching schedule here, it's a bit difficult to be there. But I wish I could be around this circle and actually participate much more in this conversation. Now it's a treat to come after Professor Maloney's papers, but and I hope that in spite of being Zoom, I hope the paper that I'm presenting is audible and lucid enough. But please, can I invite everyone that in case the sound isn't clear enough, please stop me and I could repeat and I could clarify what I was saying. Yeah, I mean, I want to begin the paper I want to present today is really about this question of can material culture of Islamic sites in Southeast Asia lead us to appreciate island cities or port cities of Southeast Asia as Islamic centers shaped by crisscrossing networks of saints, members of the ulama, individuals we call karamat. Now, I'm very interested in the study of karamat, Islamic miracle workers, Islamic miracle working graves, etc. in Southeast Asia. And therefore, I want to begin my story today with one of the most important sites of karamat in Southeast Asia, actually, which is a site that's often ignored in academic literature, the island of Pulau Besar. And where is Pulau Besar? Pulau Besar is, so if we look at this map, if we look at Malacca, is 13 kilometers southeast of mainland Malacca. So if anyone's going to Bandaraya Malacca, for that matter, just going to a jetty called Umbai, getting onto a boat, going 13 kilometers southeast, you get to this island, Pulau Besar, that lies along the Straits of Malacca. Now, Pulau Besar, I mean, has been popularly celebrated for the past centuries as a site of at least 4 dozen karamat graves. Now, in 1886, for that matter, in Singapore, there was actually a booklet published celebrating for that matter. And this is a Tamil booklet, Malacca Piravesa Tirtha, that is about the gateway to Malacca. That's really about the grave, the one particular graves and the graves of the karamat graves in Pulau Besar. Now, but what I want to take you to is the fact that in 1983, in spite of the fact of how popular this island of karamat graves has been, that on 3rd November 1983, there was an article published in the Berita Harian, a Malaysian newspaper, and Malaysian and Singapore Malay newspaper, on how, for the matter, tiada lagi keramat-keramat di Pulau Besar. They're basically like all the keramat, if you go through the article, you will talk about turut dirobohkan and dimusnahkan, and all the keramat graves have been demolished according to this article on the island of Pulau Besar. Now, according to this article, the Malaysian religious authorities, the Malaysian state authorities had felt that the material culture and the religious rituals of the island of Pulau Besar were literally what they call amalan khurafat, or basically superstition. And what was done in 1983 was a movement of 40 workers at least, tied up with the Urban Redevelopment Authority in Malacca, and beyond that, with the supervision and support of the religious authorities there, went out and demolished a whole bunch of shrines. So much so that reporters who report that tiada lagi keramat, there are no more keramat on this island. All right. Now, strikingly, in spite of the fact that the article in 1983 claimed there are no more keramat on the island, in 2011, there was another move by the Malaysian redevelopment authorities with the support of the Malacca religious authorities to go in and smash 7 more graves. 7 more keramat graves were demolished on the island. So clearly, keramat graves were still operating there. Now, strikingly, in 1983, they claimed that keramat graves are demolished, but in 2012, the Department of the Malacca's Mufti recommissioned guidelines on the prevalence of religious rituals and the material culture on Pulau Besar. Now, strikingly, what these guidelines were about was about how khurafat, according to them, or superstitions according to them, was still prevalent on this island. Now, what was going on in this vision was that whatever material culture, religious rituals were on the island of Pulau Besar, they were superstitious and they needed to be eradicated. Now, but what I'm getting onto here actually is that since the 1980s, there's been movement to remove these graves on this island. And many visitors to Pulau Besar today might be struck by the fact that how little you see graves there. Even when graves exist, they've been vandalized. Much of the graves have been removed. The tombstones have been vandalized, demolished at times, etc. Indeed, if I could share a personal anecdote, years ago, I told a scholar interested in the study of Islam to visit Pulau Besar. And I said, no, you must go to Pulau Besar. And when the scholar returned, he told me, no, never tell anyone to go to Pulau Besar because nothing, there are no more graves. Everything's been demolished. Now, but in spite of all this demolition, and this is what I'm getting to, in spite of all these demolitions, the island of Pulau Besar keeps drawing tons of pilgrims. Not only does it draw Muslim devotees, it draws non-Muslim devotees, it draws ascetics of fakirs. It's a focal point of congregation of fakirs. Now, these pilgrims are not just local Malaysians or Singaporeans or Indonesians. Indeed, you get the most distinguished of Muslim visitors coming to Pulau Besar. In 1991, a leading Pakistani Chishti master would make his ziyarah or visitation to Pulau Besar. And in doing so, he will declare that Pulau Besar is one of the main satellites or Islamic centers of the global Chishti Sufi Tariqah. Now, the Naqshbandi Sufi master, Sheikh Muhammad Hisham Kabani, has made multiple ziyaras to Pulau Besar. Indeed, in his last one that he went to Pulau Besar, there was so much video footage that has been put up online where he would go and visit these sites where graves have been demolished. He wouldn't even be able to access these graves because whatever remained was locked up. Now, so strikingly, when you're visiting Pulau Besar today, what you are finding is you're finding ruins. You're finding broken tombstones. You're finding burial grounds that have been flattened. Now, even when for the new visitor to a site like Pulau Besar, when you are looking for the Karamat graves there, what you would be looking for actually is often the congregations sitting there. You'll be looking at people partaking in rituals. You'll be looking for objects. You'll be looking for rocks that have been declared as sacred sites, etc. Now, but what I am getting to here is that in spite of all this demolition, and in spite of, and sorry, I should show you some photographs. This was how Pulau Besar, I mean, this is basically some images of Pulau Besar. This is how when the grave was still actually existing. But more recently, I think what you find in there when you visit Pulau Besar is many signs trying to prohibit visitors from worshipping at the site, right, by the Malaysian authorities. But what I want to say is that in spite of the fact that I've begun this story of demolition, and this is a story of ruins of graves, as I said, you're not even finding grave sites there. But what I'm saying here is this is not a story of decline. I mean, indeed, strikingly, in the ruins of Pulau Besar, what we are finding is active production of Islamic histories. Active production of Islamic histories of the Karamat on Pulau Besar. Now, strikingly, a lot of these histories are histories of the main saint of Pulau Besar, Sheikh Ismail. Sheikh Ismail believed to have lived from the 1460s till approximately 1519, according to Gregorian calendar, buried in Pulau Besar. Sheikh Ismail also celebrated as the Sultan Arifin, right, the master of Gnosis, for the Sultan of Gnosis. Now, but Sheikh Ismail was a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad, through the Prophet's grandson Hassan. And what we have here is strikingly from the 1980s, while there's demolition of the site, while Pulau Besar is being put to ruin, we have an active attempt to remember Islamic histories of Sheikh Ismail and the Karamat community. Now, strikingly, at the same moment that we are finding physical ruins, what we are finding is active production of Islamic histories. Now, strikingly, from this moment on, you find so many hagiographies that are being produced. And hagiographies, and here I have a photograph of just one bilingual hagiography in Tamil and Malay that's being produced in Pulau Besar. Now, there are trilingual hagiographies of Sultan Arifin, Sheikh Ismail, the main keramat of Pulau Besar. They have been produced. I mean, when I say trilingual, Tamil, Malay, and Arabic hagiographies that have been produced. Now, strikingly, all these hagiographies and the literature that has emerged, and this is just one shop there that sells literature amongst other things there. All these literature that has been produced very much is telling these histories of a site like Pulau Besar that has been oft ignored in not only within Islamic studies, but within history of the region and beyond, but very much was a center of the Islamic world. Now, these are histories of a master from Baghdad. So Sheikh Ismail, the Karamat himself, who was born and bred in Baghdad, but for that matter, upon hearing the voice of the Prophet Muhammad, all right, in Medina, when the Prophet told him to go towards the east, go towards Java for that matter, go towards the Orang Java for that matter, because the Prophet told him that his own Saudara were there, that the holy people were there, the pious ones were to join that community. A Sufi from Baghdad set off on his journey. But strikingly, this is not a story of a unilinear journey, because when the Sufi from Baghdad was set off, he was himself educated by another Sufi sheikh from Pasai. So there are crisscrossing networks of ulama already in Makkah and Medina and Baghdad. When he arrives in Malacca gets reconverted into an Islamic center, drawing members of the ulama and Sufi masters and karamat from across the globe, from the Islamic East and the Islamic West. Now, strikingly, these are some of the histories they are told. And sorry, I can't do justice to the richness of these materials that we produce since and beyond that. No, but beyond that also, there's another part of the story here, that even as graves are being demolished, even as ruins are emerging, now strikingly, we might find that when we're visiting the site at the first time, that we feel that, oh, we're not seeing graves. How do we understand where the keramat are? But on the other hand, there's been an active production of literature to guide devotees. Now, this is just one map that has been produced by devotees on the site to guide individuals to where the keramat on the island are. Now, beyond that, so what is striking here is that there is almost no need of graves on the island. But on the other hand, there can still be a sustenance of material culture and rituals of venerating. And all this is being produced while there's ruination on the island. Now, when I'm speaking of ruins here, and what I'm coming in from is that really, there's been work by so many scholars here. And I'm sorry, I just want to check, am I clear? Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Now, many of us are familiar with the work of the scholar Eng Seng Ho for the matter. And one of the things that Eng Seng Ho really put it out in his work was this idea of burial grounds being incitements for discourse. And I think that's really informing some of my work. Beyond that, more recently, there have been scholars of like Maya Kotorosits, who works on the lives of objects, where Kotorosits' work is about the social productivity of ruins, the social productivity of destruction. Now, one of the things that comes out in this work is the kind of how ruins can be stubbornly persistent. How we just assume that when ruins are in decline and they're almost inactive, but can ruins, for that matter, be stubbornly persistent? How can ruins be material actors and agents in themselves? Now, for that matter, can ruins, in refusing to move, all right, how can they be agents in terms of refusing move? And what I'm saying here, if you look at this map here, now what you will see is beyond the fact of the jetty in the south, you'll see a list of makam, right? You'll see a madrasa, and on top you will see Padang Golf. Now, what that is basically part of Pulau Besar has been converted into a holiday resort and a golf course. Now, there's a reason why the Malaccan urban redevelopment authorities were really so actively clearing this keramat. And it wasn't just because of their vision of what superstition was there. Now, and their objection to the Islam on the island. Now, it was very much about redeveloping it into golf courses and holiday resorts. But what we find from this map itself is the stubbornness of these ruins and in not moving, in spite of the fact that all now, if you look at this, Bekas Makam Tujuh Adik Beradik, and this is actually it. What you see here looks, by the map, we might think that we have a shrine complex here. But actually, if you go to the site, there is literally nothing beyond flowers, objects of veneration, congregations that pray there, that really mark the site out. Now, it's the ruins, for that matter, that in refusing to move, have forced the construction and urban redevelopment of the island to go around it. And that's how ruins can be very active. Now, in their presence, for that matter, these ruins in an island like Pulau Besar, for that matter, continue to draw congregations, continue to draw Muslim and non-Muslim pilgrims, and beyond that, push a question to the Malaccan authorities on who owns this site, who owns this island. It's really about the kind of in the global community of Keramat and Ulama who really buried there. Now, it's from here, and sorry, just want to check, I still have about 10 minutes more or 15 minutes more?
5 minutes?
Oh, okay, sorry, I'll be faster. I thought I had 25 minutes, sorry. Then, so I just want to move to my own city, Singapore, from here, to be honest, and look at two sites in Singapore. A city where, actually, for many of us who are familiar with Singapore, wherein graveyards and Islamic past, Islamic histories have been forgotten, have been erased. But nevertheless, I want to turn our attention to two Keramat sites in Singapore, for that matter. The first of this is the popular Keramat of Kallang, a Keramat called Keramat Siti Mariam, and this what you're looking at is the main grave, the Keramat grave of this Keramat Siti Mariam. But this grave was surrounded by approximately 90 plus graves in a larger burial ground. This whole burial ground was removed in April 2010. Now, as the burial ground was being removed, caretakers of the burial ground, like this man that I'm introducing here, Wak Ali Janggot, known as Wak Ali Janggot, who just passed away 2 weeks ago. One of the things that men like Wak Ali Janggot did as the site was removed was very much produce histories of the Keramat. Now, as this Keramat was being demolished, and I'm sure I have an image here of when the Keramat was demolished, how it was broken down and put into an industrial garbage bin. Very actively at this moment of ruination, histories of the Keramat were being circulated very, very prominently across Singapore society. Now, histories of this Keramat were being told of a Keramat that traveled across parts of the globe that Professor Maloney mentioned here. For the matter, the Keramat was from a family from Baruch, for the matter, tied into spice and textile trade and the propagation of Islam. Now, this was a Keramat and a family that circulated across Baghdad, Pasai, Palembang, Hadramaut, Baruch, for that matter, settling in Singapore. A Keramat who was a descendant of the Prophet's grandson, Hussein. Now, what strikingly, again, by settling in Singapore, by marking a space like in Kallang, now what this converted a place like Singapore into, like Malacca, into being a center of the Islamic world, where not only was it a normal Keramat buried there, but it was a descendant of Muhammad. It was an heir of the Prophet. Now, strikingly, when the grave of Siti Mariam and the adjacent burial ground was demolished in 2010, it was removed. And what strikingly a number of caretakers did in preserving parts of the Keramat that were ruined, they moved it into a museum space. And the museum space, for that matter, became a new site for veneration. But beyond that, even as the graves were removed, like Pulau Besar, as the site was flattened, the caretakers and believers of the community constantly reminded others that in the grass itself, in the remaining trees itself, in the sacred animals, the Keramat Ulas that used to come, and everything there, the jinn in the presence of the jinn, the spirits of the site, these were reminders of the site, the fact that they didn't need graves. That even if the ruins were gone, even if the graves had been ruined, this did not stop marking the site out as a site of veneration. Now, indeed, Ali himself, as when he was healthy, would continue to guide individuals into the site, reminding them of which Islamic site was a prime site of veneration. Now, one of the things that I do want to say here before I move on very quickly to my conclusion is that here too, the Keramat exercised a form of stubborn persistence. This Keramat would crisscross the Indian Ocean world, settled in Singapore. Now we have multiple newspaper articles that from the 1980s onwards, when there was urban redevelopment coming to remove the space of the Keramat, what we find was bulldozers or the jantola that came in would be pushed away by the jinn of the site. Now, the newspaper articles would play on the fact that the jantola will get attacked by jintola, bulldozers being attacked by jinns pushing them away. Now, beyond that, what we find was that whenever the urban redevelopment authorities send laborers to remove this site, any attempts to remove the sites culminated in injuries, deaths, etc. Even in April 2010, when the site was actually demolished, I was in Singapore then. Now, strikingly, the laborers that were removing the site were suffering so many injuries, and it took Ali, for that matter, to pray on the behalf of the laborers to the saint for work to even continue. Now, I'm just here, as you would see, some of the remaining sites. Now, this is one of the few things that has remained from this Keramat site, a Tamil inscription from the 19th century. Now, I just want to conclude with another prominent Keramat site that's still standing in Singapore. This is the site of Bukit Kasita in Singapore. So if anybody's visiting Singapore, this is a Keramat site that's still there. It's being allowed to ruin. As you see, there's no cover on the site. There are about 67 tombs, 58 of them are identifiable. Out of these 67 tombs, there are 3 particularly popular Keramat at the site. Now, this is a royal cemetery of basically royals associated with the Riau Sultanate. But beyond that, there are individuals buried in the site, as we know, as much from tomb inscriptions, as much as the caretakers that guide us into this site. That tomb inscriptions of early 19th century, there are individuals buried on this site that really connect this site to as far as Baghdad and in the west, and beyond that to Pontianak in the east. Right? Now, but what is striking here again is this theme that I've constantly spoken about, and sorry not to be in conclusion to really point it out, is this site is left to demolish, and there are fears in Singapore amongst the heritage authorities and more importantly by pilgrims and believers at this site, that this site will be demolished at some point. But this site has this stubborn persistence. It has immense, the ruins of this site have immense agency in terms of how, for that matter, even the urban redevelopment authorities, individuals who are often sent to cut the trees, start removing parts of this site. I had interviews with a few of them who actually testified to how terrified they were to actually approach the site. This was because of the fact that there is a widespread belief in terms of the fact that the royals and the Keramats who are buried on this site are still living. They walk there, they appear to individuals. They refuse to appear to photographs, but they appear to individuals. Now, beyond that, they're surrounded by coteries of spirits. Now, individuals, pilgrims who go to this site submit petitions to these royal Keramats to actually deal with their everyday lives. These royals hold court. They send spirits to dreams to meet individuals. Now, in a city, for that matter, where forgetting is deliberate, where, as Anand Vivek Taneja reminded us, he worked in Delhi, such sites, for that matter, really remind us of a different facet of past and Islamic history as a whole. And sorry for speaking too long. I will stop myself.
Okay, thank you. So thanks very much, Karan. Yes, now we move to Ping Alice Lin. Are you there, Alice?
Yes, can everyone hear me?
Yes. Yes. Thank you very much. Okay, just this.
Okay, should I go ahead and share screen? Can you see my slide?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Okay. Oops, my bad. And the slides are moving?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, great. Okay, so thank you so much first to the organizers for all your efforts in putting this together, and to my co-panelists and the audience for listening. So my name is Bing Xiu, Alice Lin, you can call me Bing. And I'm a social cultural anthropologist. And this work in progress, this in progress paper titled "In Pursuit of Royal Blue: Geographies of Relatedness Across the Indian Ocean" is drawn from a chapter from my in progress manuscript. So I wanted to use today's my contribution to today's discussion to think through some of the themes and concepts that have been animating my research on the colored stone trade in and from Pakistan. And in particular, I'm interested in what emerges at the intersection of trade, kinship, and materiality. So allow me to take you to a rather different place in southern Sri Lanka, in this coastal town that you see where the arrow is placed, named Beruwala. So this coastal town named Beruwala has, over the last few decades, become a bustling marketplace where precious stones from across the globe are heated, treated, cut, and then traded. Beruwala's merchants, much like the merchants that I study in Pakistan, traverse the world in search of rough, uncut sapphires in various parts of Africa and across South and Southeast Asia. Mobility is central to the lives of gemstone dealers or traders. Affinal and non-affinal kinship ties across the region enable these small-time merchants, these vernacular capitalists, to trade across national lines, and in so doing, render a place a familiar space. So for those whose lives revolve around the making of marginal profit in buying and selling a set of colorful stones that we now know as gemstones, the world is the marketplace. Precise numbers are difficult to find, but every year hundreds of thousands of loose colored stones, each worth anything from a few hundred to several thousands of dollars, are traded across South and Southeast Asia. The global trade of sapphires and rubies, which are both variations of the same mineral, corundum, they converge in two coastal cities that feature prominently in the trajectories of the gem trading community that I study and that I have been following from Pakistan. And the two cities are Thailand's Chanthaburi, which you see on to the south of Bangkok, and Sri Lanka's Beruwala, which I'll be focusing on today. So in this talk, I want to focus on the accounts of sapphire traders in Sri Lanka, both Pakistani and Sri Lankan, to ask what circular itineraries of merchants of South and Southeast Asia might reveal about the relationship between place, materiality, and kinship networks, and in what ways might they illuminate new geographies of relatedness of the Indian Ocean. And I suggest that by following the circuits of these sapphires, capital and people from the vantage point of vernacular capitalists between Pakistan and Sri Lanka, as well as Sri Lanka and other places in East and Southeast Asia, can help stretch beyond the spatial and temporal impasses that contribute to the reading of a region as a largely cross-border, contiguous space, and of religious identities as connected. Regionality and a lived experience can help show the connection and contradiction of the modern economy by offering glimpses into the processes of sourcing rare commodities in capitalism, where different qualities of materials matter. So my presentation will follow in three parts. I first offer some notes on my method and a brief overview of the gem market in Beruwala and its role in the global gem trade. And then I then turn to two ethnographic moments that will help demonstrate the entangled social material ways this region is lived. And then finally, returning to the question at the outset, I want to offer just a few insights on reflections on how this regionality that I'm talking about is formed. So my work is based on over 15 months of in-situ ethnographic fieldwork over the years of 2016 and 2019 across several gemstone marketplaces in Pakistan, Thailand, and Sri Lanka, primarily, as well as in the mining areas in Afghanistan, Pakistan. Now, the multi-locality of the gem trade is both individuating and collaborative. Just as trade in general necessitates up-to-date market information, access to material, credit, and trust networks, so it does for the sapphire traders of my account. Markets, as the common perception goes, are environments where people, individuals driven by their self-centered objectives, work together with others with similar goals. Now, the foundation of economic exchange within this gem trade is arguably rooted in the collaborative nature of marketplaces, often bazaars in the Indian subcontinent, where individuals congregate, access information, and then engage in a range of economic and personal transactions. Clifford Geertz, for example, has described this as a bazaar economy. The bazaar economy is a peculiar hybrid economic form that fuses, I quote, traditional and modern economic elements as a site where transactions take place alongside a multitude of social connections, which fulfill the roles in disseminating information and fostering patron-client relationships. But unlike Geertz's conception of the bazaar as an economic type, where reliable market information is mostly absent, the now widespread use of mobile phones and internet commerce has allowed most merchants from across South and Southeast Asia to search extensively and make choices according to the prices of their own dispersed clientele, highly concentrated in Thailand and in East Asia. Now, Geertz did not further his theorization of the bazaar economy beyond the point that it was informed by the society into which it was embedded. But then how then, I ask, do we understand a marketplace that is also a dynamic, unfolding, transregional space? So I will explore these questions through the stories of two interlocutors in the format of an ethnographic vignette that I will read. Historians, please bear with me. So these accounts seek to capture the sense of regionality that is in all its textured and affective contours. So I'll start with the story of Shehzad. Shehzad, who is one of my interlocutors from Pakistan. Shehzad arrives in Pate, the gem market of Beruwala that you see in the photo here, as he usually does after conducting Zuhar prayers in the privacy of his host's home. The lingua franca in this marketplace called China Fort is Tamil, as is the language of most of the merchants, artisans, and brokers. Having spent the last 10 years shuttling between Pakistan and Sri Lanka, he could by then converse competently in basic Tamil, at least enough to not depend on English when it came to numbers and quotidian fare. Milhar was his Sri Lankan broker, friend, and also host. He has sojourned so frequently in Beruwala that Shehzad considers himself Milhar's family member, and as far as to consider Milhar's wife his sister. Since his time in Sri Lanka is almost entirely structured by his relationship with and at Milhar's, I was surprised to learn that he remained a paying guest in his friend's home after 9 years. So to give an example, for each night he spends at his friend's, he pays them roughly $5 or 2,000 Sri Lankan rupees. Now, the gem trade is built on relations of trust, religious affinity, and kinship. So dealers often travel alone to designated places for sourcing gems, but upon arriving in Colombo, Shehzad, for example, immediately enters into social exchanges with his broker in the intimacy of his home. The gemstone business, Shehzad tells me repeatedly, is based on trust, an intangible sentiment that manifests as tangible actions. If one is to be entrusted in or with the intimacies of another's home and family members, one should also be trusted to act accordingly to the ethics of exchange. That they are all transacting across difference in the gem trade for profit does not preclude one's duties of compensating one's host. So as I later would learn, while it is not uncommon practice to host another gem dealer in Biruwala, it is rare to be hosting one outside of one's consanguineal or affinal kin. I'm going to skip, sorry, how long do I have left? Just to get a sense.
5 minutes, okay.
Oh, okay, 5 minutes. All right, I'm going to skip.
I got that's around that.
Okay, so with sapphires as his primary trade, Shehzad, Sri Lanka became inevitably a second home base as a region that is long renowned for the variety and abundance of its gemstones found in the gravels of the island, so much that it was called the Island of Gems in Buddhist and Arabic literature. But in Pakistan, where Shehzad is from, and elsewhere, the market parlance was always Ceylon, right? A name that harkens back to the colonial times, but is also used to index a number of related things: the post-colonial state of Sri Lanka, the mineral that's on sale, and also nuances of shades that bestow upon the gem a premium in monetary value. When Shehzad traveled to Sri Lanka for the first time in 2014, he recalled his delight in arriving in Biruwala, a trading town where the central mosque was easily accessible by foot from the market, from the main market that you just saw. As I probed deeper into the importance of religious and more importantly, the layered and complex articulations of religious identity in local trade, I was made aware of how relations of difference also complicate a segment of the trade in a nation caught in fractious politics and occasional eruptions of ethnic and religious violence, but also what this meant for regional connectivity and trade. So the minority status of Tamil-speaking Muslims has a real material consequence on the segment of the gem trade. In the interest of time, I won't go into the history here, but I'll simply say that Sri Lanka's history is often, or the tumultuous part of the history is often framed as an ethnic conflict divided between Sinhalese and Tamil lines. But in the last decades, or the last 2 decades, however, conflicts and tensions have moved away from ethnicity to religion, as the Muslim minority are increasingly seen as a group that threatens a Sinhala Buddhist nation. So within the gem trade that I study, these tensions have resulted in quote-unquote riots on multiple occasions throughout the 2010s that have disrupted the supply chain between the sapphire-producing and Sinhalese Buddhist dominated region and city of Ratnapura and the trading community of Tamil-speaking Muslims in the coastal city of Biruwala. So in the time that I spent in Sri Lanka in February 2019, this is 2 months before the Sri Lankan Easter bombings that would radically change market dynamics, I did not witness these tensions in the commercial ties between my main Biruwala interlocutor and his Sinhala suppliers in Ratnapura, but in the conversations in the privacy of their homes, and the threat of violence constantly simmered beneath the surface. And Shehzad, like other Muslim merchants I knew, was well aware of the rising Muslim sentiment in the island state. During episodes of these quote-unquote riots and tensions in the last few years, Shehzad would recall Milhar calling him to caution him against coming to Sri Lanka. I'll quickly move on to the next second vignette that focus more on the materiality of stones and the meanings they are imbued with and how they shape the social landscape of the trade. Throughout the afternoon, men, young and old, came in and out of the office, removing their shoes at the door, carrying parcels of gems like the ones you see here. At the time, there was a middle-aged man who was wearing a red checkered shirt and sarong who sauntered in. He came in, opened a parcel, and revealed us several pieces of sapphire of a remarkable size. The man asked my interlocutor, Himash, a sapphire dealer from Sri Lanka, for 1 million Sri Lankan rupees, which is roughly $3,000 US. Stone-faced, Himash offered him 60,000 Sri Lankan rupees in return. Now the dejected broker then left swiftly. Turning to me, my interlocutor muttered with some disdain, is not even a royal blue. Now, sorting through these small stones that you see is a sensory labor and skill that traders of sapphires are trained to perform with meticulousness, for risk is omnipresent. Dealers claim that their parsing over 100 pieces of blue sapphires does not exhaust their ability to visually ascertain quality of color, unlike, for example, the olfactory fatigue that rises from continuous smelling of different scents. If anything, according to my interlocutor, it hones their sensitivity and appreciation for sapphire colors and inclusions. For the last decade, my Pakistani interlocutor Shahzad has traveled to and from Sri Lanka in search of stones labeled quote unquote Ceylon, royal blue, and cornflower blue. These names of cornflower and royal blue are basically color grades that dealers ascribe to stones. Royal blue, for example, refers to something along the lines of the first row that you see there, and cornflower, something around the middle row. So these terms, royal blue and cornflower blue, become analytical categories to which actors ascribe value, even if they are ultimately quite subjective and hotly debated. And they readily lend themselves to thick description, subtleties that inform a social practice in negotiations between dealers of sapphires. For example, my interlocutors in Berwala caution against a deep shade of blue that is too dark, like the ones you see on the first row towards the right, and the presence of other colors such as gray or black that could result from either impurity in the stone or the mode of cut. Royal blue, they consistently tell me, should be the deepest blue that one sees in a sky. So listening to the way gem dealers talk about color, whether they're Sri Lankan or Pakistani, I began to see more clearly the significance of materiality of the stones, and more specifically of ideas about color that shape value and by extension, the market. Because evaluations of color and quality are always a key part of the negotiations. They're also a key part of the social interactions in Pate, the gem market in Berwala. Another young Berwala gem merchant that I spoke to, for example, often gauges the color, and I quote, with himself, an internal dialogue that culminates in his decision to bargain and for how much. Parsing through hundreds of stones a day, this young man has certain kinds of sapphires on his mind, steered by his buyer's tastes in China and Taiwan. And in contrast to Hatif, my Pakistani interlocutors' customers were almost entirely in Europe, and where most people know that cornflower blue, the slightly lighter blue, is the most coveted quality of sapphires. So what unites most dealers in Berwala, in Peshawar in Pakistan, or in Chantapuri in Thailand is the ineffable quality of affection when it came to gemstones and their color qualities. I'll move on to my conclusion. So what insights can we draw from outlining these accounts of sapphires and sapphire dealers? Heeding Eng Seng Ho's proposal for a thick transregionalism, I suggest that the trade of sapphires construct, I quote, a spatially expansive and yet integrative society. In paying attention to the interplay between the emotive qualities of the sapphire and the unintended kin networks that traverse regional marketplaces, I'm redirecting scholarly attention to units of analysis and geographies that have been probed by many historians of the Indian Ocean and the maritime world through trade and religion. But unlike the cultural and mercantile exchanges of the past that culminated in more permanent diasporas, these 21st century vernacular capitalists of my account were neither travelers nor settlers. They remain anchored in their home countries, sojourning regularly in trading hubs in a traffic pattern that can only be possible in the contemporary era with the advent of commercial air transportation. And unlike the networks of trade that moved affinal kin of both genders, the segment of trade that I studied remains resolutely male and transitory. Now, I look forward to your comments and feedback as I continue to work on my book manuscript. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, thanks, alHind and parents. I will stay online because we have another speakers. Tegan Nurjaman will present about Port and Diplomasi di Bandung Sultanate. Silakan saja.
Thank you, Mr. Jajat. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me in this SPICED Islam conference. Thank you. First of all, this is my paper that is involved in diplomasi in settling and environmental Surakarta and the German and how we visit Indonesia. This is the vehicle. At the time, one of the powers that interacted carefully with the VOC or Penelmeeting company in the settlement and ethics status of the Sultanate of Bastian. And Bastian has made paper policy in the 17th century. The Sultanate's capital was located on the north coast of the western part of the Java Island. And the location of the city of Bastian is very significant because it's near the Sunda State or South Sunda, which is one of the links between the Indian Ocean and the Java Sea, Jakarta. And Bastian is about 150 kilometers west of the national headquarters in Batavia. And this maritime city was one of the centers of the paper trade in Indonesia. And until the 17th century, was also one of the most important colonies in Southeast Asia. And Bastian's strategic goal was to have a lot with the VOC, one of which was through diplomatic documents or diplomatic archives. And this diplomatic archive between Bastian and the VOC are an important story also that can be used to reconstruct the pattern of relationships that develop between local powers and international powers in the 17th and 18th centuries. Next slide, please. Yeah. Yeah. Here we have some technical photos here. Great. Yeah, this is highlight of Bastian profile. Bastian is estimated to have been established in 1524, and Bastian Sultanate was followed by Hidayatullah, this university name. Hidayatullah was Jati. According to French historian Brewing, it was invaded by the Sultanate to establish Bastian with the aim of Islam and the political force that could be used as a vessel of Allah. It is that the Bastian became the political force, and the main factors that determine Bastian's ability to break away from the influence of the map and other kingdoms that were its economic independence and the trade network that the Sultanate had fully developed. And we located near Sumatra or Sunda State. Bastian could become an alternative port for Islamic traders who didn't want to pass through the Strait of Malacca, which was controlled by the Portuguese. Since becoming involved in maritime trade in Asia, the Portuguese had some hostility towards Muslim traders who they saw as rivals to be eliminated. And as an Islamic trading city, Bastian began to grow and develop in the late 16th century. And then when the VOC first arrived in Bastian in 1596, Banten was already an important port that became the center of trading activities in Western Indonesia. And with the support of the Muslim American community, the Sultan of Banten was able to build that networks to other trading cities in Indonesia and Asia. With its extensive trade network, Banten prospered and Banten prosperity continued toward the first half of the 17th century, when Batavia, as the headquarters of the VOC, was already established in Brewing. Banten's prosperity was not lasting because the Sultanate cooperated with other nations that rival the VOC in that in Asia, such as the British, French, Portuguese, Arabs, Indians, and Chinese. And Banten prosperity was not only achieved through maritime activities, but also through paper production. And Banten was able to make its way into the 7th century because it was a small but highly productive agricultural area where locals continue to produce paper to meet market demand. And the key to Banten's success in paper production was the effectiveness of middlemen. And the middlemen were the Chinese. And they entered the capital of Banten and Lampung to purchase the paper directly from the locals. Dutch and British traders also attempt to buy paper directly, but they afford the papers. This was because the paper farmers in Banten and Lampung trusted the Chinese traders more than the Dutch and British traders. This thus was good because interaction between the Chinese had lasted longer than with traders from other nations. And moreover, the Chinese traders buy paper with peaches. It's like local currency, which is currency that was already widely used in the area of Bakar and Lampung. Then this is some highlights of Banten history. Sultan Agung is very famous in Banten, and also open contest with Banten and the Dutch trading company become very close to the century. Also become a highlight of Banten Sultan history. And yeah, to the 18th century, Banten's power continued to decline. So Banten was no longer considered as alternative to the VOC. Next. Technological changes. Okay, during the Sumatra Sultan election with the Europeans or particularly with the VOC, they created also diplomatic archives. It is 17th and 18th century Southeast Asia was a region of multiple centers of diplomacy. Over 1,000 of the diplomatic manuscripts, or we call it Mosque in Malay, with their own original seals exchanged between the various rulers, kings and sultans in the region, hardly any survive. And then the VOC kept the records and activities related to the Congress activities. The Isabel district are in form of documents of the VOC collection. And the VOC is first made in August Banten before moving to another trading city that became Banten Pasar, Jakarta. In 1690, the VOC procured Jakarta on the ruins of the city. The Dutch trading company for the district of Batavia. And yeah, this next. The diplomatic sector contains information about war and diplomacy. In this case, Banten and VOC. For example, in 1629 and 1630, there's a letter called about Mataram invaded the northwest coast of Java. And in 1659, also there's a letter about treaty with Batavia, but still Batavia and Banten continued to fight. And in 1660, the stories about the middleman Kaisu. And in 1680, there's information about civil war that began in Banten. And during the first half of the 7th century, Banten repeatedly sent the expedition to the region of Batavia for London to disturb the spirit of the POC and partners. Next. And if we see this chart, there are more or less 808 letters of Sultanate diplomatic archives, and this comes only from the archives. So we have other archives of Banten, for example, residency Banten archives, and I have looked at the residency Banten archives. This is only from POC from Australia archives. 533 letters are from Banten and 275 sent to Banten. Next. Yeah, mostly the themes of these diplomatic letters related to developments in Banten, for example, the force building and market building, etc. And the renewal of Banten's contract with the VOC, conflicts in Banten, request of the Shah, and also Banten's request for military assistance to the VOC, and various expressions related to, for example, next. This is one of the examples. Yeah, it's hard to read the archive because of the condition and also the polygraphy. This is a letter from the high government to the Sultan of Banten, again a statement to Muslim peace with the two parties. Next one. The next one. Yeah, letter from the Sultan of Banten regarding objection to the VOC stand on prohibiting Bantenese for visiting Batavia. I have to make consideration of the letters, and it concludes the Sultan of Banten asks the VOC to make something like the society from Sumatra, if I will follow the process to be allowed to enter Batavia. Next. Letter from the Sultan government or high government sudah ada Rekayasa requesting Batavia to enter peace with the VOC. Next. I'll try to consideration. Next. This one is example of this one of the letters written by the Sultan of Banten to the High Government in 1735. The letter was written by Sultan Abu Fatah Muhammad Sifar Zainul Arifin in Malay and translated by the VOC official to the Dutch. And the letter was addressed to the Governor General Akhbar at the Council of India. The letter stated the Sultan had received letters and various gifts from the VOC. And among the gifts given by the VOC to the Sultan of Banten were items made of gold, various fabrics, and other goods. And giving gifts at the time of friendship was common practice in diplomatic relations with two countries of the kingdom. So this is this and this is still valid until today. Next. Yeah, I haven't it's a student about English network and powers within the paper there, but there are some to be mentioned, Sultanate and Sultan, of course. People similarly, the Furqan channel, the middleman, the Chinese, and also the Shah Bandar, and of course the paper traders such as the British and Portuguese, and also the Chinese. Next. And conclusion, Banten was no longer an independent power in the second half of the century because of civil war. Yeah, it's I think the decline of the Sultanate because of some internal problems. And after achieving prosperity due to maritime activities and paper export, the Sultanate gradually began to weaken in influence and power. And diplomacy plays an important role in maintaining its existence within the spice paper science. I think it's my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have very brief topics from each speaker, from Ruby Marani and Victor and Sepia, Alsude and Alicia, right? Alice. I don't get it.
Use the
Question?
Yeah.
No,
they can hear you. No?
parents?
Can you put them on the screen? Then can you hear?
Alice, can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you. Hi.
Good. Now we open the question, comment, everything. Okay. Okay, Mahmoud first and then Leah and okay. Oh, yeah, sorry. 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 Okay, Mahmoud, this.
Yeah, first and foremost, thanks so much for all the panelists, especially Teren and Ping, for joining us from Boston on such a late night. It's a great. It's really wonderful that you joined us. And sorry for the confusion about the time that we had. But the questions that I have is for the last three speakers. So Teren, it's a really interesting material and wonderful to see how they demolished, despite of the demolition of this Karamat, how they sustain, as you, to use your name, sorry, the word that you use, this stubborn persistence of the Karamat. And I have one particular question on the woman, possibly, or the gender dimension in this Karamat. And all of them, I think, in the map that you gave from Pulau Besar, I wonder, out of all the Karamats, there are many Karamats, many localities in the region, and were there any that belong to any woman in the region? And especially this particular saint who came from Arabia, Sheikh Ismail, and I believe, some of these graves belong to his descendants or his disciples. So were there anyone, from the locality, especially women, and, the kind of kinship relations that might have played a role in the making of the Karamat in Pulau Besar? And the same, similarly, it goes, for the Singapore case also, the Karamat of Siti Mariam. And from the name, I judge that she is a lady, right? She's a woman. So I was wondering, who is she? Where does she come from? What are the details that we know of? Is she like a local woman, or is she also someone who traveled across the sea and then came and settled in the region? Okay, so this is you. And to Ping, again, very fascinating original research. I have, two questions. One is, I think, because of the time constraint, you didn't manage to deal with the history of the gem trade in Baruala. And I was wondering, why this particular place became very important. Out of all the places in Sri Lanka, is there any historical reason, or is it just, for your ethnographic purposes, you try to zoom into this particular place, or is it part of a larger supply-demand trade network that made the place historically and also ethnographically significant? And towards the end of your presentation, you also, the second question is about the kinship networks within this. And I know that it is very at the core of your research. And I wonder, because these traders, as you said, they were neither settlers nor travelers, rather anchored in their own homeland. If so, how did the kinship networks again play a role in their is it the ways in which they took these gems or sapphires out of the island, and then the ways in which they traded with Bangkok or Pakistan or the larger global trade? So these two questions. And finally, to Jajan, again, very fascinating original research looking into the recurring document. One specific question on, you mentioned there is a lot of correspondence on the Shahbandar, and Shahbandar being a wider phenomena across the Indian Ocean. I wonder, in this context, why the VOC is interested. Either the Sultan or the VOC is interested in replacing him. Is there any particular reason? Is it to dominate or monopolize the pepper trade, or any other dimensions? Or is it about the position of the Shahbandar or that particular person whom that they want to replace? Because we know that the ways in which many of the colonial companies dominated the Indian Ocean trade was by replacing the entire port master in the position of Shahbandar. So were they against the position, or were they against this particular person who was appointed in the bandar? Yeah. Thank you very much. Again, very fascinating fact.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. I got this question first for Dr. Ruby and you as well. My first question is for Dr. Ruby and second is for China. I just remember when I read Tafsir Captain, Abu Bakar instructed he described the Kujadi Merchant reached and dominated Indian Ocean when the Portuguese came to. And he also instructed his men to marry the Gujarati merchants, as also depicted by Michael Preston in this remarkable work, Master and Ruler of Gujarati. So my question is, you mentioned some Persians and local sources related to Surat and Gujarat, and I just want to know how the local perceive the Portuguese presence in the Indian Ocean.
How do the
locals perceive see the Portuguese presence, because as you know in our historiography, yes, Portuguese description of the locals. But I just want to know how the local perceive the Portuguese presence.
Okay.
And the second one, I just briefly about Shahbandar, the position of Shahbandar in Banten Sultanate. Because as we read, many novels in chapter 11, seen a lot about Shahbandar, the position of Shahbandar. And I think it's like the three positions of the, for example, like I don't know if other, but in Malacca Sultanate or Malacca during Portuguese Imperium. We know that the Shahbandar or the upper master coming from the other race. For example, like Sultanate, the Shahbandar from Bali, Gujarat, and Chinese. So I think the only political position without any collusion and inequality. So I think it can give some learning for our next generation. So will you please tell us about the position of Shahbandar related to partnership?
Thank you. Mia?
They can answer first.
Sorry?
Yeah, may I suggest one of they answer first? There are so many questions.
There are already some. The second round, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Can ask the next round.
Okay. Ruby?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, there's a lot of, to answer this question, which was asked about, Portuguese have written a lot about the indigenous people. So what are the indigenous people saying about the Portuguese, right? Yes, very much. They are there. The presence is there in Gujarat in a big way, all over India too. They are, as you know, they are in the Mughal Badshah's court of Akhbar at Fatehpur Sikri, and there's a lot of information about them by many local important or less important documents. You may find it interesting, know that the word Firangi in Persian was first used for the Portuguese, for Firangi. And today also when we talk in our language and maybe somebody has married a white person, we say he's married to a Firangi, meaning, he's married to a white person. So it's a very common word. Oh, he's only liking Firangis, or he's married to a Firangi, or she's married to a Firangi. So imagine this word about a foreigner, a white person has come down till today. So the Portuguese were referred to as Firangis in Persian sources. And we have the documents of Shah Jahan's period where the Portuguese have made quite a stronghold in the eastern part of India, the Gangetic plain. And then they were very friendly with Akbar, and the Jesuit missionaries particularly were very friendly with, and they were doing a lot of cultural, interaction apart from. In the Portuguese system of the Estado da India and Goa, the culture, the religion, and the trade are connected together. So it's a very interesting thing which the Dutch and the English were not doing. The Portuguese stand apart in connecting culture and trade and also marriages. Mestizos were people. So this again, the other North Europeans did not do. So this is a very different, for example, in Goa and other places too, surnames like Braganza, Di Costa, Furtado, these are so common. So the culture is very different, it's very amalgamated, but if you're talking about Persian sources or indigenous sources of the time, they do talk about the Firangis, but is it in a pleasant way or unpleasant way? It depends. But certainly the state was not in favor of the Portuguese trying to dominate areas, especially. And when Shah Jahan becomes the emperor, he writes a dictum that please go and make sure, even when he's a prince and when he comes on the throne, he wants to put them in their place. And therefore, we were just talking about diplomatics in the paper on Bantam, how then the state plays the English against the Portuguese against the English. And the Portuguese continue, of course. All these papers are showing us that the Portuguese, even after the state power, because they moved towards Brazil. The Portuguese moved towards Brazil and not so much interested in India anymore. So therefore, but their men are there. There are lots of Portuguese free lancers who are moving about all over the Indian Ocean world throughout this whole canvas. So yes, so my short answer, long answer, is that the Portuguese were known as Firangis, and they were not, Indians were not happy if they're trying to dominate the trade, but Indians are happy if they can join them in trade. I think as far as the trading world is concerned, it's about profit goes for all.
Thank you, Ruby. Parents?
Hi, hello.
Yeah.
So thank you for those questions, Mahmood, and just to answer them, great. I think really your question is coming from the fact, like in kind of the study of Islam, sainthood, Sufism, we're often grappling with the question of where are the women there, but one of the things that I think is really productive in terms, and your question is wonderfully leading us to that, is that in the world of Karamat, actually we do find, though we don't find it as much as mentioned, unfortunately, in academic literature, but if you're looking at Karamat texts for that matter, in terms as a historian or beyond that, ethnographically looking at field work sites, etc., we're finding a huge number of women. Of course, I think still we are predominantly the most Karamat are men or self-identified as male figures. But beyond that, there are a huge number of women here. And I think the story is, so just looking at Pulau Besar, the site itself, the main Karamat of the island today is Sheikh Ismail Sultan Arifin figure. But beyond that, one of his relatives is Nenek Maimuna, who is probably the second most popular Karamat of the site. Now, she herself is believed to be from Baghdad, but a figure who was trained by Malay masters already in Makkah and Medina, traveled across the Indian Ocean world, embodied this cosmopolitan figure that was so central to the credentials of the Keramat in Pulau Besar itself. Now, again, looking through the other sites, I ended with this site, Bukit Kasita in Singapore itself. Even that site is a microcosm of other Keramat sites across Southeast Asia, because there you have a woman who's from the Sultanate of Riau Lingga, who comes and is buried there. There are three female Keramat saints buried there itself. Now, your question is Siti Mariam itself. Sorry, I failed to explain this earlier. Was Siti Mariam? Yes, it's a female Keramat, and very strikingly, an ethnically diverse Keramat by herself. I mean, her family seems to be coming from Baruch. As I said, very much involved in the textile spice trade. She seems to have Gujarati roots, beyond that, Hadrami roots, etc. So there's a debate about ethnicity today, but in the 19th, early 20th century, her kind of ethnically diverse, cosmopolitan nature was very much celebrated in literature. Now, beyond that, the gender. Now, she's also something that she's also celebrated as a leading Sufi master of multiple tariqas, be it the Ba'alvi tariqa, be it the Qadri Naqshbandi tariqa, etc. Is placed into multiple tariqas. She's also celebrated for being a Shafi scholar in herself, propagating jurisprudential traditions in Southeast Asia as much as the Islamic West. Now, also, I mean, just since you asked about and kinship networks are central to this world, beyond the fact of being kin of the Prophet Muhammad themselves. Many of them are kin of various other Sufi masters, other male and female Keramat from al-Idrusis lineage, al-Qadri lineages, etc. So that's very much of this story too. But since you asked about gender, I just want to throw in something else, because I know we have a shared interest in animals. Even the sacred animals at these sites are gendered. So in many of these sites, there are female sacred snakes, crocodiles, etc. And their own kin and descendants continue to be prominent actors at many of these sites. So I mean, I know if I start that, I might just go on and take up more time. So I will. Sorry, I hope I answered your question, Mahmood. Thank you.
It's very fascinating. We'll talk more about it. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. And then Aris.
Yeah. Thank you so much for these wonderful and really thoughtful questions, Mahmood. And I'd love to meet you soon in person one day, now that we've attended 2 conferences together. So on why the choice of zooming into Birwala and why is it an important sort of base for my interlocutors. Perhaps at the outset, I should have also mentioned that most of my ethnographic fieldwork has been in Pakistan. Birwala was just one of the many sites that my interlocutors would frequently spend time in 3 times per year, 4 times per year, something like that. And that the reason is because Sri Lanka's Birwala, a coastal city, is a place of wholesale trading. So many of the coastal cities you'll find in Sri Lanka are cities where dealers trade rough or cut stones. It's also a place of gem production, in the sense that stones are cut by artisans, gem cutters, who have been, and I'm not sure if there's any historical evidence of it, but cutting for centuries in Birwala. And Birwala became wholesale trading because it was a nerve center from which many of sort of the branches of the networks radiated inland to the mining towns. Some 80 kilometers away from Birwala, inland, is a town called Ratnapura, which, as you can tell from the name, means the city of gemstones. And so Birwala becomes this place where miners from Ratnapura would sell their gemstones, and then from Baruwala, that would be sort of the window to the rest of the Indian Ocean, to Madagascar, to Hong Kong, or south of India. So as I was following the networks of some of the more successful dealers I knew in Pakistan, I got to know of Sri Lanka almost very naturally, because Sri Lanka has long been a center for sapphires, especially sapphires, and so that is the main wholesale center for many of my interlocutors. I don't have. I guess I can't. I'm not actually. I'm not a scholar of Sri Lanka, but what I'll say is that sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So I'll maybe talk a little bit about the second part of the question on kinship, and the role of kinship in this trade. So I maybe was hoping to expand our understanding of kinship to what some people might call fictive kinship. So kin that is not consanguineal, that is not someone you marry. So in this case, kin like Milhar that I've been speaking about, who hosts my Pakistani interlocutor in his home for the past 9 years. He's been hosting him every time he comes to Sri Lanka. These are clearly very important kin that allow Shehzad to sort of penetrate a market that he has otherwise very little access to, and perhaps at the beginning of his stay in Sri Lanka, much difficulty in trading across, linguistic and not just national lines. So I wanted to emphasize on these sort of fictive kin, even though I think most kinship is actually fictive. But there are also other cases in which affinal kin helps anchor traders in different places. So in other parts of my in-progress manuscript, I write about the marriages that take place in Thailand, for example, with my Pakistani interlocutors, their marriages with women, Chinese women who are in the gem trade or in the jewelry industry, and who help them basically gain a foot in a different market, to think in sort of more instrumentalist ways. And there are also kin that falls apart. I have stories also of marriages that fall apart over time. And perhaps what's also quite interesting to note is that these are perhaps not the first marriages of my interlocutors from Pakistan. They're often the marriages with women not in Sri Lanka, but in Thailand, are a second marriage for many of the Pakistani dealers. Yeah, so kinship is at every segment of this market, and yeah. Sorry, this is really late for me. I'm beginning to lose my train of thought. I'll just stop here.
Thank you, Sajjad.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. I think both of you I can answer based on my findings in the letter so far, because I have recently forwarded about the function of or the rules of Sabandar. But I have read a letter the 26th November 1647. The Sultan of Banten sent Sabandar over to the High government, and his role as the messenger of Sultanate. So actually, we can see from this letter, Sabandar is not really neutral. I mean, the VOC can use also the Sabandar to send the message to the Sultanate, and the Sultanate also can use the Sabandar to send the message to the VOC. Because from another letter, we can see when VOC delegates the Sabandar Simon to the Sultanate, and then the Sabana gave the Sultanate some gifts from the VOC, and also he taught the Sultanate to maintain peace in Hawa. Yeah, so I think the position of Sabana at that time, we said they have an authority to you mentioned that they have an authority to make like audit for the goods or for spices, then the ship will bring to somewhere, and but the Sabana also have function as quote unquote as middleman or messenger man to deliver the message both from the VOC or from the Sultanate. But I have to listen further for other letters because here I only found 5 or 6 letters that talk about the rules of Sabana in these 2 letters. Maybe I can see from other archives, such as the archives, but because the original letters, which is the lyric is in Malay, in Arabic Malay, but I haven't found it. So it's all translation from the original one.
Right. We still have around 30 minutes for question again. Mehmet and Nia. Nia person.
And also we have some question on Zoom, I think, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have a question also.
Okay. What is it?
Yeah, microphone.
Microphone.
Good.
Okay, thank you so much. 3 and 7, can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah.
Remind myself, and it's clear. Okay, perfect. So, thank you so much for all the presentation today, and especially kind of see, the historical periodization here from 16th century to the contemporary one. But my question going to Professor Ruby and then to Pak Jajang and also to Ping. Yeah. So my first question is Professor Ruby is about Gujarat's network basically. This is the we kind of familiar with the history of Gujarat. You have mentioned kind of numerous times about the link of Gujarat's merchants with Japanese. But we know as well that there is a kind of links with Achamis, for instance. And this is why I would like to highlight about the network they have for religious information. And the problem is also mentioned about Gujarat's and Turkish alliances during the Portuguese invasion of Malacca post 1511. And they went, this alliance brought them to the connection of Aceh that was, as you say, because of the pepper was superior in quality. That's why the link of the roots at that time kind of diverted by the help of the alliance to the Turks and the Gujarats to take the pepper export through the Red Sea, not through the other side of the way where the Portuguese controlled. So do you have any kind of more information about this? Because this is just the serial information that I have received so far about the Turks, Gujarat, and Sumatra network at that time. My second question is to Jaja. Maybe this is also the most familiar question that has been asked by many scholars. For instance, maybe since the 18th century even. Thomas Ores in his account, he visited Aceh and met with the Sultans twice. And he said in his account, I have see no Chinese in Sumatra. I mean, no trade for the Chinese in Sumatra to pick up, meaning that he hasn't seen, he didn't see at that time there were Chinese American communities in Sumatra, but instead then we find some information that they were in Java. Do you have more information about this kind of network? Because we understand between 18th, 17th, 18th century, the Chinese Shahbandar has been, many names you can find as a Shahbandar in Java, but not in Sumatra. Do you know why? Is there any particular reason about that? And then do you know more about the networks, like which ports they going or they're connecting Java to the other ports, beyond Java Island? And for me, this is kind of interesting because, I am purely a historian. You can call like junior historian. And I have looked into some archives about the Blue Sapphire history. And I wonder if you have, during your field research, video research, with your current, whether you have met with several, families, generational families, transnational merchants of Blue Sapphire, that still circulates between these countries for many families, and whether, they still bound to their historical identity and sort of things like that, and how they think about, this family oriented, transnational network. And also, I'm curious about you said about the increase of religious segregation, religious division in the area. Is it related to this community in particular? Do you mind to explain us a little bit more about that? Thank you.
Mohammed?
Sorry, my name is Hidayatullah. I'm a lecturer in the National Islamic University of Indonesia.
Thank you very much for all these speakers. I have one question to each speaker. Hopefully, I can manage another questions to your group. Sociological economic concept in capitalism in the research in the 16th century and 18th century. So, referring to Weber or the European, Western European capitalism, my assumption that the Western Europeans learned something to the business while they were residents. Started from the late 15th century. It does not mean that before this period, as mentioned by Max Weber, capitalism was present everywhere in each corner of the world because of the mutual economy, the transaction, so on. But the way how the Western Europeans developed or enhanced this economic system, I believe that they learned more, and unintentionally, the system developed itself throughout these 2 centuries than the people in the 19th century. So why you call this 16th century and 18th century new capitalism? And the second one, as an addition, with analysis, what about the Hadrami and merchants? This edition. To Mr. Tara, thank you very much. My question is about this law, South. When you elaborated this story, I remember calling to relations or disputes about the authenticity of Islam, prioritizing Islam. Do you think that both in Pulau Besar, the Malacca State area, under the control of Malacca State, and Singapore, the authorities have any justifications regarding to this Islamic? Do you hear me? Yes, but the language is yes.
No, you don't use that. You can talk directly.
So what shall we use this?
Just in the middle.
Yeah. It disturbed my questions. Thank you very much. I do not ask any questions. Okay. What can happen? The technicians over here. They should inform me. It's all right. Who would like to answer? I lost my space.
Ruby, do you have any question?
Oh, you'd like me to answer? Okay, sure. The question about was from you, ma'am, about the presence of Turkish merchants from Turkey who were dealing with this network of trade, right? First of all, I'd like to say that in Gujarat, it was so prosperous at that particular time. Trade was buzzing. So there were a lot of merchants from West Asia, particularly with the certain affinities of religion and culture and fantastic commerce. So there were a lot of Turkish merchants already settled in Surat, at the port of Surat, who integrated themselves into the Islamic culture of India at that particular time, which was a win-win situation. So that is one point I'd like to make, that merchants of Turkish origin were settled in Surat temporarily or permanently, who were trading therefore with the already established networks of trade to Southeast Asia. Secondly, two ports in West Asia, one is Hormuz in the Red Sea, and the other is Bandar Abbas. These two were very, very important for creating this network of trade with East Asia and the West were connected by this means. And we have Gujarati traders and merchants who were settled both in Hormuz and in Bandar Abbas, who were dealing with this trade continuously. They were settled for so long that they knew what to do. I think you also had a point about Malacca and the Portuguese. Very interesting fact is that when the Portuguese took over Malacca, the Gujarati merchants were very threatened by the presence of the Portuguese, and therefore they helped actively the state of Malacca to deal with the Portuguese. That's a very, very important fact. And when they did not succeed and the Portuguese conquered Malacca, when you mentioned that, they moved away and gradually gave place to the Tamil Kling merchants who came and took over. That's another story. But yes, they did play a very strong role. Merchants are normally supposed to be very peace-loving. So that's a question again, some researchers could look at that. But this was not a peace love. Well, they were not fighters or warriors. But yes, they did protest the presence of Portuguese and actively supported the Sultan in dealing with the Portuguese. Thank you. And yeah.
Terence? Terence? And Pim?
Okay, you cannot hear us. In each conference, we connect this Zoom.
Okay, Pim, perhaps there's something you can.
I'm so sorry. I actually could not really make out the question that was asked. The audio was very muffled on my side. I did hear something about the history of blue sapphire trading, something about generations and families.
Yes.
Did I get that right?
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, and in relation to the increase of religious, conflicts that you mentioned.
Their relation with religion.
Okay, so I guess the question that is being asked is whether there is a history of sapphire trading across between Pakistan and Sri Lanka. So I've done through the oral histories of my interlocutors. So maybe I should probably say this, that the majority of my interlocutors are in fact Afghan of Afghan origin. They came to Pakistan in the late 1970s during the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, and then there was subsequently several migration movements from Afghanistan to Pakistan as a result of conflict. And so my interlocutors are actually fairly, they are generational in the sense that their fathers and perhaps grandfather was involved in mining in Afghanistan, but I can't trace it back any earlier than that. And from everything that I've done in Peshawar, I have to say that in fact this market is a fairly recent one, which was formed at the confluence of war and displacement and the increase of extractive industries like artisanal mining. This is not to say, of course, that artisanal mining did not exist before that, but that war and conflict exacerbated these activities that were more lucrative. And so many of my interlocutors they began this trade in, I would say, like the 60s and 50s. And the ones that do end up traveling to Sri Lanka also do so fairly late in their career. You have to, these are the reason why I use vernacular capitalist is that many of them began with very little capital, and it is through time after exporting rough minerals that they've gained the capital to travel abroad. And also the post-colonial tightening of borders is what actually restricts a lot of people from moving between South Asian countries and between India and Pakistan. And as many of them were Afghan refugees, only those that have obtained Pakistani nationality could travel to places like Thailand and Sri Lanka to sort of participate in the wholesale trading. And so, yeah, it's actually difficult to say that there's not a very long history of sapphire trading between these two post-colonial states, but that this kind of trade of cut and high value stones is actually a fairly recent phenomenon. This kind of very structured, both formal and informalized marketplace in Berubala and Chantaburi.
Okay, thank you. Terence?
Sorry, Bapa, I couldn't hear the question. Sorry,
No. Ahmed had a question on the Kaum Tua, Kaum Muda debate. Did it have any implication on the way in which the graves were demolished or destroyed?
Well, definitely. To be honest, it's also about. One of the things that is central is and thank you for the question, and I hope I'm answering it adequately. Is like, on one hand, there's this push towards urban redevelopment that's really coming at the face of removing Keramat sites, for that matter. Beyond that, erasing this history, the trans-regional histories that I'm trying to tell about. But another aspect of this story is really about debates about Islam, for that matter, across Southeast Asia, across the globe, for that matter. This is as these debates are happening as much as the Islamic West and the Islamic East about the position of Keramat within Islam. Now, that doesn't mean everything in any way that the position of Keramat is questionable. Historically, it's always, there's no debate about the prominence of these rituals and material cultures across the globe. But beyond that, there's always been debates about any aspects of Islamic tradition. Now, I think within the Malay context, particularly the Malaysian and Singapore context that I've been looking at also, you have what have been often referred to Kaum Muda, Kaum Tua, beyond that traditionalist, reformist. And these debates, for that matter, come to the forefront in cases of Keramat. But nevertheless, one of the things that I want to say also is that we tend to at times overstate who we assume are the traditionalists and who are the reformists at times. So for that matter, in the case of Keramat sites, now we have, for that matter, reformist Sufi masters who would defend Keramat sites, Keramat rituals at times. Beyond that, there'll be traditionalists who would attack it at times also. So of course, there is a debate, and beyond that, let alone I wanted this. We assume that those who are pushing for the removal of Keramat rituals or ending of Keramat rituals are simply anti-Sufis, or it's a debate between Sufis and anti-Sufis. Within Sufism itself, there are reformist Sufis who would, for that matter, not call for the destruction of the Keramat shrines, but call for a removal of end of certain practices at those sites. Now, very much the debate over what codifies Khurafat is not just a debate between modernists and traditionalists, Sufis and anti-Sufis, but is also a debate within Sufism itself across the globe, as Malaysia and other parts of the Islamic world. So sorry, I mean, I couldn't hear the question very clearly. I hope I'm not doing it injustice at all by this answer.
Okay, thanks, Terence and Alislin. I think because it's midnight in Boston, so I think
yes.
Okay, thank you very much. See you next seminar or conference on the same subject.
Most probably.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, but I still have some question from me. I think Jaja, please.
I have a question. For the Bantam paper and for teaching.
That's only.
After midnight, so.
She's there. She
can do it at the.
Okay, so I think. Okay, so I'll ask the question.
Because time difference.
Yeah, they should.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Bye, nice.
Bye, Tarek and Alice. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Bu Mina. Okay, as far as I know on the archive, I haven't found any archive that is very Chinese status in Aceh, but in another part of Sumatra, there is Chinese leaders, such as Sumatra West Coast and Bakar, and also in Medan, because there is archives about the killing of the Chinese leader, about the Batak people in North Sumatra. It is dated 1701, and in the letters, the letters is that there was a Chinese man who arrived in Medan in North Sumatra, from the west coast of Sumatra, and he lived in the Angkor mountains, and the question about the Angkor mountains, and his name is Sinko from Laos via Padang with the shalom of the Chinese Deco, and and in the letters it said that UNESCO is served as a passenger on the ship of the Chinese nakoda in Siku from here to Malacca and from there to Pande, which in the vicinity of Dili. Hence, after Nakoda had negotiated the issues with the Malacca inhabitants, and we invested to Batavia with actually interrogated with him. And for a period of 10 years, he done his living and fought in the villages in Sumatra West. So there was a Chinese trader in Sumatra, but not in Aceh. And also in other archive, there was a request from a Chinese named Pak Tongko for permission to sail to Padang. So again, not to Aceh, but in other parts of Sumatra.
Ruby,
can I ask a question?
Yeah.
You must be aware that Bantam was one of the small East India Company factories in the 17th century, which came under the jurisdiction of the East India Company Surat Presidency. So in my book on the Surat factory records, if you are interested, you will get a lot of information about Bantam of this period in the letters of the English East India Company. Number one. Number two, in the records which you have referred to, the VOC records, are there any mentions of the English traders who are based there in your Dutch records? Because at the moment I'm working on a project which is very interesting about the kind of on the ground conflicts between the Dutch and the English. For example, there were a lot of pubs in Surat, and there were Dutch sailors and even Danish sailors and English sailors. After being in the pub for a long time, they would be fighting with each other, quarreling, hitting each other, and the Surat records talk about these kind of very ground level conflicts. So do you have any references in your VOC records of that period of Bantam which refer to this kind of, I would be interested in that because I would like to add that to my current research work on the Dutch and the English on a very micro level having conflicts. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a letter April 1644. Yeah. I think it's about the British scholars, Charles Lowy, Thomas Easy. Yeah, there is a letter about this. I haven't read the letter.
Okay.
But there is.
There are some.
Yes.
There are a lot of letters. There are two British.
So maybe.
You can see the letter. I will send it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think enough. Muhammad? Okay. We have break until 1 o'clock.
What's the time now?
Now it's 11:30.
11:30. Come back at 1.
Well, I have lunch. From now, I guess. Lunch and everything. Oke, masih banyak semuanya. Istirahat dulu ya, capek banget ya. Capek gue, apa lagi? Mana mereka?
Cek satu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ah, yaitu yang pakai Jabra di nonaktifkan aja. Iya. Jadi ini Bang, yang dari Zoom coba ngomong Bang itu dari situ. Jadi nanti di situ kalau ada yang mau share screen boleh langsung.
Coba cek. Cek suara ini ada nggak? Tapi di sana enggak ya? Halo, halo. Dari online? Enggak, belum. Coba cek 1, 2, 3. Cek 1, 2, 3. Ada. Oh, bukan. Cek sound Jabra. Cek 1, 2, 3. Ini mah di masing-masing. Cek. Tes 1, 2, 3. Ya, cek. Halo. Tes, tes, tes. Cek satu.
Iya, halo. Assalamualaikum.
Cek, cek.
Jauhan lagi. Sorongan dikit.
Cek, cek 1 2 3.
Cek.
Cek.
Halo.
Kal, kedengeran nggak Kal ini Kal? Mic yang kedua Kal. Kal? Hai Kal? Coba yang ini. Hai Kal, mic pertama kedengeran nggak? Di Zoom. Jawab aja, jawab. Hah?
Ngomong lagi, Pak. Belum, coba ngomong lagi. Ngomong lagi, ngomong lagi.
Cek mic orange. Hai Kal.
Oke, Bang.
Hai
Oke,
Kal.
Pak. Oke, Pak. Halo, halo.
Oke. Mic orange ada.
Kedengeran, Pak. Kedengeran, Pak. Kedengeran.
Ya, bentar, satu lagi. Cek mic biru.
Dengar, dengar.
Cek mic. Oke.
Oke, Pak.
Oh Ibu, jadi nanti presentasi dan segala komunikasi di ruangan ini pakai mic ya? Kita nggak pakai lagi yang Jabra. Yang iya, ya, karena terlalu jauh. Jadi
Halo, good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pak Raja, Prof. Raja Muhammad, good afternoon. Prof. Raja Muhammad, can you hear us? Hi, hello, sir. Please unmute yourself. Okay. Prof. Raja Muhammad, can you hear us? Professor Raja Muhammad, can you hear us? Hello. Test. Test, sir. Oke, suara kecil terdengar from Titi Farhana. Thank you for saying that ya. Now we know. Suaranya kecil itu. Halo. I just want to hear back from Raja Muhammad, one of our presenters today. Can you hear us?
I will come as a next speaker. Shall I come as next speaker?
Yes, now we can hear your voice. Perfectly.
Just a minute.
Yes.
There is some net problem.
Yeah, but now it's okay. I think we can, the sound is okay, the camera is okay. I think, we can start the session. Yeah, Professor Raja Muhammad, we can start the session. Okay. So today, thank you so much for everyone who are here with us today. Offline, we have. Yeah, thank you. The one online, we've been, it's fascinating to be able to read all your comments and questions previously thrown through the chat box. And I hope for this session, we will have enough time to take all the questions, that you asked to the presenter. So this session is kind of interesting because we're going to hear numerous topics covering numerous historical periods. We have with us, besides Professor Raja Muhammad, who is online joining us from Tamil Nadu. He's going to talk about, the spice route, concentrating on fragrance across the Coromandel coast. And beside Professor Raja Muhammad, we have Mehmet Ozai, who is with us here offline. Mehmet Ozai is, a lecturer and associate professor in Malaysia, ISTAC, IUM. He's going to talk about the Atahashi family and their presence in North Sumatra. And after Mehmet Ozai, we have Daya Negeri Wijaya, a senior lecturer in history department, Universitas Negeri Malang. So he's going to talk about baked sago, exploring Iberian Tidorese culinary hybridity. Maybe if we talk about spice route or spice trades, then perhaps culinary topic is the most common one, asked by audiences. And the last one, and then after Daya, we have Muhammad Riaz. Muhammad Riaz, are you with us? Muhammad Riaz is with us.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. All right. Can you hear us well, Muhammad Riaz?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Muhammad Riaz also will joining us from India. So he is a doctoral fellow in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. He's going to talk about When I Die at Sea, Bury My Nail in the Soil of Mecca. This is kind of very relatable, a kind of topic that we've come across if we look into archives. And the last one, we have Andy Aulia Garadian, tracing intellectual networks on the Eastern Spice Route. So without further ado, I think to save some time for more questions this time, we would like to start. we would like to start with Professor Raja Muhammad. Yeah, sir. So you have around 20 to 25 minutes to present your paper. And it will be followed by question and answer right after all the speakers, ending the presentation. Okay. You may take your time and space, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Can I start?
Yeah, you may start, sir.
Good morning to everyone, distinguished scholars, the chairperson, and other scholars. I am very happy to associate with you on this international seminar on SPICED Islam. So now I am talking about the Coromandel Muslims who are closely connected with the Indonesian islands right from the early period of Islam, and they were well associated with the trade and culture of Indonesia. So based on those things, the Coromandel Muslims, maritime trade with the Indonesian archipelago, Islam, spice, culture, and the resultant fragrance. So let us go. So the antiquity of maritime contact of the tunnels with Indonesia is very goes back to 2nd century. Okay. 2nd century. 2nd century. The Tamil literatures call Sumatra as Swarnadipam, Java as Savaham, and also Srivijaya is also the famous kingdom is also referred to in Indian epigraphy and copper plates. So in the time during the time of Cholas, there was a close contact with the close contact established in the early period was strengthened. By the way, the Arabs were also in the trade with the Indonesian islands. The varieties of spices, aromatics of Indonesia were the important commodities in this international trade. So, after the birth of Islam, by about the 8th, 9th century, a considerable population of the Coromandel had embraced Islam by the peaceful activities of the merchants who frequented the Coromandel region. So, following their progenitors, that is their Arabs, they emerged as mariners, ship owners, and the experts in all the maritime activities, and played their ships to various Indonesian countries, and they also arrived at Indonesia in search of cloves, nutmeg, and cinnamon. They imported Indian spices and textiles from ports like Pulicat, Porto Novo, Nagapattinam, Kadalur, etc. In that, the Pulicat and the Porto Novo were more proximity and more well associated from the with the trade activities of Aceh and Sumatra from about 15th century onwards. With the exchange of commodities, they spread the message of Islam. These beneficent traders, they also spread the message of Islam to the people there, and it had its own effect. Because of such missionary efforts, the voluntary conversion took place in Indonesian islands, and Islam gradually assimilated with the Indonesian culture as we see today. The Coromandel Muslims had a major share in the spice trade of Indonesia, and later, at the later period when the spice trade was at the minimal, they exported and imported various kinds of commodities, and the ponies, short kind of horses were also imported. They bartered not only spices and other commodities, but were keen to spice the Islam in Indonesia. They were very keen to spread the message of Islam and bring the people into its fold. They took much efforts. So the rapid spread of Islam, that is, they were also having some personal benefits over the rapid spread of Islam in various islands of Indonesia, facilitated their commercial activities among the co-religionists. So the maritime trade doubled because of all these things. So Tamil Muslim colonies were planted in the coastal states of Sumatra. Sumatra per se was the first to come under the influence of Islam at the close of 13th century, followed by Aceh in the 14th century. Then, see, the Tamil Muslims were very popular in the Southeast Asian islands in that period. Wherever they went, they well associated with the people of those lands, and they were very cordial with the people, and the socialization mode of those people helped them very much. So they stayed there for a long time, and they mingled with the local population with the kind patronage of the people there. The Hidayat Pope Muhammad, the important historical poet of Indonesia, calls the Coromandel Muslims as Sudias. The Muslims of Coromandel Coast are known by various names: Marakai, Silabai, Rautar, Sonagar, and the like. But the name Sudia was very famous and prevalent in Southeast Asian countries, particularly Malacca Islands. So, following that, here also they were called as Sudia. Incidentally, it is interesting to note that the word Sudia is not current at present in the original Tamil country. So Pasay became, so in the trade contact, the Pasay became the important port of call for black pepper by the international entrepreneurs brought by Coromandel Muslims. The Coromandel Muslims took the pepper from the Malabar coast. One of the important producer of black pepper in those times, and they traded in that commodity, which was much in need of the Southeast Asian islands. It's also another important thing, because of the missionary efforts of these people. It also became the center of Islamic scholarship in Southeast Asia. So the Islamic scholarship, the Islamic learning, and other things started right from the Pasay Islands and later spread to other areas. The interesting thing is the date of coming of Islam. and the men who brought it to into Indonesia is all these things are much debated, but I can say that it is still top among the scholars. It is attributed to Arabs, Gujarati Muslims of North India, and the South Indians, particularly the Coromandel Muslims, the Chulias. But it is the Coromandel diaspora that imprinted a lasting effect in the Islamization of Indonesia. That is, the Muslims of Coromandel Coast were the important persons to imprint the Islamic faith in Indonesian islands at first, particularly from Sumatra, Pasai, and other areas, and followed by other areas also. So, what they did is lasting to this day. So, the Coromandel Muslims enjoyed a hospitable environment in the Indonesian Sultanate. They were appointed in higher positions like Prime Minister, Harbour Master, and Chief Minister. We find a copious reference about the persons who were involved in the maritime activities, and who were given much importance in the trading activities of the Sultanates of Indonesia. There are so many references, so many names of persons with glorification, we can say. So, the Coromandel Chulias living for years together, that is, those who stayed there for a long time, married local Indonesian women. This they did everywhere, where in Malacca and other places also we can find such a phenomenon. The progeny out of them was called Orang Danga. They were typical Chinese physique in general, taller, stouter, with a darker complexion than the other sultanates, other Sumatran nations. See, the Chulia Muslims being Dravidians, they will be naturally black in color, but whatever it is reflecting the genes of the people, those were mingled. That is being faithfully recorded by the earlier writers about their lifestyle and all those things. So the Coromandel Muslims were doing very good trading activities. They were almost they were the monopolistic in many of the branches of maritime trade, but gradually they disappear from the Indonesian sources from the close of 19th century. So, from about the middle of 19th century, the trade of spices has fallen down. So, because of that, they had switched over to other commodities, which gave them lesser profit, but in spite of that, they continued their maritime activities. And many other moved to more hospitable environments, that is nearby places, nearby countries like Malacca, Singapore, like that they moved and settled. They also introduced a few Indonesian spice to Indonesia, in the Indian spice, a few spices. Later, the pepper, which was a native of Malabar, was grown in Indonesian islands, and it was exported to other countries. So the situation became more topsy-turvy, we can say. And another thing, for the downfall of the spice trade, the British British government introduced the spice from Indonesian islands in the hill stations of Tamil Nadu, that is like Ooty, Yerkod, Kodaikanal, Kutralam, and other places. It was very successful, and it catered the need of the people. So actually at one stage it replaced the spices trade replaced the trade in elephants and horses, pony. So after some time, that is by about the dawn of 20th century, the residual Indonesian Coromandel Muslim new ethnic order, that is the Orang Delta, mingled with the larger population slowly and lost their clear identity, the singular identity. But still the vestiges of the physical personal names, loan Tamil words, and other cultural traits can be traced to this day. That is, anthropological studies shows that from things from their physical features to cultural aspects, which requires deep analysis. So, which requires deep, detailed ethnological studies, which is left out and it is understudied. Even the maritime studies, maritime trade between the Coromandel Muslims and the Indonesian island is also understudied, and there is a good scope for reviving all these subjects. So, for writing the Coromandel Indonesian relationship, we are having abundant sources: Tamil literature, Indonesian hikayat, epigraphs, both in India and as well as in Indonesian island, copper plates, and epitaphs in Sumatra, Aceh, and other places. And the records of the European trading companies in India, England, and Indonesia. See, the European trading companies starting from the Portuguese, Dutch, Danes, and the English throw much light on the trade between Indonesian islands and Coromandel Islands. We have got abundant of material, very copious references available in the records, which is left out actually, which needs a thorough study, thorough investigation. And after the modern period, many standard works have been produced, and they are also good sources to consult to the for writing Coromandel Indonesian relation. Thus,
Thank you.
the Coromandel, yes, sir. The Coromandel Muslims trade and the cultural contact with
Sir,
Indonesia.
you have 1 minute.
Indonesia is a very important study, and it awaits the scholars to enter into it. So, thank you very much for this good opportunity. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. India.
Thank you, Professor Raja Muhammad. Please stay with us until the session finish, so question and answer can be done if it's directed to you. We go to the next speaker, Associate Professor Mehmet Ozai. The time is yours.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin wa salatu wa salamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Terima kasih banyak for inviting me this conference. Okay. So my subject is about a family in North Sumatra. This is a long-term research project which was initiated incidentally. This work can be considered as a critical, to some extent, deconstructive, and at the same time archaeology-oriented approach. In terms of this archaeology-oriented approach, my sources are based on the ones which I have reached or the ones some individuals have shared with me. So these are not from the Ottoman sources or from any other Turkish sources. So I will follow a general perspective to details. But first of all, I would like to share one document. It is a well-known book. Yesterday, Muhammad Effendi shared with me the PDF format, written by a famous scholar from the UK. In preface, she states something which I believe that should be critically approached. Let's say the highlighted sentences or phrases. Ottoman influences from the 16th century onwards affected both the political, cultural history of the region. Quite nice sentence and quite nice references from raid to Göksoy. The other one, from the time of Ottoman alliance with the Aceh Sultanate against the Portuguese in the 16th century. This is very smart sentence. The next one, Ottoman influences are attested in intellectual, textual, cultural practices across pre-modern Muslim Southeast Asia. In fact, Southeast Asia already become on the way to modernize before Ottomans, if we consider to come here. So, and similar sentences going on in this preface. So I have very critical approach to this perspective. Not only the Turkish so-called scholars who have been studying Southeast Asia, starting from Aceh relations, and the young generation, they have significant mistakes in my understanding, because the sources in Ottoman archival documents are not primary sources. These Ottoman sources are based on the correspondences starting from the Aceh Sultanate, sent to Istanbul by the physically sending by individuals, and introducing Southeast Asia, Indian Ocean, Malay world to Ottoman court. This is very important. The initial stage, this one. The mind of Ottomans about Indian Ocean, probably there was, but not in detail. There was no political consciousness and awareness. Even after 1517, Yavuz Selim I gained the sovereignty, political and territorial sovereignty of Yemen, Hijaz, and Egypt. They had some understanding based on the presence of the Portuguese, means that defensive or reactionary understanding, not to engaging significantly, following a sort of epistemology or political consciousness, neither in Indian coastal areas nor in Malay world. The stage initiated by the Acehnese sending envoys to Istanbul. So this is the point. Let me go on my slides. So the title of my slide is yes. The Attache family, a very biological, physical presence of a group of people, and their presence since beginning of 7th century until today in North Sumatra and some few other places in contemporary Indonesia. So the title is From Mythology to Reality. Why I use this title? Because of my early explanation. The Ottoman presence, Ottoman cultural engagement, or political religious engagements, all based on some assumptions which are not based on concrete real data. Some assumptions, but any attempts, significant anthropological, sociological, ethnographic attempts by Turkish scholars or late Ottoman era, let's say we know there were some consuls in Batavia, Singapore, or some Hadrami people engaged with this Ottoman court. They did any significant understanding, any kind of engagement with the local leaders, Malay leaders, or intellectual groups, or religious groups? These are blank, means that till now, very significant weakness. So what this Attache family story tell us? So the story is about the content and concept of this conference. Means that Indian Ocean one vehicle, right? So the right side, we see the spices within different parts. Of course, spices existed in Istanbul, Constantinople. There was a huge market, bazaar, means called Bazar Mısır Çarşısı, Bazar Mısır, means that Egypt. Even this title in the name of Bazar, referring something, the mind of Ottomans, the spices coming from not India, for instance, not in Southeast Asia, but Egypt. The nearest location. Why? Because this transaction happened since the beginning by this Venice, or Genovese, or some other Arab traders, including Armenians and Jews. A very complicated geography in eastern zone of Mediterranean Sea. So, but Ottomans call this even, we say Spice Road, but Ottomans call it Silk Road. Their mind has something different, probably more land-oriented connection to India and China, not the sea road. So another story is destination means that this Attache family reached the north part of Sumatra Island, which is well known by the Western circles. As mentioned yesterday, Pliny in the 2nd century during the Roman time, he talked about this geography. And this person is the latest Raja or Ule Balang in Sungai Iu in eastern part of Aceh, Tamyang. So his name is Tuku Ampunci Raja Ismail Siddiq At-Tahashi. He passed away in 1949 after the Republican era. The family saved by, through your information, saved by this civil war in North Sumatra because they escaped, his brother. So Ampun Raja Muluk At-Tahashi, his brother, survived, escaping from this geography, and his son today living in Jakarta, Ardian Shah. So the family, well connected. Later on, I will continue. This is one of the latest, probably, photo taken in front. You see this Raja Muluk in the old age, and his administrative staff in front of his, let's say, istana in the context of rural area in Tamyang. So all the names are clearly written in a document, which I cannot call manuscript because it is out of the concept of manuscript, but what I have gained the insight about all these 3-4 different written documents and my conversations with the families, they copied from the authentic sources, Jawi sources, starting from the beginning of 20th century, 27, 30s, and the latest document, as mentioned, 1975. But again, even though it is Latinized, probably not authenticity in the very beginning, but when I compile the puzzle, the pieces of puzzle, it shows very great story of this family. The structure of presentation, I already started already. Ethnographic study, the importance of the study, hard data, I will share with you. Socio-political development, some details and conclusive remarks. So, presence of Ottomans, Turkish and other. So Ottomans, we call Ottoman Turko-Osmani, but the Ottomans are multinational state. The ruling family dynasty, yes, Turkic, Ottoman, the Sultan Osman and his dynasty, his children ruled the country, but administrative staff, military staff, bureaucracies were all these converted Muslims, especially from Balkania, because of the military expeditions. They collected the young guys. They were educated in education institutions in Istana, Palace of Ottoman, Enderun. Then they were appointed to military and civil bureaucracy. So we do not call this group of people as Turks. Okay, other part of the story, the people, Turks, originally Turkic nations, they lived in rural areas. But there were some other minorities, let's say Arabs, let's say Armenians, Jewish, smaller, bigger, different types. So when we look at the history of Indian Ocean, connection with the Turko-Osmani and the Malay world, we should be careful to use which vocabulary we use, okay? For instance, there is one group, it is known, some more prominent scholars have written about this concept, Rumis. So I mentioned already Turkish nation, Arabs, others, Rumis. Rumis, a group of people, semi-nomadic, autonomous, they were traveling around the Indian Ocean. So when the state needed their material assistance, by paid, they were they were in the service of Ottoman states, or other smaller or bigger sultanates, the sultanates adjacent to Indian Ocean, starting from, let's say, Gujarat, Malabar, Malacca, right, or North Sumatra, Aceh. So the Rumis, we should predict something very important, what role they played beyond the rule of the Ottoman court, principally. So they were independent bodies. They engaged by their own efforts, let's say being as mercenary group, right? As we know, in the history of Europe. Another argument, let's say earliest Portuguese sources in Malacca, when they reached over there, they came across, encountered many diverse nationalities. They called Turks, Turkoman, right? But the Rumi is mostly used in, let's say, Hikayat Aceh or some other Aceh sources. We didn't hear, or we do not observe the word Ottomans in these written sources, let's say, neither Portuguese nor Aceh sources. So, Al-Atas or what? When I presented this subject very briefly some years ago in Turkey, I guess, a scholar in Turkey asked me, do you mean that Al-Atas family, At-Tahashi Al-Atas, because they are more familiar to this known Hadrami family? I say no. What does At-Tahashi mean? I don't know. But the family describes themselves by At-Tahashi. Okay, so in fact, I was invited to this family to have a research when I was 2007 in Aceh. They sent me a letter from Medan and they introduced themselves some additional documents. So it started by this. So in this paper or research activity, I have two main parts. Means that analytical perspective of the present data collected through various ways, including this written documents and interviews. The second is comparative approach by revisiting the other potential Turkic elements in Aceh and available Ottoman sources in Ottoman archives in Istanbul. So, Atash family is very concrete. They present in Aceh beginning of 7th century. The early stages, we do not have much information, but just written documents, I will show. But the last 150 years, starting from the early 19th century onwards, they were appointed as Ule Balang by Aceh Sultan to East Aceh Tamyang region. Why? Because again, the nature, it is very relevant to the nature of this conference. Lada spice became very marketing level is very higher. So they looking for new investment areas. So they sent from Aceh Besar, this family, from Aceh Besar to East Aceh. The second reason, probably political, because this early 19th century, the Dutch started to engage more to Sumatra Island, starting from Palembang, and expeditions going on. Their major target, of course, was Aceh, because they knew Aceh starting from the mid of 17th century during Safiatuddin time, right? So, but till today, or till my research activity started, some Turkish people, and mostly the Acehnese, know this Gampung Bitay, Emperum, Gampung Pande, Iderayik, Biren, relevancy with the Turkish or Ottoman connections. How? So this is Gampung Bitay. This is after the tsunami. The mosque was built by one Turkish NGO, and the graveyard was renovated by Turkish Red Crescent. And the left one, very early 20th century, during that time, the photo taken during that time, the almost same structure over there, partially we see this photo. When I asked the constructor, especially the graveyard, why did you put the red and crescent Turkish flag on this each gravestone? We say, no, not reason, I just put. Means that, let's say there are some 150 stones. If you visit, or probably some of you have already visited, you see the multiple gravestones. It does not reflect that the reality. I mean, these almarhums were not the Katurunan Turks, probably. So this is imagination. Why? Gampung Bitay was a well-known place during the Sultanate time, when there's some Rumis, let's say, in my understanding, some individuals, either sent by the Ottoman state or by their personal effect, reached Aceh. Aceh Sultanate sultans gave a place to them to survive. So Gampung Bitay started from this very early engagement. What left? Okay, definitely I could not finish. So Gampung Bitay, what left after tsunami? Because washed away by the tsunami. Just 2-3 stones. Okay, so what I intend to show this photo, there is nothing left materially to talk about the presence of the Turks. Okay, so another one in Idiraya, someone in 1975 found a cannon in the field, in the soil. Okay, paddy field, let's say. They call it Mariam Turki. Any proof? Any identity? No. During that time, because of conflict, they say we couldn't expose it to the public. After tsunami, they exposed. And it became a news in Aceh. I visited personally the gentleman. Still, they established one small institution over there, Gampung in Idiraya. So this is my text. I was very curious and at the same time careful to come to conclusion not to just evaluate one paper, one document. I waited some few years, let's say when I reached this document 2007, I waited until 2015 and 16 to see the complete picture, comparing different family sources, completing with these different interviews. Then I got convinced that this is a real construction of a Turkish or descendants of Turkish family based on their references. Because 3 different locations, I can put 4 and some few other extra intellectuals contribution. I got convinced that this is a very reliable sources based on their authentic sources. Where is authentic sources? Because of climate reason, because of war in Aceh, lost, or exist, but they could not share with me, or they have not shared with me. So this is very long documents, almost 2.5 meters. Different types of information you can find out over here. At the very beginning, interestingly, they call themselves Ghazi. Let me say the full reference. Silsilah Raja Raja Islam diye Aceh. It is a supportive document shared by a colonel. His name is Arshad. I visited the interview with him in 2005 and 15. This different document, but this document informing us about Al-Atahashi family. So what I mean, because looking at as ethnographer, different types of documents for reaching a conclusion. The letter sent to me or to Turkish community in Aceh 2007, we initiated the interviews with Tuku Hamid, who already passed away, 2012, I guess. I met him in his house in Medan. So, Silsilah Nasab dan Zurriyat Ulebalang Lamkabu dan Sungai Iyu. This is the title of this manuscript. So this manuscript has been held also by another person in Lamkabu, a village in Aceh Besar. I visited this gentleman, Tuku R.M. Oli bin Tuku Hussein Lamkabu. But he was 80s, he could not talk, too old, but he has the same document which I got from Medanese people. So this silsila was rewritten, this is important, Teku Shahbuddin Razi Pesenu. This is not just an ordinary person, but I come across his few writings, attended in a few conferences in Aceh, 1980s. So he, the ones, copied from other authentic sources and wrote this long document. So compilation adaptation from the other authentic sources means that Kitab Tempo Dulu, Patro, or Terombo, Keturunan, dan Lembaran Lepas. So I couldn't see this, just the name mentioned in this document. So I will go, yeah. Inilah nenek moyang keluarga Alatashi di Aceh, beliaulah leluhur Ulebalang 5, Mukim Lamkabu, Sagi 22, Mukim Aceh Besar. Juga cakal bakal Ulebalang, negara Sungai. Aceh Timur. Importance supporting each other that this family was very significant position recognized by the Aceh Sultanate. They were appointed as Ulebalangs. So let me go faster. So Turkish sources, Navy, military archival documents does not tell us anything about the connection with Sumatra, neither significant relations in Indian Ocean nations. So Feridun Bey Münşaatı, some few people probably, this is very early, it's one of the earliest Ottoman documents, 1583 written. He gives us information by one single page about Aceh relations, but very simply, for the purpose of religion, Acehnese approach us, they demanded 10 cannon and a few artisans, but some experts were appointed to be sent by the Ottoman Sultan at that time. However, your land is too far and we should consider the safety of the journey. We could not send you the end of the day. Okay. Let me...
Very interesting information, sir. You just arrived on your most interesting points at the last minute. I am forced to cut the presentation, and if there are still a lot of space to ask questions directly about this later on. Okay, so we can continue with the next speaker, Muhammad Riaz, online joining us.
Yes.
Yes. So Muhammad Riaz,
So I have a PPT.
I would like to
so I'll
remind
just share
that
it.
okay. I would like to
Okay.
remind, can you be 20 minutes sharp to finish your presentation? I will appreciate so much.
Sure. No,
Okay, thank you. Yeah, your time
Let
is
me
yours.
just connect. I'm logging into 2 accounts, okay, on the Zoom because I'm sharing from my laptop.
Okay,
That's
okay,
possible.
no problem.
Yeah, okay.
Right, great.
Yeah. So thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity to be with you in this very, very thought-provoking and enriching conference on spiced Islam. And I have been working on different, kinds of topics in my research. So this is what. Let me share my. I can't share my screen. Wait. I'll share from here. I'm sorry for this. Because my laptop doesn't have camera, so stopped working. So that's why I have to.
We can see you. We can see you nicely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I have a PPT to share, so I'll share in a PPT there.
Okay.
PowerPoint, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my God.
It's coming.
Yeah, it's coming, but the problem is that oh my. Let me share from here. I'm sorry for this.
Okay. Okay. So what about if
So-
one
so-
of our friends? Okay.
So I'll
think you
share
have
the
sent
link with them.
Okay. Right. You go. One of our friends here has your PowerPoint. What about if he opened from his laptop?
Okay, sure. I'll
And you
share the
can
link
talk.
then.
I think
I'm
he's
sharing
chatting
it.
you right now. And we have got 5 minutes already passing.
Oh, sorry.
Now we can see. Yeah, this is yours. Oh,
Yeah, can you see out my screen?
yeah. So this is not your screen, but the other friend, I think. Okay, Afif.
Yeah, maybe he'll have to
No, this is
stop the share. No. Wait, I'll send you the link.
all right. What about if you can just talk about your topic? If let's say slides doesn't work, just let us know. Without the slides, probably.
Sure. So basically, I'm engaging with the idea of oceanic escapes and how it can give us different kinds of understanding of funerary cultures in the water spaces. Water spaces, and I'm asking, how do we map the oceanic escapes across the routes of pilgrimage to Mecca from the Indonesian world? It can be can we think about how Muslim pilgrims from different parts of the Indonesian world narrate their experiences of witnessing these funeral rituals in the oceanscapes? What are the different modes of imagining water as a grave, like more than we think about the grave in the land? How do we think about the watery graveyards? And where do we get such knowledge about these watery graveyards? Do we have it in Islamic law? Like what Islamic law talks about it, and how the Hajj literature, Muslim pilgrims to Mecca, how they narrate these different aspects of death in their narratives. So I have shared the link with Harun. So can you please open that from there? Is that possible? Can you hear me?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So so what I'm planning, what I'm doing in this paper is how do we engage with different kinds of world that pilgrims are facing in their journey to Mecca. So is it possible to to shift the discussions? Have you shared the screen? I have shared the link. Can you please share it?
Yeah. A screen is coming up. We can see. Right. Yeah. You. Yeah.
Can you see me?
Is it yours? Yeah, the Coromandel course. We see your map.
No, that's not mine.
It's
That's
fine.
not mine.
That's
mine.
not yours?
No, that's not mine.
Then, yeah, I mean, you can just continue by talking, Riaz.
Yeah. So because I have so many photographs to show, so it's be very difficult to know how do I convince that idea to you. So it's based on different kinds of manuscripts, published articles, and also it's easy, if I can, present it in that way. So.
Okay.
Can you see it? Can you see my thing?
There is something coming up, but not this PPT.
Yeah. Wait. So that I'll do that. Yes. Can you see it?
Right. Now it's coming. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
sorry for
perfect.
this. Sorry for this because.
Well, yeah. I think you need to get quicker because 15 minutes
sure.
for you. Left.
So I'm trying to shift the discussions from the mobile life world of pilgrims to the immobile death world of pilgrims. So how do we do that? Can we trace the alternative ways of thinking with funerary cultures among the Muslims from the Indonesian regions? That's how do we reorient the discussion from land to water-based material cultures related to death? So what are the different kinds of ocean practices of ocean funerals among the Muslim pilgrims? So I kind of engage with oceanic landscape as some sort of a complex, multifaceted ways in which death and other kinds of cultural activities related to death are expressed, and these deathscapes, maybe the landscapes of narratives that basically gives us a different kind of understanding to death. So let me begin with two legends that are basically based on two bodies of pilgrims who were buried in the land in the sea. They floated into the shore of a different region. So we have examples from Bombay, which is of Pir Ali, the Dargah of Pir Haji Ali Shah Bukhari, who was a merchant, died during his travel to Mecca from Uzbekistan, and then was buried in the ocean upon his will. And his casket with coffin floated in Bombay, and shrine was built where his coffin was found. So you see the image of that tomb over there. And there is another interesting example. Sidi Awam al-Jazairi, who is from Algeria, who died while returning from travel to Mecca. He was traveling with his three sons, and then his dead body floated in the Matra in Egypt's Mediterranean coast. And then tomb was erected over the coffin, and then a mosque was built over there. This is the first photo from its inauguration, the mosque inauguration, like when they built a proper mosque under the Hidayatullah kingdom. So we have different examples of legends there talking about how pilgrims' bodies are washing ashore and floating, and then people create different kinds of material activities. They construct tombs, and then So but we don't have any knowledge what happens to people who are who died during their voyage to Mecca. So we have there are different kinds of laws in Islam talking about burial at sea. Right, it is a different something that is more different than what we see in what is practically what we are seeing now. Like in the inscription, tombstone, and everything. I said in specific specific rules. If the deceased person is a Hajj pilgrim, so we have different kinds of sources to understand how do we understand this Muslim, the culture of engaging with death or the funerary cultures? We have pilgrimage manuals. They talk about different kinds of prayers for the dead, but these are mostly related to the spiritual and devotional practices. We have different kinds of engagements over there, and we have another sources of knowledge to understand the pilgrim, how the pilgrims die, what happens with their bodies, what are the different kinds of ritual. We have colonial and government archives. It talks about material and practical aspects of disposal of the corpse, right? And and then there's so many books are produced in different languages talking about how the pilgrim's body can be buried. And then all these government materials, we see how what happens, what happens when the pilgrim dies, and then what should be done, and then what should be included and what should be carried from the shore, to wash, clean, and bury the pilgrim. So these are different sets of materials that are carried by the shipping companies in order to bury the pilgrims bodies in the water. So this is from Indian Act. So, but we don't have any sources. What happens to the pilgrims? What are the different kinds of activities they perform in the oceanic escapes? And we have different kinds of examples from different parts of the world where we have narratives written in different languages, from Southeast Asian languages, East African languages. You look at from the Indonesian world, they have a set of narratives that especially talking about Hajj, in a very extensive way. In these narratives, you see different kinds of, maybe out of 1,000 narratives, there are like 1,000 narratives, 500 narratives are talking about the death experiences and what happens to the bodies and what have they done, what are the different activities. So this is a narrative compass which I navigate my understanding of the oceanic escapes. Like, what are they talking about, death and other activities. So we have different kinds of examples in instances or narrative utterances in the narratives talking about Kamran has become the island of dead, and all these things. I interest to bury my tooth in Mecca, and when I die, I'd see, because the different people they want to at least there are these different things about death in these narratives. So, but so in Urdu itself, there are so many Hajj narratives. So I have taken only just little like a small amount of works to talk about what happens to the pilgrim dead bodies. So as you see over there, so they talk about the funeral environment in the ocean, in the ship, about the ship, and the activities of disposing of the body. How do they clean it? And then, all of these examples are there in every Hajj narratives. Most of the Hajj narrative they talk about, especially during the period of, the global pandemic, the epidemic of cholera and other instances of death in these narratives. Even the time of war, there are different kinds of narratives. And then the narrative over here is from it's a pilgrim from Panipat from India. He is traveling to Mecca, and then he's experiencing all this and how his fellow pilgrims are dying, what's happening with their body, and then what are being done over there. And we have another example with so many extensive examples from these narratives to talk about what happens to the pilgrim's body and what are the rituals. This is also from Ghulam Asnain Safarname Hajj, very detailed things. And then we have another Safarname over here, which is by Irfan Ali Beg in 1895, and he talks about different kinds of death experiences, and then what happens to the pilgrim bodies in the quarantine stations of Kamraj in Yemen, across in the Red Sea. So he talks how his body was how a pilgrim's body was washed buried in the ocean, and then what are the demography of the the people who are dying in the ship, and then or in the quarantine islands in when they travel to Mecca. We have a very interesting narrative account of how Sindhi pilgrim in the island of is dying over there, and then what's happening to body, different details. And I'm going to the details, the extensive details of this. But there is what I am trying to say is that all these narratives can be used as sources to understand different kinds of material, dimensions associated with death, right? You understand it. Like I'll come to the points, in the next slides. So we have a very interesting Hajj narrative from Malabar, and talks about how a fellow pilgrim was buried in the ocean, and then a different set of post and pre-funeral activities, in terms of praying for his soul, of performing different kinds of prayers for the dead, and some other more than this. Like this is just a very a tip of the iceberg in this. When I analyze these oceanic escapes to Hajj narrative, this is not the complete the vision of what we can get when we analyze the large chunk of Hajj narratives, right?
Yeah.
And
Riaz, we have 3 minutes, Riaz. Yeah. 3 minutes left.
Sure.
Okay.
I'll finish it in 2 minutes. So we have maybe you are familiar with these narratives. So these narratives is by Munshi Abdullah, and he performed this pilgrimage in 1854 and then died in 54. This narrative account, his memoir ends by his death, right? So how do we if you want to talk about the death, what happened to death, or what happened to the body of the dead body of the corpse janazah of Abdullah, Munshi Abdullah, we'll have to look at the narratives written by his fellow pilgrims, if there are any, right? But we don't have a knowledge about what's happening after that. So you complement each other using different fragments of narratives to create a topography of a narrative topography to understand the activities, the fact practices related to death in these the spaces of oceanic mobility. And we have a very interesting narrative from Urdu. It's written in 1934. So she's a female pilgrim talking about how her a friend gave her this tooth to bury it in Mecca. So we have different kinds of examples happening over here to understand different sets of patterns of understanding the narrative, the deathscapes, across the ocean, right? So just one of the examples, like I have said. So what I was trying to share that the Hajj literature as a narrative space to unearth the absent, forgotten, neglected aspects of material culture. From there, setting up a possibility of narrative topography of ocean funerals, and then we can get different sense of different kinds of material cultures, that are not even associated with the land as as a place for burial, but sea or water as a place of burial, right? And then even that is what it is. So like there is something, maybe when we look at even narratives produced from Southeast Asia, we have different sets of examples, patterns to talk about the specific understanding regarding material culture associated with the pilgrims who are dying on their way to Mecca, and then while they're coming back. And maybe we can talk about it later, in the Q&A. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you so much, Muhammad Riaz. Yeah, that one is kind of really interesting topic to discuss, but we can go back later on. We just continue with the next speaker, Daya Negeri Wijaya. I would appreciate if you can keep your time sharp, 20 minutes or even less if possible. Thank you so much.
So happy to be here. Thank you so much for organizing this remarkable conference. I really thank to Professor Chachat and Dr. Mahmud to let me join this conference. So I would like to share my work entitled Baik Sagu, Tidoris Iberian Culinary Hybridity. I'm sorry to bring you back to the origin of spice producer in the Moluccas. But I'm sure that there was an influence from Indian Ocean to the Moluccas. That's why I want to share my work with you today. Tidore, as you know, is part of Moluccan archipelago, situated between Celebes or Sulawesi to Papua. And as we know, that a lot of scholars concerned on spice trade, war, Islamization, historical archaeology in Tidore, but few scholars pay attention on Tidore. In my view, Tidore also shaped Moluccan civilization due to a lot of Eurasian sources, European and Asian sources related to Tidore. So I think my work is feasible to be conducted, and I try to focus on the culinary hybridity in Tidore. Theoretically, I try to borrow Dennis Lombard, like Kalafu Javanai. When we read Lombard, we know that cultural hybridity is shaped by Eurasian encounter from Asian and European networks representing Arabic, Chinese, Portuguese, and Dutch. In his context is in Java, but in Indonesian archipelago, we could add Spanish and English expansion to the eastern part of archipelago. But we still have another question: what kind of hybrid identities of cultural hybridity? Tony, we can borrow Tony Reid concept of hybrid identities. He suggests that there are 4 forms of hybrid identities of language, food, fashion, material culture, and material culture, consisting of religious buildings and tombstones. And I also try to implement the theoretical framework. On 2020, we got a project of spice route, and I think Prof. Chachat was one of the supervisory board at that time. So I try to work on cross-cultural Ambon. And for our discussion today, I try to exploit some local chronicles. Sadly, we don't have Hikayat Tidore or Chronicle of Tidore, but we can refer to neighboring islands chronicle, for example, like Chronicle of Ternate, Bajan, and Hitu in Ambon Island. I also interviewed some locals, but the prominent one is the Prime Minister of Tidore, Papa Amin Farouk. He is really kind, humble, and gave a lot of information related to history of Tidore. So it's really kind to introduce him today. And we also have some European sources that I will mention later. We wrote the historiography of Tidore after we tried to understand the text in the broader historical context. We have today some sources, for example, like Antonio Galva's Chronicle, Historia das Molucas, and Tratado dos Descobrimentos. And we also have Spanish travel literature, Relación by Don Diogo Prado, and as Pak Jajang Nur Jaman said before, we also have diplomatic archive that I showed you today. The treaty between Jakarta or Sultan Saifuddin and the Dutch representative Cornelis Spelman. We also have English travel literature authored by Thomas Forrest Punia, also mentioned earlier. We know that is like the prime attraction for a lot of people. So that's why it's clear that Clove attracted a lot of people to come to the Moluccas, especially Tidore. Like, for example, Roderick Petak, the great historian, he said that the Chinese ever came to the Moluccas during 13th and 14th centuries. But some Filipinos historian told me that probably the Chinese settled in Luzon, called Sangli, trading with the Moluccas at that time. So it's kind of controversy right now in the Philippines. And they also welcome the Arabic ulama, Sheikh Mansur. So at that time, Sheikh Mansur came and converted the Kolano of Tidore and his people. And as Siriliati really impressed with Sheikh Mansur because he tried to enlighten Tidore to join Islamic networks. That's why the Kolano name his son after his name with Sultan al-Mansur, one of the important figure in history of Tidore. The Sultan al-Mansur in 1512 welcomed Juan Sebastian Elcano because of the first captain Fernão de Magalhães was murdered in Cebu in the Philippines. That's why one of his crew, Juan Sebastian Elcano, led the rest of the cruise ship to sail to the Moluccas. And the Spanish presence in Tidore absolutely threatened the Portuguese position in the Moluccas monopoly. So that's why during the 1520s, the Portuguese captain in Ternate, Antonio Galvão, invaded and destroyed the Spanish settlement in Mareco, nearby in the Tidore's palace. So we know that there was a treaty called Treaty of Saragossa in 1529, spirited between Portuguese and Spanish. The Portuguese control the spice monopoly in the Moluccas, but they should pay annual fee to the Spanish, and the Spanish should move to. But after the death of Dom Sebastião in 1578, they had like Iberian Union. The Spanish conquered Portugal. That's why the Portuguese colony became the Spanish colonies. So that's why Spanish could link Tidore to Manila in the late of 16th and in the first half of 17th century. And their domination in the Tidore or in the Moluccas archipelago was interrupted by the Dutch after they aware that Tidore or Moluccas didn't give some useful trade for them. So the Spanish went out since 1667, and the Dutch control the spice monopoly over around or almost 2 centuries. But in the late of 19th and in the early 19th century, Prince Nuku or Sultan Nuku interrupted because he allied with East India companies in Bengkulu, tried to took again Tidore and Moluccas hegemony and tried to pull out the Dutch from the Moluccas. So that's why their encounters not only about war, about trade, but also they also gave some or left some cultural hybridity. Its manifestation is in baked sagu or sagu lempeng in Indonesia. In local, they call it hula keta. So the locals told me that long time ago, the Spanish came and hungry. They lack of foodstuff. The cruise ship asked the staple food to the Tidores. The local only had sagu at that time. So the Spanish extracted the sagu into a powder, bake the sagu with a simple mold or ala cetak that they call forno. So, and right now, as you can see in the left side, they still preserve the knowledge of making bread of sagu or pão de sagu in the Portuguese. And I realized that it's the legacy of Jokota or Sultan Saifuddin. He tried to instructed his people to maximize the land potential. They still follow the Sultan rule till today. For example, in the village of Jaya, they produce baked sagu. The locals call it with hula keta. In the coastal area, they are fishermen, boat builders, and producers of forno or mold. And we know that right now, 2 minutes, in Java, they produce something and they consume something. But in Tidore, they produce one thing, but they don't produce another thing. So they share the welfare to one and another. It's kind of division of labor introduced by Sultan Saifuddin or Jokota. And about the production of baked sagu, Don Diego Prado in early 17th century also witnessed how to make baked sagu. And there is no discussion on the process of taking the essence, but right now we can see that the starts of sagu not only coming from the rumbia tree, but also from cassava as well. And they like usual to make powder and enter it into the whole square mold, and we can take a few minutes later after what is over. And about the keta, today the local said keta, but when they try to buy keta, they will say with forno, Portuguese word, because it's like more apa ya, more good, like es teh and iced tea. It's different. So the price is up because of the language. So that's why they use forno rather than keta, like es teh and iced tea.
Okay.
And I try to conclude. So I just borrow it from Michael Parsons, Merchants and Rulers in Gujarat, Commerce, Colonization, and Migration. Allow people to share and exchange their knowledge and culture. Their contact could create cultural hybridity. Right now, people prefer to watch Netflix movies rather than read working papers, journal articles, and books. So that's why I try to make
Thank you, Dayan. Okay, without further ado, we just continue to the last speaker, and then we're gonna have like 20 to 25 minutes of question and answer. Basically, after the session is like a coffee break, and we can use that for the question and answer as well. No problem. Yeah, the next one, Andy. Yeah, floor is here.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Very good afternoon, everyone. My name is with Bilkis. We present our, let's say, preliminary research about Sultan Idris of Buton. Ini kelihatan tak? Okay. So okay, next, please. So I will start my presentation to restate Peacock for a particular reason why Sultan Muhammad Idris Kaimuddin bin Badaruddin al-Butuni, or Sultan Idris for short, need to be explored deeply. Firstly, because according to Peacock, not so much scholars looking at Arabic textual production in the eastern part of Southeast Asia, especially in Sulawesi and the eastern part of the Spice Road. And second one, text originating from Sulawesi, particularly from Buton, have remained largely localized and never quite reaching beyond the island of Buton and also Muna. And then third, the valuable manuscript from Buton have remained in private hands. Many archives until now it keeps in local people because it sacred text. People feel that they have magic or something, mysterious power. And to add another one, to discover there has been limited research into the intellectual networks among Sufi leaders or Sufi kings in this region. But we know that numerous works of Buton leader have been produced by many literary works, such as Lajampi, and then Abdul Ghani, Abdul Hadi, and of course Sultan Idris himself. So to restate, our study aims to explore the notion of the philosopher king, the concept proposed by Plato, by applied in the context of Buton and more broadly within the Spice Road. And for the second slide, please, who is Idris actually? We want to tell that Idris is first the man with many names. In many local records, he called as Laode, means a nobleman of Buton Kingdom, and then Oputa Moko Badiana, or in English is the owner of the city of Badia, Oputa Ikuba, the well digger, Oputa Mancuana, the elder, Sultan Halifatullah, Sultan Modena, and sometimes in Arabic like Al-Fakir, Al-Hakir, or Adrus Matambe in Wolio language. And the second one is polygamous, but for us, that striking point that interesting is he has 33 wives and 99 children. Actually, this number is quite unique because it's like number of zikir in Sufi tradition. I don't know the reason why, like he has exactly 33 wife and 99 children, but we assume that it is because he is a Sufi practitioner, even Sufi leader in the Buton region. And three is he is a king, Sufi, and intellectual. Many scholars and also his descendants give his name like what's it? Yeah. Next. First of all, we would like to give a little bit of context about Buton as the land of wisdom. Why many kings from Buton produce many literary work, especially Sufi book work. First of all, it starts from, I think, Law of Buton Kingdom, where it is created by fusion Islamic and customary values, and then it works like the core principles of the law in Buton, and then after that the law derive into the Martabat 7 and Istiadatul Azali. Martabat 7 is like law that can enforce people to follow that in Buton, and anyone who is legally proven guilty will be punished in accordance with the applicable legal regulation. Even sultan or kings are no exceptions. Later on, we will talk about that. And Istiadatul Azali like the instructional of the law, so it's more detailed in describing Martabat 7. And framework of the law guarded by the holy poet community. It's a community that has many scholars, many poets that try to guard moral and values or even wisdom in Buton region, and it works like episteme community. Next. Oh, I think this is a little bit the context of geography. Actually, I think Pak Ozai and also Pak Daya also mentioned about this a little bit. And Buton is like in the almost easternmost of the spice route. And next. This is a Sulawesi maps, and the Pulau Buton and Pulau Muna is located on the right side of the map of Sulawesi. Yeah. Lanjut. Next. So this is a little bit of another context about his intellectual network on Spice Road. Peacock, for example, provides clues in terms of broader connection between Idrus and the Islamic scholar networks of the Spice Road region. Idrus, based on his literary work, was the adherent of Samania Toriko. For example, we can see from several his work like Sabilus Salam, where he is willing to adapt and alter classic texts of Islam to serve for an agenda of his own, and also in Taqiyatul Qulub, use conventional Islamic sources to support Butonese interpretation of rulership, and also many works in Wolio language also represent similar tendency, such as Johar, that means jewel, and Nur Mulabi, or the glorious light. He also cites some scholars in his works, like he cites Abu Bakar Ibn Salim and Ibn Alan. And next, this is the several indicators that we use to like when we read the manuscript. What we mean by philosopher king from Plato idea that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 indicators. So it's for the first one is understanding of the forms, and the second one is rationality. 3 is lack of personal desire, and after that of upholding responsibility, and then education and philosophy, And the 6, Just Nature, and the 7th one is Reluctance to Rule. In the next session, my companion Bilkis will describe more detail about the text and also the categorization of the philosopher king indicators. Please.
Thank you for the opportunity. So next, please. Oh, not this. Next again. Okay, this. So the first category, the first concept that is can describe that Sultan Idris is such a philosopher king as well is because he's calling for the brotherhood. And this I found in 4 books, including Duratul Ahkam fil Hadith al-Anam, which published in 19th century, and also in Utul al-Miskiyah fil Hadith al-Akhyar, and also in Sabilul Salam, and the last one is in Tanqiyatul Qulub. So next. Okay, the next concept that he is trying to advise for the reader is a life of guidance and avoiding bid'ah. For life of guidance, he cited one of the hadith of our prophet is reads like this: taraktu fikum shay'aini taraktu fikum shay'aini lan tadillu ba'dahuma. It's Kitabullah wa Sunnati. And I left 2 things for you that you will not go astray as long as you hold fast to them. They are a book of Allah, which means Quran and Sunnah. So he kind of tried to remind his descendant, or especially in the people in Buton Island, that whenever you are trying to understand Kitab and Sunnah, you will never get confused to live your life, and you're gonna get a happy life, and stuff like this. So, and then you need to avoid bid'ah. It's I found, and the concept of this is said, la yaqbalullahu li sahibi bid'ah soman wala salatan, and etc. etc. So he also at the same time he just want to make sure that his descendant and the people of who are living in Bhutan try to make sure which one, and try to understand which one is halal and which one is haram, because basically haram al-halalu bayyinan wal haramu bayyinan wal umuru bainahuma mushtabihat. So it should be very clear so that they cannot lose the right way. Next, please. Okay. And also he tried to, call everyone, and especially for the readers, to do so much zikr and to always remember Allah. Okay, next. He's also rational. I mean, the second point of the concept, the philosopher Kim, is rationality. And Idris was very rational. And he is such a very careful person because he is accepting the news very carefully. Why do I state this? Because I found one of his work, he cited the hadith is called Man kadhaba alayya muta'ammidan falyatabawwa maq'adahu an-nar. So it's actually related to the life of the prophet at the time, because I believe at that era the prophet was said this because he just want to tell people that whenever you're telling the lie, whenever you separate the hoaxes information, you're going to go to the nar. And by writing this, I believe he's such a very careful person to accept any kind of information that is came to him. So yeah, that's all. And for the next is lack of personal desire. In several texts that he wrote, Idris seems to always want to remain his readers to control their lust, not to prioritize their lust. And he cited one of the Quran one of the verses in the Quran, and it said, وَأَمَّا مَنْ خَافَ مَقَامَ رَبِّهِ وَنَهَى النَّفْسَ عَنِ الْهَوَىٰ, which means, and as for those who fear the greatness of their Lord, they should refrain from their lusts. And also, he cited one of the hadith. It's called "La yu'minu ahadukum hatta yakuna hawahu taba'an lima ji'tu bihi." So he is by citing the hadith at the same time, he just wants to emphasize that if you can control your desire, it's going to be good for you. So yeah, and then in other writings, even in the Awalia language, he wrote some advice for himself. Idris advised himself to not to be prisoner of lust, and teaching oneself is better than learning from 1,000 teachers. He also taught himself to love himself, because in his thought that giving love to oneself is more valuable than getting love from others. So he kind of encouraged us to love ourselves rather than trying to gain some loves from others. Okay, for the next, here are the texts of the advice that Sultan Idris wrote in Awalia's language. You can see, and also I find the meaning of it. O myself, teach yourself your lust, don't follow too much, except the lust of radiyya. That's called mardiyya. Even 1,000 teachers teach you, there is no comparison to teaching yourself. No matter how much one loves, there is no comparison to loving yourself. Okay, and the next. Okay, the fourth concept by Plato is upholding responsibility. Idris as well related to this concept, because Idris is very concerned about responsibility. And for him, everyone must have responsibility, at least to their self. Okay. And then 3 minutes. The fifth is education and philosophy. He is really intellectual. In some of the hadith book he wrote, that he referred to the to the hadith that is encourage us to study. And if I'm not mistaken, I found the talabul ilmi, the obligation to talabul ilmi for about, it's repetition actually, for about 4 till 5 times, if I'm not mistaken. And it is actually proven that he loved ilmu, he loved education more and more. So yeah, you can see also here, he even cited one of hadith da'if. I do not want to pay attention more to the hadith da'if, which is he cited, but I just want to make sure that, the education in his thought is very, very crucial, because he emphasized his dalil by citing one of hadith da'if. And the sixth and the last, just nature and reluctance to rule. So Muhammad Idris advised himself to not prioritize power and noble status. Actually, he is next choice. Ya, lanjut lagi. Okay. Muhammad Idris also sentenced his own uncle. So it means he is very, pay attention, strict to the rules. Of course, absolutely. The uncle is his father's half brother, and he sentenced him to death for committing a very despicable act. And the uncle, Laode Afrit Lakina Mawasangka, because he had reportedly committed violence against people for his own personal gain. So you guys can conclude how exactly his personality.
Okay, 1 minute. Okay, finish actually. Yes. Yeah, okay, thank you so much. Okay, so yeah, the panel has been completed. Now I think we can come to the question and answer. We have Pak Ginanjar, and then Frial, Pak Jajat, and Professor Ruby, of course. So we can start first from Pak Ginanjar.
The presentation about Sultan Muhammad Idrus Qaimuddin Al-Butani, it's very interesting presentation. And I think there is important about intellectual network in Eastern Spice Route in Eastern Indonesia. I think there is the strong relation and intellectual network between Sultan Idrus with Samania order in Tarekat, right? And I think there is one person who has a very strong influence to Muhammad Idrus named Abdurrahman Al-Falimbani, because Sheikh Abdurrahman Falimbani, he is a direct teacher of Sultan Idrus Buton. And I think that is very interesting because Sultan Idrus has a direct mentor or murshid or teacher from Palembang. And Sheikh Abdurrahman of Palembang, he is a husband of Abdul Samad Palembani's daughter. I think this is a very interesting relation between Buton and Palembang and the Tarekat Samania in Madinah, I think. Syekh Muhammad bin Abdul Karim Saman al-Madani, he was alive in Madinah. And the second, I think there is many Muslim scholars from Eastern Indonesia in the same time. تتحدثين عربية؟ إزاي يعني؟ تمام. هناك خليهم مش فاهموا يعني إحنا بس. لا
because there are many more, I think, international English. You can discuss between both of you.
Bilkis bas ya.
English, please. Thank you, English.
Okay. So there is many Muslim scholars name from Eastern Indonesia and the name in the same period like Mahmud bin Muhammad Arsyad Al-Banjari. I think he is a son of Syekh Muhammad Arsyad Banjar, and also beliau bertarekat Samaniyah ya, sama dengan Sultan Idrus. And also in Bima, there is Abdul Ghani Bima in the same period. And also in Sumbawa, there is a Qadi of Sumbawa, Muhammad Ali bin Abdul Rashid As-Sumbawi, who translate salah satu karyanya Asy'arani, tapi saya lupa, tapi Abdul Wahab Sy'arani indahu amal fi at-tasawwuf wa qama bi tarjamatihi Muhammad Ali bin Abdul Rashid Qadi Sumbawa fi nafsil am yani. Wa ana atamanna Bilqis an tusallitina ad-daw an Sultan Muhammad Idrus wa alaqatuhu al-ilmiyyah ma'a ulama fi Janub Syarqi Asia fi nafsi as-sana. Atamanna dzalik ya. Syukran. Aminin aja deh, anggap aja tahlil. Yeah.
Okay, I think we should collect first another person, Pak Frial, the questions.
Thank you. I want to comment Andy and Bilqis' paper about the concept of philosopher king. I want to ask you, do you compare concept of philosopher king with other sultans or sultanates in other Muslim world? For example, Ottoman or Mughal? Because if we read the concept of philosopher king in political context in 19th century, Muslim sultanates or Muslim states in 19th century is decline in 19th century. So they are weak in political, they are weak in military. So they don't want to do everything in political or military. So they did in culture, they studied philosophy and so on and so on. For example, the Sultan of Cirebon, after the decline of Cirebon Sultanate, they studied membatik. They become artists or budayawan. That's why many sultans in 19th century did something like philosophy, I think. maybe you can compare the concept of philosopher king with other sultanates in the context of the decline of Muslim world in front of Western colonization and so on and so on. And secondly, to Pak Mehmet, I'm interested about Atahasi. Is there any information about Ottoman class Atahasi? We know in Ottoman there is Askeri class, Reaya class. Are they from Askeri? If any, are they Ilmiye? Something. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we can answer, give the time to answer first before you go, Pak Jajat.
Just a small question.
Oh, okay, small. Okay, let's see how small is it. Okay.
Okay, the first one, Muhammad Azay. I know from the archive sources, there's no record about that Atasi and everything, because the diplomatic relation with Aceh and Ottoman stopped from the 16th century. Middle of the 16th century. After that, it began again in the 19th century. But I think we had lot of around 500 people from Usmani. It's not Turkish, I don't know. There's some from the area, the dominion of Usmani, who was sent to Aceh to build, like, for instance, the military army, military. So perhaps I think Atasi, it's possible Atasi from this part of the people who was sent to Aceh during that period, and after that they stayed there because from the source, like for instance, Atune Reid, he said that there's around 500 Aceh, not Usmani, but it was sent from by Usmani. It's possible, I think. And I've also comment about the picture you showed me about the red, and it was built recently after the tsunami because after the tsunami in Aceh, a lot of people from Turkey yes, came to Aceh just to continue the relationship, the classical period relationship. Okay, the second one I'm going to Raja Muhammad. No, I also let's say about the Indian again. Raja Muhammad said that the Coromandel Muslim was the first one and very much contribute to the Islamizing people of Sumatra. And while you mentioned about the Gujarati, so I just want to know, because both are Indian, but different opinion about the people who come to Southeast Asia, to Sumatra, to Islamize people here in the region. So I just want to make a comment about that because I heard from Ruby Maloney, who said it's a bit different from you, as I mentioned in your presentation. And the last one from Bilkis, Bilkis and Andy. We have the concept of Sufi king rather than philosopher king. And Sufi king is very much used Sufi's term, Sufi's status as a symbol of power. In Java, we have Sufi king, and then we have also in Banten, it's very well known Sufi king, and then in Aceh also. So what do you think? Can you comment about that Sufi king? Which was established, I think, in the historiography of Indonesian Islam from the around 19th century, but by 17th century until recently. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Jajat. That's a very short question. You got 3 questions to ask. Very small question for 3 person. So the question for this session, basically, there are many questions for Andy and Bilkis. 3, questioner asking. Now, Dr. Ruby want to Okay. So, yeah, want to ask a question? How many questions do you have? We have already 9 questions to be
my
answered.
God.
9.
Okay, so just a very short comments.
Oh.
The first one
comment.
on the paper presented by Professor on the Turkish influence. He talked about the Rumis. I just want to inform him and the audience that there were Turkish merchants in Gujarat, and they are now, some of them were very clearly designated as Rumis, and they're referred to quite a few times, quite familiar with the term, the records on Rumis. Finished. The next one is on this Iberian influence, the baking of the sago. In Goa and other places in India where the Portuguese controlled areas, baking is very common, both in history and today, and that culture has continued till the present times of baked foods, fabulous from them. So this Iberian Goa, you could connect. I think I wanted to ask a question to the presenters here, to AD and to Bilkis.
Yes.
But it has been already asked by somebody about the philosopher king, and I wanted to ask how much were they influenced by other surrounding sultans and so on. And there's also a comment, I think this is not my area, but is it more a Sufi specific idea, or is it common to other areas? That would be my doubt.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's all. Right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. We can take time to answer for the group of Bilkis. Okay. Yeah. You can clap. You've got like 4 questions, and yeah. Would you like to just combine everything if you can? Right. It's related to each other. The question, all of this. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna respond to Mr. Ari. Actually, the possibility of okay, it might be possible for them because they are united by the Tariqat Samania, but we haven't worked farther about that. But it's going to be very good recommendation so that we can search more later on. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for the comments and also questions. Maybe so feedbacks maybe. Actually, I got like one thread from all of the comments and also the questions. How's the relation among the king or king in spice route, let's say. Actually, we don't explore yet the possibility of the relation among the Tarekat Sufi order followers, and also with the king that also was it the follower of Samania Tariko and so on and so forth. But I think thank you very much. That's homework for us to do to do that, to elaborate more in our research. Thank you very much. But if I can assume, I think it's not it's a close part, I think, Pak Jajat, from the Islamization of Indonesia, where Sufism has a great influence to Islamize Indonesia, many areas actually in Indonesia. And I think the idea of philosopher king or Sufi king is of the Islamization wave through Sufism, through the king in many local in Indonesia, I think. Maybe that's all for me. Thank you. Yeah, I think thank you for the feedbacks of Mas Rial. And I think I don't want to assume yet that there is a connection between king that has interest in knowledge or philosophy with the declining of the sultanate or kingdom. But yeah, in many historical stories in our history of human world, I think if the nation like want to empower their military power, and then sometimes they become forget with the knowledge and vice versa. I think. But thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. It means you have a lot of homework to do, it seems, right, to answer all these questions. Okay, next, I think the question from Pak Jaja to Mehmet Ozai and Raja Muhammad. Follow up after that. You can take.
Yes, as I mentioned during my presentation, there are three significant sources beyond the Ottoman archival documents. The earliest writings, historical accounts. Feridun Bey's Münshaat means that compilation of historical accounts till the late of the 16th century. Mustafa Ali's Gelibolulu Mustafa Ali's Künhül Akhbar, collection of the news developments again, and Lütfi Pasha's Asafname. Lütfi Pasha was the Grand Vizier of Kanuni Sultan Süleyman the Magnificent. These sources very limited, let's say, Feridun Münshaat mentioning the Aceh based on the letter, but there is no any single letter information ordering any military groups to send to beyond the Indian Ocean to Sumatra or Java or Malaya. So the Rumi is more logical because their presence already known in these port cities in adjacent to Indian Ocean. So when we come to At-Tahashi, based on these documents, three different but supporting each other, 137 people, 7 of them, because they are called Pahlavan Tuju. 7 of them military leader, the other 130 military and artisan staff. But who sent them? The date, again mentioned in this manuscript or the date document, 1616, beginning of the 7th century, means that during Iskandar Muda in Aceh, during Sultan Ahmed I in Ottomans. But again, beginning of this period, Ottoman sources, to my information, there is no any data. Reid and the other scholars referring to, I asked personally to Reid, he referred to one Turkish scholar, Mr. Salih Özbaran. I visited him 2018 in his hometown in Izmir. He said that I just wrote, but it seems that this number of military staff or the number of vessels, let's say 15 vessels or 17 vessels, these vessels did not set off, never ever. But it's understood that some portion of this military staff reached Sumatra beyond the power or initiative of the Ottoman courts until we find out the references. Why? Because these guys are mercenaries, right? Not Ottoman Turks, Ottoman Arabs. Because Bitay, it is even the name Baitus, referring to the Palestinian province or the city, not the Turks, but the Arabs. Abbasini probably, but the limited number, because we know that even the third wife of Sultan Iskandar Muda was an Habashi lady, concubine, because recognized but not became sultan. This children of this wife. But I mean, the references are too weak. On the other hand, the Portuguese referring to Turkish existence, Turkoman Turks, as I mentioned earlier, probably Antonio Reid collected both sources from Turkish contemporary scholarly works, but these are not basing on the Ottoman archival documents.
one supporting idea, what I have been telling you, Mühimme defterleri, one of the very significant notes compiled in Ottoman archives. I don't know how many, 15, 20, but the 6th and the 7th jilits talking about this second part of the 16th century, means that correspondences with Aceh. And the introduction of this Mühimme defterleri is telling that we sent to Aceh that one, that. But in content, there is no any reference. Very interesting. Very surprising. But again, my personal communication with Raid and the Salih Özbaran, both historians from Turkey, because the same generation, 80s currently, both of them, no any significant authentic sources they refer. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's a very interesting answer to the given question. We can go next to Raja Muhammad. You may answer the question from Pak Jajat. Sorry, your microphone is mute. The mic, yeah, your microphone. Maybe.
Now I'm audible. Hello?
Yes, now it's okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor, for an interesting question. As I have already mentioned, this is a subject much debated. The Gujaratis are the people from west coast of South India, mainly from the ports of Surat and other places. And of course, they had a close contact with the traders in Coromandel Coast. In the early period, that is from 13th, 14th to 15th century, they had much part in the. They had also good part of trade in Indonesian continent. Indonesian islands, but during that time, the Coromandel Muslims were having lesser part in the trading activities. But there, the Coromandel Muslims, when the Coromandel Muslims trading activities picked up by about the last quarter of by the middle of 15th century, and it is continued, and they were very much interested along with the other people, maybe the Arabs and the Gujaratis. Gujaratis are also people like our professor. They are also Indians, but they are from different sect, and the Coromandel Muslims are different. So these people from Coromandel, they took religious teachers, Sufi saints. You know that the Nagore, which is nearer to Nagapattanam, was one of the important Sufi center in those days. So they took teachers, religious teachers, in their ships, and they helped the people in the Indonesian islands, and wherever they traded in the port city, they took them to the people, and the message of Islam was spread in its own way, which was followed as in Coromandel. So after some time, we do not hear much about the Gujarati traders. We hear from about 17th century much about the Coromandel Muslims, and they are very much in the field of this spread of Islamization. And further, some practices and customs among the people who embraced Islam, and after among the progeny of the Coromandel Muslims with the Indonesian people. These customs were similar to the customs followed in Coromandel. So this is also a detailed study, and also the religious teacher who is named Nabai is also prevalent in some of the towns in cities in Indonesia like that. This is also an interesting study. Anyhow, we cannot deny the part played by Gujarati Muslims and the Arabs, but it is more on the Coromandel Muslims.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that answer. So, the answer satisfied you, Pak Jajat? The answer is okay, Professor? Yeah. Okay. All right. For those who are here, you can grab your coffee and get your break, but still you want to sit down before we finish up. I have one question left for Muhammad Riaz. Muhammad Riaz, are you still with us?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
So yeah, definitely. Thank you so much. Go ahead. You look at and then before, I think you.
Yeah.
I have. So I have one question. Your study about the dayscape is very interesting. Commonly, the mainstream narrative or discourse in SPICED usually concentrated on trade, but you open up something related still to spice, but from the angle of death. Yeah, we can call this the spices of the dead. There is one page that we show us where all these kinds of, for instance, camphor and etc. were used for the dead. Do you have any more information about this? Like basically the amount, is it all that kind of ingredient that you use for the dead? I mean, is it kind of a local in the area or influenced, by other burial tradition in other place? Thank you.
So basically, since I'm talking about the pilgrim from the pilgrimage context, we have an interesting aspect in the pilgrimage context. We don't use all this, camphor and all for when the pilgrim is dying after the ihram, right? We have an interesting aspect of like what is that? There is disconnection from the spiced Islam into something else in the pilgrimage process. And so that is what is striking me. So the amount of since the work I'm doing is based on the archival sources from late 19th and early 20th century. So the most of the things are facilitated by the shipping companies of that period. So we have a list of different shipping companies. They carry with them so that if a pilgrim is dying on the way, they can bury them using all these. And then there is this, for camphor, this person, for each person, they carry with them if something happens across the way, or if they die. So what I was struck with is, there is something, what I call it, sort of disconnection, from the spice when we understand, when we understand the pilgrimage context. For example, be like Islamic law, legal texts say that don't use all of these camphors and other objects or other materials when you coffin and tajheez, shroud it and cleanse it. Don't use all of these materials because he died while in Iraq. And then there is, like, when I look at the narrative, that people die before the Hajj, after the Hajj, and while they are in Ihram. So there are different sets of understanding, and we can't have a specific answer for that when we look at it from multiple perspectives. right? Like it's not just death is associated with the pilgrimage, but what happens, so many narratives, they have detailed analysis of like who is doing the shout practices, the shout funerary practices. And we have I have a very, I'll maybe I end with these two examples from the contemporary world, which is of this the first examples we have mentioned, legends of two sheikhs. They are coming from from Uzbekistan, and then body is like floated in the shores of Bombay, and other from the Sufi saint from Algeria, and his the body is is floating and in the Matro in Egypt. So we have this example in our hand, and then people are constructing a new structure of his tomb. And but in the case of the recent examples, very controversial figures in the global history of violence, Islam, and all of these things. And Osama bin Laden and Abu Bakr Baghdadi, they were buried in the ocean, so that all these constructions, all this the establishment of shrines and tombstones might not happen. There is a politics of that. Even in this case, when there's a when according to Islamic law, you can carry like janaza to other place if it is not necessary. Even, and then the specific rule regarding burial at sea, it's very different from what we see in the so what happened in this, there is this paradox of in these examples of burial of these two controversial figures from the contemporary history, and the burial of other people in the ocean, and then the body is washing ashore, so that after that establishment, a mausoleum, a shrine is established, built in that space. Right? Construction of tombstone and like absenting of the the grave. That's a very different different instance I had in my mind, because that is what is I'm thinking about this burial at sea. And regarding the spices and all, like it can be like we can't have a very single answer for that, because I'm looking at like sources. But thank you so much for this question.
Thank you, Riaz. I would like to ask some more questions, to be honest, but I think we got to stop here. We should end the session. So I just want to make sure online question we don't have, right? Nobody asking on Zoom. All right. Okay. Then, okay. Thank you so much for all the speaker. The session has been, contributing a lot to the narrative of the spice route. So yeah, take care. And thank you. Bye-bye. We will continue with the next session, the last session, after 15 minutes of, break. We have another 5 speaker, 5 lineup speakers. Yeah, we can start 3:30. Okay, 3:30.
PPT-nya kan, Pak? Nanti dibantu. Oke. Oh iya. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so now we are in the final session of our symposium, and in this panel, we have many speakers, 5 speakers. There is Alexander Wine from University of St. Andrew in United Kingdom, and also Jessica Harjo from Oxford University, and Afif Ahmed from India, and here offline also we have Pak Priyal Ramadan from the National Library of Indonesia, and also Ibu Nia Dediana from UIII Indonesia. So begin this panel with the presentation from Alexander Wine. So are you with us now? Oh, okay. So please,
I am, yes.
Alexander Wine.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon to you all. Just a warning that my internet connection is a little unstable. There was a big storm in Scotland over the weekend, and it's messed things around a little bit. So if I start breaking up, that will be why. Let me just share my screen with you. Okay, can you see my screen?
Great. Let's continue.
Yep, you can see it. Yep, okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, well, let me begin, first of all, by thanking the conference conveners for inviting me. It's a great honor to be here, even if only online. So the title of my presentation, as you can see there, is The Origins of the Javanese Mosque. So what I want to do today is to consider the form of the very earliest Javanese mosques, so mosques like the Masjid Agung Demak, you can see here, or Masjid Agung Cirebon, and those kinds of mosques. To consider their form, both their structure and their other features, kind of consider them as complete cultural objects, as it were, consider every facet of them, with the intention of trying to comment on what influences came to bear upon their construction. What cultural influences, who might have built them, and what type of craftsmen and so on, or rather the origin of those craftsmen and so on. So as I said, I want to begin by highlighting various structural and decorative features of Java's earliest mosques that I shall argue carry information about the influences that came to bear on their construction. So beginning with structural features, the earliest archetypal Javanese mosques emerged over the late 15th or early 16th century. Of these, Masjid Agung Demak, pictured again here, is both the oldest and most typical of later examples, the most characteristic, with many other mosques, later mosques, notably Masjid Agung Banten, being built to a comparable plan. So what is that plan? So constituting large square buildings, such mosques always sit upon the ground, so not on pilings as in the Malay world, not on, the kind of wooden posts, and are often topped with three-tiered, although sometimes five-tiered, pyramidal hipped roofs, known locally as tajug. Although most early mosques are today also fronted by large sarambi or verandas, these are later additions, usually from the 19th century, as the majority of surrounding buildings, madrasas, wudu areas, female prayer halls, etc. Originally, therefore, the earliest Javanese mosques, as far as we can tell, possessed only what are today their main prayer halls, and as such I shall only consider those here. So these prayer halls were generally made of wood, with the exception of a stone or brick outer wall, and were typically arrayed around 16 wooden pillars arranged in rows, arranged in 4 rows of 4, as seen in the plan here in the diagram. 2 concentric squares, a central square of 4 columns, outer square of 12 columns. Each of these squares are designed to support the roof structure of the mosque, being placed directly beneath the terminus point of each of the roof tiers above them. The rafters of those tiers being placed on top of the columns, thereby allowing the latter to carry the full weight of the roof. So the columns support the structure of the mosque. So thus the 4 central sakagurus sit beneath the lowest point of the uppermost roof tier, with each of the columns sitting at a corner of that tier. This allows them to support the 4 rafters. These support the middle roof tier, so all 4 columns. So again, 4 columns sit in the corners, while the remaining 8 are arranged in pairs between them, 2 on each side of the square. Rafters from this middle tier again sit upon these columns, channeling the weight of the roof onto them. The lowest tier, on the other hand, sits upon the external masonry or brick walls. Generally, the entryways to each mosque are punched through these walls, with the principal entry being positioned along the wall directly opposite the mihrab, so to the east, with lesser entrances on the northern and southern walls. So Javanese mosques, the traditional Javanese mosques, are always entered primarily from the side opposite the mihrab. So another distinctive feature of many early Javanese mosques, and which sets them apart from surviving representations of Java's pre-Islamic buildings, as well as the island's later mosques, are their use of rounded columns, so not square columns, a variety of which can be seen here. Whereas, as I shall discuss in a little while, traditional Javanese mosques utilize the square columns, as I just mentioned, often richly decorated. The earliest mosques, including Masjid Agung Demak, Masjid Agung Cirebon, and Masjid Merah Panjunan, typically utilize round columns of about ½ meter in diameter, made of teak and placed upon simple circular stone bases that are twice the width of the column itself. In Cirebon, such columns also typically have capitals richly carved with double-layered stars, as again seen here. Most notably, however, are the Masjid Agung Demak's 4 sakaguru, each of massive construction, being approximately 1 meter in diameter and 16.3 meters in height. These are not solid. Each column is made up of thin strips of wood, each no more than 10 centimeters wide, pieced together and held in place by large metal bands. Each column is therefore essentially hollow. Local tradition pays much attention to this strange mode of construction, which can also be seen in a single column in the northeast corner of the Masjid Agung Cheribon. They are therefore given a distinctive name, Sakatatal, to distinguish them from other types of Sakaguru. In both places, it's both in Demak and in Cheribon, they are attributed to Sunan Kalijaga, who, after supposedly rowing low on timber, devised the Sakatatal method of construction to construct these such large columns. So various decorative features of these mosques are also worth considering when we're considering them as complete cultural objects, including elaborately carved doors like those shown here at the top, which, while incorporating traditional Javanese motifs like Makara creatures, characteristic of Majapahit art, also depict pottery, abstract floral designs, and cloud motifs whose arrangement set on a red background we call Chinese art. At Masjid Agung Cheribon, the main prayer hall is delineated by a rectangular brick wall measuring 18 by 13 meters. That, painted red, plays no structural role, merely marking the boundary of the main prayer hall. Stylistically, this wall is similar to the boundary walls of pre-Islamic Javanese temples, as well as the oldest sections of the nearby Kraton Kasepuhan. Similar features can also be seen at the nearby Masjid Merah Panjunan and the famous Masjid Menara Kudus, which also features split gateways and a drum tower reminiscent of pre-Islamic Javanese temples. Alongside these features, however, and across all three sites are richly decorated floral and eternal knot motifs such as those pictured here, that, often accompanied by cloud patterns, are again reminiscent of Chinese designs. At Banten, meanwhile, octagonal columns, most probably influenced by Hindu architecture, sit upon a selection of elaborately carved stone bases, all pictured here, that are unique amongst Javanese mosques and again resemble Chinese prototypes. So, what do these various architectural and aesthetic features have to tell us about the origins of the first Javanese mosques? As I have already hinted at, there are perhaps local Javanese, Indian, Hindu, as well as Chinese influences at play here. But let's examine this in a bit more detail. Let's unpick this in a bit more detail. So to begin with, it's worth noting that several scholars have sought to associate early Javanese mosque architecture with South India, specifically Malabar, within the context of a significant South Indian Java trade network and wider evidence of cultural exchange between these regions, including adherence to the same madhab. It has been noted that early Malabari mosques were often also constructed of wood, possessed multi-tiered roofs, and had structures supported by columns. Although no two Malabari mosques are identical, the Mithkalpali Mosque of Kraganur, pictured here, provides a good example of this basic Malabari form. So reputedly built over the early 14th century by a merchant named Nakuda Mithkal, this structure constitutes a rectangular building surmounted by a four-tiered, gabled and ridged roof. Each of these tiers constitutes a separate story, with the whole building set upon a stone foundation of 4 steps in height. From the top of this foundation rises a one-story high outer wall, also of stone, into which semicircular arched doorways are pierced at regular intervals around 3 sides of the building. A veranda is placed above this wall, created by the substantial overhang of the second roof tier. This overhang is supposed to imitate the circumambulation path of a Hindu temple. While the mosque's ground floor houses the main prayer hall and an adjacent antechamber, the upper floors serve as either madrasa or as storage spaces. None of the ground floor walls are structural, with the weight of the mosque being carried on a complex system of wooden columns and cross beams, illustrated by the diagram here at the bottom. These columns arranged in rows are ultimately either square or octagonal in shape, an arrangement common to all Malabari mosques and likely designed to imitate earlier Hindu architectural traditions, notably Madurai and Kayal-Patnam. Multiple layers of cross beams then run between the columns, as I mentioned, cross beams in between the columns with either the rafters of the roof or the floors of each story resting upon them. And these beams and rafters diminish in height the further up the structure you go, so they get smaller the further up you go. So, from among these features, multi-tiered roofs supported by wooden columns certainly recall the Javanese experience, right? And with the use of diminishing octagonal columns also being reminiscent of Masjid Agung Banten, as I mentioned before. A wall without structural purpose, meanwhile, parallels Masjid Agung Cheribon, which also has such a thing around its main prayer hall. Ultimately, however, such similarities are superficial and being entirely overshadowed by substantial differences. So unlike their Malabar equivalents, Javanese mosques are square, not rectangular, with pyramidal roofs. They rarely have ridged roofs. There's only one example of a ridged roof, Masjid Agung Cheribon, and none of them have gables. So you can see the gable here on the Malabari mosque. So Javanese mosques don't have these. Similarly, Javanese mosques never have 4 roof tiers. It's either 3 or 5 usually, and they don't have additional stories. This final feature in the Indian mosques necessitates the insertion of the extra floors with the resulting complex system of cross beams and so on, all of which is entirely lacking from Java. Traditional Javanese mosques are rather conceived of as large singular spaces designed to be open from the floor right up to the ceiling, with the insertion of only minimal number of cross beams to maintain the sense of verticality. So structurally, these are very different buildings. But if this therefore means that the Malabari origin is difficult to maintain, it should be noted that many of the features that are shared between these types of mosques, that is, wood as a construction material, a structure supported by columns, also characterize pre-Islamic Javanese architecture. It's therefore arguably unnecessary to look towards Malabar to explain them. Rather, we should look towards pre-Islamic Javanese prototypes. So, while decorative scenes on Javanese Chandi and Hindu temples depict several indigenous structures of comparable appearance to the earliest Javanese mosques, such as the Pandopo and the Meru, the most compelling potential prototype for the mosque is the Wantilan, pictured here, a large pavilion designed to host cockfights and festival days, which you can still find on Bali. So positioned near, but always outside a temple complex, the bloodletting which would occur within these structures served to banish the malevolent Utakala, or the dark powers which romp through the retinue of divine beings. Significantly for this discussion, however, surviving Wantilan are remarkably similar to the traditional Javanese mosque. Although open on all sides and not enclosed, they are also square. They have pyramidal roofs, usually of either 2 or 3 tiers, supported by columns, all supported in a comparable fashion to those at, for example, Demak. Moreover, Halin and Joto has uncovered archaeological evidence for the existence of such structures on pre-Islamic Java within a ritual context, further suggesting a link. So while it has been objected, however, that Wantilan do not constitute sacred buildings, rather constituting places of ritual impurity, where individuals are cleansed of evil influence before entering the temple, a function which would arguably make them inappropriate as mosques, this conclusion is uncertain, because it's the act of bloodletting within the Wantilan rather than the structure itself which causes the impurity. Therefore, the Wantilan, the idea that the Wantilan is being reused as the mosque is the most plausible explanation for the form of the traditional Javanese mosque overall. But if this established the basic form of the Javanese mosque as a continuation of pre-Islamic Javanese forms, what of the other features discussed here, such as the round columns, the sakatatal, and diverse decorative features? Do they do the same, or do they come from somewhere else? Now, because my time is short, in these last few slides, I want to focus primarily on the possibility of Chinese influence over the construction of the first Javanese mosques. I want to focus on that aspect of the argument. As many recent publications have highlighted, Chinese Muslims played a significant role in Java's initial Islamization. The first ruler of Demak, for example, having now been identified as a Chinese Muslim merchant named Jimbun. Indeed, several scholars, beginning with Slamat Moljana, have noted supposed structural similarities between the traditional Javanese mosque and the Chinese pavilion, such as the one pictured here, in imitation of which many pre-modern Chinese mosques were built. So this pavilion that you can see here is the Moon Tower at the mosque in Xi'an. Now, while the preceding argument that I've just laid out suggests too much should not be made of such similarities, and certainly Javanese mosques do not have the dugong, the bracketing system characteristic of pre-modern Chinese buildings, which you can see here at the very top of this pavilion, or the threefold divisions which Chinese mosques usually have, or their gabled roofs, or the wooden walls that typically separate different parts of the structure, and so on. Nevertheless, it should be noted that Chinese and Javanese mosques do have some specific similarities. For example, Chinese mosques have a single main entrance occupying the entire length of the opposite wall of the wall opposite the mihrab, with lesser entrances then placed on the walls on either side, that is to the north and south, with no doorway ever appearing on the building's rear near the mihrab. All this closely parallels the Javanese mosque, while differing from pre-Islamic Javanese buildings which were accessible from all sides. But perhaps the most significant similarity between Javanese and Chinese mosques are their columns. Thus, Chinese columns, such as the one depicted here at the bottom, are typically rounded and rest upon circular stone bases. According to the Yingyao Fa Shi, a Chinese building manual commonly used when Java's mosques were being constructed, the stone bases of columns such as these should always be twice the diameter of the columns themselves. This directly parallels what we see on Java, as also demonstrated by the top picture here taken at Masjid Agung Cheribon. In fact, excluding Cheribon's double star capitals, early Javanese mosque columns are virtually identical to Chinese ones, while, as already noted, constituting a significant stylistic departure from pre-Islamic and later Islamic Javanese architecture, where square and often elaborately carved columns were the norm. Of even further relevance in this context, however, is the Yingyao Fa Shi's instructions for building what it terms a pieced column. Although most traditional Chinese columns were made from a single tree trunk, when a tree of sufficient size could not be found, small strips of timber would be joined together to form a tubular structure. This would then be secured around the outside with iron bands, so forming a so-called pieced column. This very distinctive structure is clearly synonymous with the Saka Total of Java. Indeed, Javanese legend even claims that the Mak's Saka Total were constructed when no sufficiently large tree trunks could be found. Consequently, this type of hollow, large column plausibly constitutes evidence of Chinese involvement in early Javanese mosque construction. Certainly, piece columns were very commonly used in China during the 15th and 16th centuries, when the country experienced a chronic wood shortage, coupled with the desire to build ever larger structures. In addition to these similarities, a number of Javanese legends support notions of a Chinese involvement in early Javanese mosque construction. For example, a local Kudus tradition attributes the construction of the Masjid Menara Kudus, pictured here, to a Chinese companion of Sunan Kudus called Kia Tiling Singh. Although Sunan Kudus gave the order to build the mosque, therefore, Kia Tiling Singh carried out the work, and hence the road outside the mosque is named after him. Indeed, despite this mosque's strong Hindu characteristics, including its famous minaret, there are also indications of Chinese influence. In addition to the Chinese plates which decorate the minaret, for example, there are Chinese-style carvings on some of the mosque doors, while a split gateway that sits within the mosque prayer hall has decorative lozenges containing Chinese-style floral decoration. Similarly, another split gateway within the mosque's grave complex, which borders it, has a screen positioned directly behind it, obscuring sight of what is beyond. Such features are reminiscent of Chinese architecture, where screens are commonly positioned behind gateways, including in mosque compounds.
Dr. Alexander Wine, kindly apologize. You have time 5 minutes.
5 minutes left. Yep, I'm just coming up to. I have 5 minutes left. Did you say? Okay, I assume that's 5 minutes. So similar traditions linking Chinese mosques to early Javanese. Similar traditions linking Chinese Muslims to early Javanese mosque construction also exist with regards to the now destroyed Mantingan Mosque in Jepara. So reputedly built in 1559, local Jepara tradition claims its patron was Ratu Kali Niamat. This ruler reputedly had a close confidant called Chiwi Guan, another Chinese Muslim who is now buried next to the patron of the mosque. So the same local traditions claim that this Chinese Muslim was a carpenter and stonemason who helped build the mosque. Indeed, surviving decorative scenes and structural fragments from this mosque, preserved now in the Museum Jawa Tengah in Semarang, show clear signs of Chinese influence. Surviving stone footings, for example, are Chinese in style, while decorative scenes like the one pictured here incorporate numerous Chinese motifs, most notably swirling cloud patterns and mountains. Motifs that, as we have seen, can also be found in Demak and Cirebon, and that are combined with more traditional Javanese images, like the pavilion in the center here. Indeed, all Javanese mosques include similar examples of Chinese decoration, whether Chinese plates, eternal knot motifs, swirling cloud patterns, or lotus designs. Aside from the plates, however, none of these motifs appear in association with pre-Islamic Javanese buildings. This is not to say, of course, that pre-Islamic Javanese decoration is not evident on some of the mosques. Both the Masjid Agung Cirebon and Masjid Menara Kudus, with their Chandi-themed decoration, clearly testify otherwise. But the cloud patterns and mountain landscapes seen here, for example, are generally absent in this form from pre-Islamic Javanese structures. While Chandi have cloud patterns, for example, such as the mid-14th century sections of Chandi Panataran, these are stylistically different from the early Islamic examples seen here. On the Chandis, animals and monsters interweave with large, highly pronounced swirls of cloud textured and ruffled to look like leaves. On the remnants of the Mantingan Mosque, however, cloud patterns are smaller and lighter, being far more akin to Chinese examples from the same period. Okay, so to conclude, while we can confidently state that traditional Javanese mosques are not simply Chinese buildings transferred into Southeast Asia, as has sometimes been claimed, a number of very specific similarities do exist. The types of columns used, including Sakatal, the stone bases they sit upon, the decorative schemes within mosques, and even the specific arrangement of the entryways into mosques, are all substantially similar to what is seen in China. Indeed, some of these shared features, notably round and pieced columns, are part of what distinguished the earliest Javanese mosques from both pre-Islamic Javanese structures and later examples of Javanese Islamic architecture. As a result, although certainly a continuation of pre-Islamic architectural traditions, early Javanese mosques demonstrate several signs of having been influenced by Chinese construction techniques and aesthetic preferences. This, in combination with local traditions surrounding several of the mosques and the arrival of Islam in the region, which directly identified Chinese Muslims and Chinese craftsmen in their construction, suggests that the Chinese were in some way involved in erecting the first Javanese mosques. Okay, thank you. That's the end of my presentation. I'll finish there.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Alexander Wine. A great presentation about traditional Javanese mosque architecture. It's really interesting, and now we have Ibu Harjo. Ibu Jessica Harjo, are you? Oke. Sambil menunggu Ibu Jess. Okay. So
is someone able to give me the host so I can share my screen?
yes. We can listen to you.
Okay. It's all good. Okay. Should I start now? Yep. Okay. Everyone can hear me fine? Okay, good. Good afternoon. I would like to thank Mahmoud Korea and the rest of the organizing team for having me here in the conference, and I can only apologize for joining you remotely from Oxford as I am in the middle of finishing my thesis. Today, I will be presenting a small section of my doctoral project on Batu Aceh, a large corpus of Islamic carved tombstones found across maritime Southeast Asia. As highlighted by Finbar Berry-Flood in a recent workshop on Islamic law and material culture, juridical or legal texts have traditionally been overlooked by historians of material culture because of a perceived lack of historicity and practical effect. I hope in turn to demonstrate the intersection of juridical and religious discourses with funerary material culture in the particular context of 17th century Aceh on the northeastern coast of Sumatra, Indonesia. Here is an outline of my presentation today. I will talk first about the Batu Aceh corpus, then the Islamic law at the Sultanate of Aceh, and how we understand inscription as a spectrum of legibility, the schematization or abstraction of the Shahada, and finally, how the pietistic and aesthetic adaptations resulted in what we see later on in later periods of Batu Aceh. So what's Batu Aceh? Batu Aceh is a term in the Malay language meaning Aceh stone, referring to a group of carved Muslim tombstones found across the Malay archipelago. The term only came into use in scholarship in the 1920s to refer to tombstones in the Malay Peninsula, which are believed to have come from Aceh across the Straits of Malacca. Research by Elizabeth Lambourne and Daniel Perry placed the origins of the tradition in 15th century northern Sumatra, near modern-day Lok Semawe, at the center of the Sultanate of Samudra Pasai. This sultanate is considered one of the earliest Muslim sultanates of the region. The history of Batu Aceh has, however, become synonymous with that of the later 16th century Sultanate of Aceh. What we are looking at here is amongst the earliest datable surviving Islamic artifacts of maritime Southeast Asia. Stone, of course, is far more durable than the wood used in the regional architecture or the paper and other plant-based materials used for manuscripts. The Batu Aceh corpus numbers in the thousands. Specimens have been documented in Patani in southern Thailand, Peninsula Malaysia, Sumatra, the Riau Archipelago, Java, Borneo, and as I have discovered in my fieldwork in Sumbawa and South Sulawesi. Very recent surveys by the Maritime Asia Heritage Survey, led by Professor Michael Feener at the Kyoto University, further expanded the northern and eastern limits of Batu Aceh distribution to Ayutthaya in Thailand and South Halmahera in Maluku. Off the map here, you can't really see Maluku here. But the vast majority of Batu Aceh is found in northern Sumatra and second in Peninsular Malaysia. The earliest Batu Aceh are all inscribed in Arabic and very rarely in Persian or Malay. As we are not able to gain chronological data from the excavation of graves or from material analysis, so there is no way of dating stone carving from the material itself, so-called later Batu Aceh have been relatively dated to form and approximate dates of the sites in which they are located. Just to show you very quickly, this typology shows the range of tombstone forms which fall under the big category of Batu Aceh. Broadly divided into two types, the slab types, as you can see, A1 to H2, where the width of the tombstone is greater than the depth, and the pillar type, i.e. From I to Q, which is self-explanatory. The typology here is broadly chronological. In my research, I refer to Batu Aceh as referring not to the output of a singular continuous industry, but rather an agglomeration of tombstone carving techniques and ornamental styles historically associated with the broader region of northern Sumatra. From its very beginnings, the study of Batu Aceh, which began at the behest of colonial scholar Christiaan Snoekhuygrogne, was driven by the search of what Elizabeth Lambourne calls hard epigraphic data. What this means is that the survey conducted in the early 20th century, and many others carried out later, omitted uninscribed tombstones or tombstones with simple formulaic inscriptions. It is worth highlighting here, looking at the typology, that only a small proportion of Batu Aceh carry inscriptions proper. Around the end of the 16th century, inscription on Batu Aceh gave way to imitation of letter forms, or even replaced by floral patterns or arabesque altogether. Osman Muhammad Yatim, who wrote his PhD thesis on Batu Aceh, observed that the Shahada inscribed on the tombstones was not easily legible and was fashioned so as to produce an artistic effect rather than an easily legible script. Albert Le Bonheur, the curator of Southeast Asia at the Musée Guimet, remarked that the compression and the bastardization of the characters render inscriptions illegible. Ludwig Alus went on to name these types of inscriptions as schematized inscriptions or pseudo-inscriptions, defining them as inscriptions where the script gradually departs from canonical Arabic letters and become increasingly illegible. Implied in this definition is a progression which begins with an inscription, the Shahada, and ends with a series of vertical shafts, some of which have head serifs linking to form a horizontal line near the top of the inscriptional register. The term pseudo-inscription has been used in various ways in art historical discourse. Traditionally taken as one half of a dichotomy, pseudo-inscriptions are defined in opposition to true inscriptions, which refer to those that carry semantic information. Pseudo-inscriptions are therefore not meant to be read in the traditional sense. In practice, Arabic pseudo-inscription has been used in the context of medieval European paintings to refer to patterns resembling Arabic letters, be it the artist's imitation of true Arabic inscriptions or their own invention. Although pseudo-inscriptions may be devoid of semantic content, they are not without meaning. The meaning does not derive from the deployment of specific words or sentences, but from the connotations and powers associated with the mere presence of Arabic script. In such inscriptions, characters assume a role akin to that of iconographic motifs, rather than transmit the words of a specific message. A number of explanations have been offered for pseudo-inscriptions on Batu Aceh. Their repeated application has been likened to a visual representation of the Sufi dhikr, the ritual repetition of verses in remembrance of God. The Shahada, which predominantly consists of a series of lams and alifs, is easily recognizable to even those with a rudimentary knowledge of the Arabic script. In this case, the pseudo-inscription functions as a mnemonic. No matter how stylized the script or how far it deviates from rules of Arabic orthography, it can convey the same meaning. There are other explanations offered for this phenomenon, which, for reasons of brevity, I will not go into in this presentation. Now, Chalus, the foremost authority on epigraphy, Batu Aceh epigraphy, views the increasing prevalence of pseudo-inscriptions in Batu Aceh as indicative of the decline of the Arabic language in the Malay archipelago. In his view, the archipelago's peripheral location in relation to the Islamic world meant that the Arabic language, as well as Persian, never became fully established there. The diminishing of external influence and the resulting lack of expertise in Arabic writing led to true inscriptions becoming gradually replaced with signs, whose meaning was allegedly eventually forgotten. The phenomenon referred to in scholarship as pseudo-inscription can actually be separated into two. First is the disappearance of true inscriptions, which includes biographical information, prayers, Quranic verses, aphorisms, verses of poetry, etc. Second is the development of pseudo-inscription, which I define as the stylization of letter forms into ornament. The first appears to have taken place more suddenly than the second. A pair of tombstones, as you can see on the slide, containing both true and pseudo-inscriptions, indicate that the use of the latter as ornamentation is not necessarily related to the degeneration of the former. These tombstones, marking the resting place of Sultan Salahuddin, likely the son of the first Sultan of Aceh, Sultan Ali Muhayyad Shah, the inscriptions here have not been fully deciphered, but the sides of the tombstones show a few series of vertical shafts with serifs joined at the base. In one register, 2 horizontal and 2 diagonal lines are superimposed upon the series of shafts, effectively rendering them non-textual or anti-textual even. In these tombstones, pseudo-inscription is employed to fill otherwise blank registers. Repeated shahadas have also been used alongside inscription containing biographical information. The southern stele of the grave of Sultan Muzaffar Shah is inscribed with the name of the deceased and his date of death, while the northern stele is for the most part inscribed repetitions of La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. The forms of both steles are identical, and based on the material and physical condition, it's reasonable to assume that they were carved around the same time. The shahadas inscribed in all 3 registers of side C, as you can see in the left, and that on the lowest register of side D are markedly different. In any case, tombstones such as this one shows that the seemingly formulaic application of the shahada does not correspond with a decline in calligraphic skills. So we must look elsewhere for why this phenomenon happened. Osman Muhammad Yatim speculated in the 1980s that religious authorities could have forbidden tombstone inscriptions. The use of inscriptions on Muslim tombstones has been a point of contention at various moments since the early Islamic period. The survival of the 17th century legal text written at the court of the Sultan of Aceh demonstrates that the use of inscriptions was viewed unfavorably and is linked to the regional trend towards Sharia-minded piety in that period. The Siratul Mustaqim was written by Nuruddin Araniri, a Gujarati scholar of Arab lineage, who arrived in Aceh in 1637 from his hometown of Randir. He was appointed as Shaykhul Islam, formerly held by Shamsuddin al-Samatra'i. A prolific writer, Al-Raniri is best remembered as a polemical figure who declared Hamza Fansur and Shamsuddin heretics and pantheists for their allegedly deviant Wujudi leanings. He had their books burned in front of the Grand Mosque and their followers condemned to death. Al-Raniri's attack against the doctrine of Wahdatul Wujud in Aceh broadly occurred during the same time as when said doctrine, which was popular in India, especially during the time of the Mughal Emperor Akbar, faced great theological and social opposition. The Siratul Mustaqim was composed in 1634 and 1644, and is a legal manual focusing on ritual obligations or ibadat. It is possibly one of the most frequently copied Malay manuscripts of all time, with over 175 copies identified thus far. Consisting of 7 books, with topics ranging from ritual purification, prayer, fasting, almsgivings, and funerals. As is customary of the genre, Al-Raniri cites the sources in the text's introduction. He draws upon 13th to 16th century Shafi'i legal manuals, all of which are written in Arabic, as you can see in this slide. The Siratul Mustaqim, however, was written in Malay with short passages in Arabic and the odd Acehnese word, as it was aimed at those wishing to learn about Shafi'i jurisprudence, but without any knowledge of Arabic. In the Siratul Mustaqim, the chapters on funerals, the Bab al-Janaiz, is found between the Book of Prayer and the Book of Almsgiving. Al-Raniri follows exactly the conventional sequence of topics relating to the funerals, starting with the remembrance of death and the instruction of the dying. Significant portions of the chapter are dedicated to the washing and shrouding of the body, followed by procedures for praying for the dead. The final section, which the following slides will discuss in detail, relates to the burial of the body and tombstone rituals. Shafi'i jurists whom Araniri cite agree that the grave should be raised up to a span and that its surface should be level. Water should be sprinkled and pebbles or gravels placed upon it. It is generally recommended that a stone, a rock, or a piece of wood be placed upon the head of the tomb. Now, Araniri himself states that it is sunnah to place tombstones on graves as it glorifies God. Here you can see an interesting example of Kitab Malay where it says mengucap tasbih, I uttering subhanallah, but actually it just means it glorifies God. Here Sunnah refers to a normative set of practices based on the traditions and practices of the Prophet and the early Muslims. The permissibility
Mr.
of funerary...
Harjo,
Yeah?
excuse me. You have remaining time for 5 minutes more.
Okay, the permissibility of funerary inscriptions, on the other hand, is more complicated. Islamic opposition to tombstone inscriptions may have had its origins in Jewish interdiction, but early Muslim traditionist objection to what was no doubt a popular practice was reflected in the textual corpus of the Hadith. Accordingly, Araniri considers writing on the grave or tombstone, be it the name of the dead or any others, reprehensible or makruh. Araniri's position on this matter is derived from Imam Nawawi's work, in which the placing of inscriptions of tombstones is considered makruh, but not outright forbidden or haram. Numerous Sunni jurists representing the four schools of jurisprudence have expressed opposition to the use of funerary inscriptions. Such inscriptions have historically been regarded as unnecessary embellishment, zina, wasteful expenditure, or deviant innovation or bid'ah for the purpose of self-aggrandizement. Now, while he considers tombstone inscriptions makruh, Araniri categorically forbids inscribing the verses of the Quran or the name of God. And this interdiction is traceable to Ibn Hajar al-Haytami's opinion, as recorded in his Tufat al-Muhtaj. Al-Haytami quotes the 14th century jurist Shihabuddin al-Athra'i, who argues that inscribing the Quran on tombs would expose the word of God to being trodden upon or contaminated by impurities from corpses and should therefore be prohibited. Indeed, the lengthy quotations from the Quran which characterize Batu Aceh from the second half of the 16th century almost entirely disappeared. But then, why do we still continue to see the name of God on Batu Aceh on subsequent periods? How do we account for the proliferation of pseudo inscriptions on Batu Aceh? And why did the stone carvers, who had a vast repertoire of designs at their disposal, continue to use abstracted forms of inscription? Araniri left suddenly in 1641 1643 to return to his native Gujarat after facing opposition from the followers of Saifur Rijal, a follower of the disgraced Shamsuddin Samatra'i. Attitudes towards funerary inscriptions, however, appear to have remained the same after Araniri's departure, as his legacy seemed to have endured despite his brief tenure in Aceh. In 1661, Abdul Rauf Asingkili took up the post of Shaykhul Islam, which he occupied until his death in 1693. Abdul Rauf's approach has been described as ironic despite his reformist inclinations. Probably keen to avoid another bloody episode, he managed to bridge the schism between the Sufis and the more Sharia-minded scholars. The Sultan of Tajul Alam commissioned Abdul Rauf to write Mirat at-Tulab, a legal text aimed as a guide for judges. Mirat at-Tulab covers topics such as commercial, criminal, matrimonial, and inheritance law, but is completely silent on ritual obligations or ibadat. Abdul Rauf presents no rulings on permissibility of funerary practices, and it is apparent that the Mirat at-Tulab was intended as a supplement to Siratul Mustaqim, and that the Siratul Mustaqim was still very much in use of the court in the later 7th century. On the tombstone such as the one on the left, the Shahada is visually represented in the 3 horizontal registers by a series of vertical shafts with head serifs, punctuated by the diagonal of the slanted lam alifs and the looped final has. On the right, you can see that the lam alifs have been abstracted to resemble a sequence of arrows. And the Shahada plays a central role in the Muslim faith. As one of the 5 pillars of Islam, its recitation in front of witnesses is considered an integral act in religious conversion. The significance of its recitation in religious life is well documented in works written at the Aceh court in the 16th and 17th centuries. Shamsuddin, al-Raniri's predecessor, in the epilogue of his Jawhar al-Haqa'iq, states that recitation of the phrase at the ascending levels of dhikr, muraqabah, tawajjuh, and mushahada leads to the attainment of the experience of God. The expression is also an important part of funerary ritual, as Araniri
Mr.
reminds
Harjo.
us. Yep.
Mr. Harjo,
Sorry,
sorry,
am I
2 minutes.
Okay. It's considered, as Arani reminds us, when someone is dying, it's considered sunnah that someone else instructs him or her to say La ilaha illallah. And later on, Abdul Rauf, who occupied the post of Shaykh al-Islam after Saiful Rijal's tenure, writes as such, reciting that whoever recites La ilaha illallah with a pure heart will enter paradise. And finally, in another work by Abdul Rauf here, dan adapun zikr yang terafdal daripada segala zikr pada ketika sekarat al-maut itu, maka yaitu zikr La ilaha illallah. So the virtue of the shahada in the context of death seems to have superseded the general skepticism with which funerary inscriptions were regarded. Here I argue that the use of the expression in abstracted forms constitutes an adaptive pietistic paradigm, in which stone carvers and their patrons, kept to the letter of the law, were preserving the ritual efficacy of tombstone inscriptions. In this brief presentation, I hope to have shown how jurisprudential discourses and contestations over the validity of tradition had an impact on the funerary material culture in 17th century and beyond, 17th century Aceh and beyond. It is apparent that the debates on the permissibility of funerary inscription, which spanned from the early centuries of Islam, had a considerable impact on the development of the Batu Aceh tradition. The proliferation of pseudo-inscription on later Batu Aceh
Mr. Harjo,
did not arise.
we are very sorry because your time is
I
finished.
have-
Oh, this is conclusion? Yes. In
Yeah,
1
exactly.
minute, please.
Yes, I will. The proliferation of pseudo-inscription on later Batu Aceh did not arise from the lack of knowledge in the Arabic language. Neither did it signify the absolute triumph of orthodoxy over popular practice. One can only speculate if the abstraction of the Shahada constituted an esotericization of a statement that is not only central to funerary ritual, but also religious life. Considering the limited extent to which true inscriptions were legible to the majority of population at the time, the so-called pseudo-inscriptions were ostensibly no less legible, but they signify as a well-known and easily recognizable formula. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Harjo, thank you very much for very interesting presentation about Batu Aceh. Mr. Harjo also speak Bahasa?
Yeah, yes, I do. But you can ask me in both languages. Yep.
Oh, nanti kalau ke Indonesia ikut sarkub, suka ziarah-ziarah kubur ya.
Oh yeah, yeah, boleh.
Very interesting. Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Jessica Raharjo. And now we have Pak Frial Ramadan here by offline, who will present about rating Indian Ocean in Malay Press, Dr. Sutomo's travel writing. Yes, Pak Frial, silakan.
Cek. Thank you, Dr. Ginanjar. I have 20 minutes, right? No, I think I will make it short. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Frial. I have presentation entitled Writing Indian Ocean in Malay Press, Dr. Sutomo's travel writings in 1936. Okay, next. I think historical science for a long time recognized travel writings as primary sources. In addition to official archives, travel writings are able to uncover reality, fact, condition of society in certain places, and the truth itself. Travel writings has become research interest of many scholars in various geographical area, Sanjay Subrahmanyam and Muzaffar Alam's book entitled Indo-Persian Travels in the Age of Discoveries uncovers Persian travel accounts authored by many writers in early modern periods. In this book, Subrahmanyam and Alam analyze relationship between travel accounts and definitions of cultural region, so-called Hindustan. And then there is Michael Ada's book entitled Machines as the Measurement, is the best example of how a historian used European travel writings to construct social and cultural perception of the others. In this book, Michael Adas argues that superiority of Western civilization in late 19th and early 20th centuries originated from the perception shaped by Western travelers in non-Western world, especially Africa. And there is the works from Jürgen Osterhammel also writes about how knowledge about Asia was classified, evaluated, and archived by Europeans, especially during Enlightenment period. Accordingly, many studies about travel writings has been researched by scholars, especially in early modern and modern period. But the scholars emphasize travel writings written by subjects from the center of metropolitan of empire. Yet in early 20th century, traveling was more easy for a colonized child or anak jajahan. They didn't only travel to European cities, but also to European colonies. Dr. Sutomo's travel writings are remarkably example of how subjects from a European colony describe the other European colonies. In this context, I will analyze Sutomo's travel writings about British colonies in Indian Ocean, especially India and Ceylon or Sri Lanka. Therefore, I consider that South Asia become contact zone between colonized subjects. The zone means a spatial where colonized subjects build interactive and improvisational dimensions of colonial encounters. Okay, next. This is, I think all of you know about the sample of travel writings from Ibn Battuta, Awalia Chelebi, or Marco Polo. Next. Okay, I analyzed the travel writings published by Dr. Sutomo from Suara Umum newspaper or General Voice, Suara Umum newspaper, the collection of National Library of Indonesia. I think many of you know about the biography of Dr. Sutomo because he was indigenous elite, indigenous doctor or physicians who gained modern education in medical science thanks to ethical policy promulgated by Netherlands in 1901. In medical school or Stovia, Sutomo met a Javanese nationalist, Dr. Cipto Mangunkusumo. And both of them founded the first modern Javanese solidarity organization, so-called Budi Utomo. And in 1 April 1936, Dr. Sutomo started his travel first to Japan with Nagoya Maru ship. His ship then arrived in Kobe, and thereafter Sutomo wrote his first letter to his friend in Surabaya in order to be published in Suara Umum newspaper. After staying in Japan and visiting several cities like Kobe, Osaka, Nikko, Tokyo, and Yokohama, Sutomo continued his travel to Shanghai, Malaya, Singapore, India, and Ceylon, and then continued his travel to Middle East and Europe. On the way to India, Sutomo expressed that Indonesian had relations with India since ancient time or Zaman Purba. He argued that Indonesian relations with India was attested by Hindu temples in Java, especially Borobudur Temple. In addition, Mahabharata and Ramayana stories also, according to him, became self-evidence of relationship between Indonesians and Indians in the past. Next. Calcutta was the first Indian city that Dr. Sutomo saw during his travel in India. In the city, Sutomo wrote about his meeting with Hindu priests from Sri Ramakrishna Mission, and detailed information regarding education in Ramakrishna Mission School was also written by Dr. Sutomo. Therefore, he also paid attention to spiritual life of Hindu priests in the school. During his visit to India, Sutomo visited Hindu religious sanctuaries such as Siwa Temple. Not only did he visit Hindu temples and schools, but also Buddhist temples in Calcutta. Moreover, Sutomo also visited Bodh Gaya site in Bihar, where Buddha did meditation under Bodhi tree. In Ceylon or Sri Lanka, Sutomo was also invited by Mahabodhi Society to witness that ceremony in Colombo. Attended by 300 Buddhist monks, Sutomo wrote detailed information regarding the ceremony. And then Sutomo also wrote about universities, modern education in India, such as University of Calcutta and then Benares University and so on and so on. Next. This is the sample of Sutomo's travel writings in Suara Umum newspaper. The title is Dari Tepi Sungai Gangga. And then in the right side is the photograph taken by, I think not by Sutomo, but this is the temple of Gaya in Bihar, or Candi Gaya. The next. Travel writings written by foreigners regarding certain places or countries always comprise incompleteness. So Sutomo's travel writings about South Asia also could not avoid incompleteness. In these travel writings published in Suara Umum, Sutomo tend to frame South Asia, especially India and Ceylon, as the land of Hinduism and Buddhism. Certainly, Sutomo was not historian, so he couldn't tell the total history of South Asia. But Sutomo, in my paper, was a victim of imperialism of knowledge because he relied his social and cultural knowledge of South Asia on books written by European scholars. And Sutomo's travel writings about South Asia was inseparable with the era of the loss of Hindustan. It was an era of political forgetting of Hindustan history. Manan Ahmed Asif states that political forgetting superimposes the present over the past, such that all the convenience and prejudice over the present overshadow the complexities and live in realities of the past. Next. In this sense, when Sutomo arrived in India in 1936, the concept of Hindustan had been changed by political interests of British colonial regime. Previously, Hindustan was a multicultural concept encompassing the diversity of religion from Himalaya until Ganges River or Sungai Gangga. In his poem entitled Bang Edara, published in 1924, Muhammad Iqbal remarked that Hindustan was a collective for all people living in it. In short, it was an affirmation that the people were Hindustani first and Muslim or Hindu after. When Sutomo arrived in India, he did not find Iqbal's conception of Hindustan. Rather, he defined India as Hindus or the land of Hindu. Islam or Muslim was not mentioned by Sutomo. According to Sutomo, Hindus people was people whose mixed blood between Arya and local indigenous and combination between Veda teaching and animism embraced by indigenous people. Therefore, Sutomo believed that Hinduism was all of religion in that land except Islam and Christian, which arrived in India late. Next. In his writing, Sutomo also did not pay immensely attention to Islamic legacy in India and so on. If any, it was only mentioned briefly in comparison with legacy of Hinduism and Buddhism. Although Mughal Empire left impressive heritage in India, such as mosque, tomb, and madrasa, Sutomo did not write it positively about the legacies in his travel writings. For example, when he wrote about Safdarjung tomb in Delhi, he told his story about Mirza Mukim Abdul Mansur Khan or Safdarjung, who was imprisoned by his son. In addition, Sutomo only praised the beautiful architecture of Taj Mahal when he visited Agra. He didn't write his story of Mughal Empire and its contribution to India. His travel writings indicated that Sutomo had no knowledge about Islamic history in India. It was contrast when he described in detail about Hinduism and its contribution to India. Furthermore, he was able to link Hinduism history in India with Javanese history, as he did to Borobudur Temple and Ramayana and Mahabharata stories. But Sutomo admitted the contribution of Islam as long as Islam did not confront modernity value. In his writing, Sutomo also disparaged traditional scholar of Islam or Kiai because they use holy religion to gain benefit from people. Why did Sutomo disparage traditional Islamic scholar meanwhile he never disdained traditional Hindu priests he met during his travel in India? In short, I argue that Sutomo had negative perception to Islam, especially traditionalist Islam. In Ceylon also, Dr. Sutomo did not emphasize Islamic legacy and heritage. Although Sutomo explained in detail about condition of Malay people in Ceylon, but he was not interested in Islam. So next, yes, Sutomo visited Safdarjung tomb in Delhi, but Sutomo did not explain in detail about the history or the legacy of Islam in India and South Asia. Okay, next. So my conclusion is travel writing is not only historical source which help historian to reconstruct past, neither was it chamber of fact or an encyclopedia of the other. Travel writing can uncover cultural perception of his writer toward other societies. European history reveals that travel writings are sources which can shape superiority of European towards the others. In travel writing, there were endeavors of writers to classify, evaluate, archive one civilization, but in the same time, removing and omitting other civilizations. Since the late 19th century, travel writings authored or written by Europeans tend to emphasize superiority of European civilizations' achievement over non-Western civilizations. Those civilizations which was unable to compromise with Eurocentric civilizations tend to be removed from travel writings narrative. Ahmed Manan Asif calls this phenomena as political forgetting. Non-Western writers could not easily avoid political forgetting preceded by European writers when they wrote travel writings. In this context, Dr. Sutomo wrote his travel writing about South Asia by removing and overriding contribution of Islam in this region. He arrived in South Asia when the region experienced the loss of Hindustan. Hindustan was at the time not described as the land for all religions, but exclusively destined for the Hinduism. In this sense, I argue that Dr. Sutomo's travel writings strengthen the loss of Hindustan by overriding Islamic history and culture from South Asia, especially India. Thank you very much.
Okay, Pak Frial, thank you very much for your interesting presentation about jalan-jalannya Dr. Sutomo ke India ya. So now we have Dr. Afif Ahmed. Dr. Afif Ahmed, are you with us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, so Dr. Afif Ahmed will present about being Muslim for Hid to II. So the time is yours, please, Dr. Afif Ahmed.
Can you see my screen? Is my screen visible? Hello? Is my screen visible? Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. My topic of presentation is being Muslim from head to toe, the production and circulation of lungis and fez in the Indian Ocean world. So I will start my presentation with a recent field experience. I was in Keelakare, a prominent center of Islamic learning and a coastal town on the Coromandel coast of Tamil Nadu. So this is the Coromandel coast. As I walked towards the Dargah of Madihur Rasul Surakarta al-Kahiri, a prominent scholar of Islam and an eminent literary figure, I happened to pass by a textile store. A huge colorful name board of a shop read black and white lungis. What sparked my interest was not the name, but the descriptions that followed. Below the name, they mentioned various types of lungis available there. In bulleted points, those can be read like these: Bangladesh lungis, Indonesian lungis, Malaysian lungis, Sri Lankan lungis, and Yemen lungis. As I walked further, I could see men, young and old alike, in colorful printed lungis, which is very likely attire in an unlikely fashion in Tamil Nadu. As I spent a few days in the town, I could see that this was present in all walks of the life, whether it was going for the market or masjid or even to the marriage function. So I sat down in the Arusiya Masjid waiting for Asr prayer. I saw a young man wearing a branded printed baggy loose fit t-shirt, specifically mentioning it as it's only a very recent trend that too prominent in urban centers of India, styled with a printed colorful lungi. A middle-aged man sitting beside him in the surf, wearing an ordinary check shirt, also had a similar lungi. The visible contrast in their upper body outfit and the surprising unification of this in their lower body outfit was very interesting to me. I was curious about the appeal it holds across the generation, regardless of their age and taste. It was also interesting to see what makes them embody this distinct material as a part of their corporeal appearance. This is a picture from Keelakare, self-mentioning. Another interesting instance was in Kayalpatnam, another coastal town in the Coromandel coast of Tamil Nadu. Kayal is almost like a tin town of Keelakare in various aspects, including their shared past of being the centers of Islamic learning, trade, and Tariqa networks, and a number of kinship relationships. While I was doing my fieldwork in Kayal during my master's period, I happened to visit United Sports Club, one of the prominent football clubs in the town, where football is the most popular sport. In the club's office, I found a group photo of the club's members, which date back to early half of the 20th century. There were two interesting, at least interesting for me, features in that group photo, combining almost 100 young and old men. The first one is that everyone was in lungis, predominantly white ones. Apart from that, almost half of them were wearing face cap. As you can see in the picture in the slide, I don't think it's very clear, but almost more than half of them were wearing face caps. The continuity of this corporeal practice was a curious element for me, as this physical disposition also had a sense of unification among the youths and elders of the town, regardless of their attire. These two instances led me to look into the self-fashioning of Muslims on the Coromandel coast of Tamil Nadu and the trajectory of this sartoriality, which has various historical intersections with the centuries-long Southeast Asian connections of the region and the later colonial interventions in the region. This is not a purely historical account, because I'm not trained in history for that matter. Rather, this is an ethnographic attempt to trace the historical trajectory of the corporeal identity of coastal Muslims in Tamil Nadu by looking at the presence and prevalence of two material objects in the region. Being a Madras Pulle, corporeality and Muslim identity on the Coromandel coast. During my first visit to Kayalpatnam, I used to hang out with a few youngsters who would show me around the town. As I would always wear trousers and pants and a normal niskar topi, which is a Muslim headgear, the elders would look at me in an unconvincing manner. When I shared this with the friends, they would tell me that it was the Madras Pulleys of the town who would wear such pants in the town. Madras Pulle was a sarcastic term referring to the few youngsters who had started wearing pants or trousers in the town after going to higher studies in Madras. Apart from them, all others would be in their Madras handkerchief plaids or colorful printed sarong. We wear shirts and pants in Madras, but regardless of that, we wear this here. Everyone does that, one of my youngster friends added. It reminded me of a conversation with a friend working in an IT company in Bangalore. While I told him I was going to Kayalpatnam for fieldwork, he asked me to carry a lungi with me half jokingly. Most of my techie friends in Kayalpatnam would wear pants and everything in Bangalore, but once they are in Kayalpatnam, they would miraculously switch into lungis. Be it a wedding or shopping, there are no compromises. The most interesting thing is that, they are excited to do this, my friend told. In his pioneering work on the Muslims of South India, so these are some pictures from the Kayalpatnam and Keelakare. In his pioneering works on the Muslims of South India, Mattison Mines looked into the Islamization among the Muslims of Tamil Nadu, observing that the Tamil Muslims purify their ritual behavior through language and dress in order to establish their distinct identity as Muslims once they migrate to Madras city from villages. Mines concludes that this corporeal purification arises from their need to form and maintain a distinct identity from Hindus. In his ethnographic account, he presents a contrasting study of Muslims in Pallavaram, a part of Chennai city, and Edekote, a village near Dindigul. He presents the urban behavior and the rural behavior of the Muslims in stark contrast in three ways: ritual, linguistic, and corporeal. He argues that the rituals such as Urs in the urban neighborhoods are more Puritan in nature, while such rituals take place in more syncretic manner in the rural villages. Along with that, he observes that the Muslims in urban centers try to disidentify themselves with the Tamil language and try to replace Tamil with Urdu as the household language. Corporeally, this change is distinctive as they try to dress differently from their Hindu counterparts. He argues that these distinctions employed in the urban setting help them to form an Islamic ethnic identity, which is different from the Hindus. In Mind's account, while the urban centers are the major site in which this desire for a Puritan identity is manifested, the villages are more syncretic in nature with their relatively Hinduist ritual performances, and the language spoken in the households and masjids is Tamil and not Urdu. Mind's posed this rigid urban-rural binary in order to rationalize the process of Islamization in Tamil Nadu. In her account of Qadiriya Tariqa and the Islamization in Tamil Nadu and Sri Lanka, Susan Schomburg contradicts Mind's account of Islamic identity while talking about Muslim women in Kayalpatnam. Considering their limited behavioral flexibility as well, Schomburg argues that the case of Kayalpatnam and other Markar towns presents an opposite case of what Mind's presents in his account. She argues that the identity in these towns are very much related to the Islamically defined virtues. She does not refuse the claims of Minds as baseless. Rather, she points out that the Islamic codes of behavior in such towns are relatively rigid compared to the other Muslim regions in Tamil Nadu. The corporeal and linguistic contrasts that Minds bring in order to point out the differences between rural and urban behavior also call support in this context. Tamil, both as a language and a marker of culture, is very much a part of the identity of Muslims in Kayalpatnam and Keelakare. In contrast to the adoption of Urdu, coromandel Muslims in the region had not only contributed a lot to the Tamil literature, but had engaged with the language to the extent that they had to devise a new form of writing in writing the language in Arabic script, which later came to be known as Arabu Tamil. In short, the Tamil Muslims on the Coromandel coast contradict what Minds was trying to establish by looking at the Tamil Muslims. They do it by reconfiguring their everyday appearance and their linguistic engagements. Thus, they maintain their distinct identity not in the metropolitan cities, but in their natal towns, where they embody their tradition from head to toe. Embodying the tradition or embracing the elsewhere, the tradition of corporeality in the coast. This act of embodying tradition from head to toe is not an exclusively formed practice which can be purely traced back to the Tamil tradition. In his magnificent account of the culture and literature of the Arab region, Taika Shoaib Alim observes that the history of Lungi, which is also known as Kamboy, can be traced back to Batavia, present-day Jakarta. He observes that the dress came through the presence of the Dutch Empire in the Southeast Asian Indian Ocean region. This history asks us to look into the larger history of textiles in the region where the trade had flourished even before the arrival of colonial powers. In his historical account of Coromandel Muslims, Raja Muhammad observes that the Tamil Muslim presence was evident in the Malay and Indonesian world, especially in Penang and Aceh, thanks to their trading and missionary activities, and was known as Cholia Muslims in the region. While talking about this relation, Susan Bailey also noted that Arab traders and navigators on the Coromandel coast can be traced back to the 8th or 9th century AD. She observes that their numbers increased as the region began to play a central role in the international textile trade, which linked South India to the entry port of West Asia and Indonesian archipelago. Raja Muhammad observes that Adiramapatnam, Keelakare, Nagapatnam, Porto Novo, and Pulicat were among the region's most active textile export centers by the 16th century. Om Prakash relies on archaeological evidence and shows us the possibility of textile remains from India in Indonesia in 14th and 15th centuries, which actually precedes the arrival of Dutch in the region. As in the case of so I'm quoting directly from Om Prakash here because it is like very important. As you can see in the screen, this is an aerial view of Pulicat, one of the first trading factories established by Dutch VOC or Dutch East India Company in the Coromandel coast. So as in the case of European trading companies, the principal aim of the VOC was the procurement of pepper and other spices in Asia. Unlike the Portuguese before them, however, the Dutch sought to do this in Indonesia. By the early 1620s, the VOC had managed to acquire effective monopoly rights in cloves, nutmeg, and maize in the Spice Islands. But they soon discovered that traditionally Indian textiles had been used in the region as the principal medium of exchange, and no large-scale procurement of spices was feasible unless the company could lay hands on a large amount of relatively cheap Indian cotton textiles. He also observed that how the acute business drive of the company had led them to establish 4 factories between 1606 and 1610 across the Coromandel coast in order to supply the textiles to the Southeast Asian region. It is in this context that Alim has traced the history of Lungi in the region. He observes that the saram or sarong, made of cotton mostly with stripes and manufactured on the handlooms in some regions, was also known as Kamboy or Lungi. Further, he argues that the Dutch had introduced this dress in Tamil Nadu after establishing a trade center in Muslim village called Palvarkattu, which later became known as Pulicat. Pulicat later became famous for Palakattu plaids, cheap, inexpensive check lungis that were exported around the world, particularly in Southeast Asian region, which is known as Kain Pelikat, also in the region, which became very famous in the Malay region even today. In her magnificent accounts of textiles and dress across the world, Valerie Steele remarks that the sarong is an item of everyday dress and as well as an essential component of formalized ethnic dress in Indonesia. While tracing its origins, she notes that sarong was the dress of seafaring peoples of the Malay Peninsula near Sumatra and Java. She adds that the early sea traders in this water were Muslims from India, and Islam spread from the coastal areas, so it is thought that these dress may have been woven plates which were associated with Muslim men, and thereby curiously leaving the question of origins not specifically to land, but to ocean and the movements within itself. Thus, the history of lungi in the region does not go back to the older times and tradition as one would expect it to, given the prominence of dhoti and veshti in the Tamil region. So, as you can see in the slide, veshti is a regular sarong-like attire prominent in Tamil Nadu across the seasons. It is in the right side of the first picture. But unlike the most white plain veshti, these lungis prominent in Kayalpatnam and Keelakare came in stark color block prints and patterns or in black and blue checks. Veshti, in contrast to dhoti, the history of which Patricia traced back to older periods. As the illustrations in the slide show, this loin cloth is looped between the legs and tucked fore and aft. In contrast, veshti is draped around the body with a flick of wrist, which enables a lengthy garment to fall into the sides of the legs. Lungi, a genre innovation of veshti, is sometimes stitched on the upper side to make it tubular while wearing, mostly seen in bold checks. Can be tucked in front effortlessly as it comes mostly in stitched manner. So these attires have been a part of Tamil everyday for centuries. This particular account of the Indian Ocean Network shows us how lungi or sarong-like attire had arrived in the region through the Dutch and how it had later become an essential part of their embodied appearance and tradition. So I'll go to the next part. The first question and the Coromandel. It was 1905. MC Abdul Qadir, the first Muslim to be an advocate in Sri Lanka, entered the courtroom where Charles Layard, a British, was the Chief Justice. As Qadir was about to present his appeal, he was asked by Layard to remove his face cap, as it was considered disrespectful to the court. As this questioned his dignity, Qadir left the court and vowed never to return. On 19 September of 1905, the Supreme Court issued a minute by officially prohibiting fez in the court. It caused a huge public outcry from the Muslims, who were organized for the first time in the island for this cause. The organization was so strong that it reports 30,000 men attended the public meeting held at Maradana Mosque in Colombo, which was above 10% of the total Muslim population in Sri Lanka, according to the 1902 census at that time. What is striking for us in the meeting is the presence of Maulvi Rafiuddin, a guest speaker from India, and the 2 points he had raised. These were the 2 points. He compared the great Mohammedan nation by quoting from a hadith of Prophet Muhammad, which is quoted by Sahih Muslim, the great Mohammedan nation to a body that when one limb of it is affected, the whole body feels the pain. And he points out that we, the Muslim subjects, are loyal because England allows us freedom in all our religious and traditional customs. And our great and popular leader, Sir Sayyid Ahmad Khan, has recognized the fez as our headdress. In these 2 points, he reiterates 2 crucial points. One being that the idea of Ummah is the common terrain of universal solidarity, and another one is that, though in an indirect way, he recognizes fez as a traditional and religious custom. We can keep the question of religion aside. Was fez a traditional attire for Muslims in Sri Lanka and India? In her account of Muslim revivalism in Sri Lanka, Vettimuni provides us with an account of how fez was introduced through the presence of transnational actors in the time of a global revivalist wave from Egypt and India, which Barbara Metcalf views as 2 important geographies that gave rise to Islamic modernist reinterpretation. It was Orabi al-Misri, as you can see in the picture, who was fondly known as Arabi Pasha, who was exiled by the British from Egypt following his failed revolt against the Khedive government in 1882, brought fez to the island along with modernizing Egyptian ideals and the spirit of Islamic mobilization. So it was prominent among
Mr.
the
Afif?
Oh,
Mr. Afif?
yes, yes.
You have 5 minutes more for your time.
Sure. So
Yes.
it was prominent among the elites of the region first. It did not remain an elite attire for a long time. So it was introduced only after 1882. After the arrival of Misri by 1905, it was adopted by the Lankan Muslims as their national headgear. Thus, the tradition, as Rafiuddin called it, was only 20 years old. We can see how it was to be invented in order to present the Muslims of the island with a new and distinct identity that was of a revived, reformed one, which united the Muslims from Maimans to Malays and Boras to Moors. The Indian connection was already present in the reformist effort in Sri Lanka. But the fez traveled across the Park Strait from the Tamil Moors who were engaged in the textile trade in the region. Vettimuni attributes the presence of fez among the Tamil Muslims in the region to the arrival of Arabi Pasha. Sumaya Mustafa, a local historian from Kayalpatnam, testifies by taking the archival images of the men in Kayalpatnam by looking at the absence of fez in the images beyond the period of the arrival of Misri. But at the same time, it has to be noted that the Fez had acquired a global presence across the Muslim world as a pan-Islamic sentiment had developed in favor of Ottoman Sultan Abdulmajid I, which had its roots in the common colonial experience caused by a shared ideography and similar dress. Fernau observes that the Fez was adopted by Sir Sayyid Ahmad Khan and the Aligarh movement in the 1870s itself. Another account of the trajectory of Fez is provided by eminent historian Shahid Amin. For Amin, this is Sir Sayyid Ahmad Khan and the Khilafat leaders, Maulana Muhammad Ali Jawhar. So for Amin, Fez is a misnomer and a misrepresentation of Muslims effectively used for the purpose of national integration. He exemplifies this further with pictorial evidences from newspapers, as you can see in the slide. For him, Fez became as an essential marker of otherness instead of historical presence as a sign of camaraderie of an anti-colonialism, and rather it became a stringent marker of Muslim otherness in the colonial India. So the grand manifestation of this experience was later articulated in India in the form of cavalry, as Amin rightfully describes in the Khilafat movement, where the national movement for the Indian independence supported the Indian Muslims campaign against the British for their policy against the Ottoman Empire after the World War. The Fez, which was also known as Turki Topi among the Tamil Muslims, might have also had roots in its popularity in Malabar during the same period. For instance, while describing the physical and sartorial appearance of Varinkunnathu Kunjahamad Haji, a bullock cart driver by profession and the prominent leader of the famous Malabar revolt, which culminated in 1921, C. Gopalan Nair mentions that he wore a face cap, wore the Khilafat uniform and badge, and he had a sword in his hand. Given the strong relationship between Malabar and Malabar, which enjoyed shared spiritual, historical, and colonial past, can be also assumed that the Fez arrival in the region might have also influenced the presence of Fez in Malabar. Whatever the origins might be, the presence of the Fez in the Coromandel region also does not precede more than a century. And it is surprising to note that Fez, which was introduced as an inclusive and religiously neutral sartorial attire, in contrast to the religiously loaded turban of the ulama, later came to be known as the prime symbol of Islamic identity in South Asia, as the Fez controversy in Sri Lanka shows. With these complex histories that have crossed oceans, the Fez arrived in the region and became an essential part of the sartorial identity of Muslims in the coastal town of Tamil Nadu. So I'm getting into the conclusion of my presentation. The title and the object of the inquiry, I'll just conclude in 1 minute. The title and the object of the inquiry of this presentation, however trivial it may seem, is an important way to look at the identity of coastal Muslims in Tamil Nadu. It shows us how a distinct identity was formed not in rigid territorial claims, but rather in historical intersection of oceanic networks that connected them from the Middle East to the Southeast Asia. By taking two material objects from the region and their production and popularization as the point of inquiry, this study has attempted to look at the certain claims of tradition that have to be critically reinterrogated with methodological possibilities in front of us, bringing together ethnographic accounts and the historical sources together. So the Southeast Asian connections with the subcontinent have been studied either by looking at the cultural and literary transmission and circulation, which Ronit Rishi has done, or by emphasizing the economic aspects of the trade, which Om Prakash and Sheila Stephen has done. But by taking the material presence, reminiscence, and circulation, we can expand the scope of looking at the region's religious formation and spiritual networks. The newly catalogued and digitized VOC archives will be an excellent source to expand this line of inquiry, as scholars of Om Prakash could bring out an eminent economic and historical account of the region just by relying on the National Archives of Netherlands in Hague. I will conclude my presentation. That's it. Thank you for
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Afif Ahmed, for the presentation. And now we are with the last presenter, Ibu Dr. Nia Deliana ya. Silakan Ibu Nia.
Thank you so much. Finally, my turns come. Yeah, please share my screen. I hope you can bear with us. I will not take much time. Not gonna take 20 minutes, maybe 5, if that's possible. Okay, so this is the title I'm going to talk today. This is kind of an ongoing project still, so maybe you will find some loops here and there, which is fine. Some of the findings of this paper basically is coming from my latest visit to India fieldwork. Still many raw materials and just sharing a little bit with you what so far can be done. So spices for textiles, Aceh and South Indians cloth connection. Next, yang langsung aja cepet-cepet. So yeah, udah. Wait. Okay, balik. So okay, I will just sum up. You know, like we know that in the relation between South Indians and Indonesia, particularly for the island of Sumatra, there have been a lot, you know, a long trading networks, ports, for instance, mobility of people, and in some way, you know, degree of influences from South India to Indonesia. And that include in the case of textile, you know. So as early as before Islamization, the circulation has been the same between South India to Indonesia. So I kind of would like to look into different perspective that is about the existence of locality within this sort of, you know, diverse interactions through the Indian Ocean. And textile is one of the instances. And I know that we know, if you are familiar with the history of South India, then you're going to find that spices has been, you know, made for textiles, you know, especially in 17th, 18th century. There is that kind of increasing number of revenues, profits, very lucrative trade, spices in exchange of textiles between South India and Indonesia. Just next aja. So these are just the details that probably you can read. There's a cycle, you know, the cyclic trade, reaching all these ports. And basically Anthony Reid say that Southeast Asian textile market was dominated by India. Yeah, let's say in Banda market of Maluku, 85% of sales were by Indians and the remainders were locals. Yeah, what he means here is the seller, right? Not the commodity, like the site who produce or come up with the creativity on the textile. It's actually throughout the history of the Indian intermingles, there have been, you know, the mercantilism, ruler mastery, you know, in that kind of sense. But there is so inadequate narrative to talk about who basically dominate, you know, the making, you know, the art making of the textiles themselves. Were they Indians? Were they Indonesian? Were they shared? Something like that. Were they, you know, in loaned or influencing each other without a level of superiority and some sort of like that? I mean, just natural cause from the interaction, natural, you know, result. Sidi Lebeh, I give you two figure of there. Let's say, for instance, Sidi Lebeh is well known to be as a merchant in that case, 1670s. And then we have also the Churias, particularly in 18th century. There was a name, Labuka Marikar Kudalor. These guys, you know, wealthy merchants that rule the networks, yeah, bring back spices. And give you know, Indonesian people textiles. And here there is the labais and duties. This is basically what known to be the wafers that contributed to some extent. Yeah, even, you know, their products could replace, you know, pulikat during the British era. So as you see, they sold dyed cloth as well in Singapore, Malacca, and Aceh in exchange for betel nut spices. Now we come to the most important aspect, you know, the betel nut and spices, and what the connection between these two to the textile. Next. Right. So as it's from commodity to native industry, this is what I mean. Two axes at one time. So what I mean here is that, you know, the flow of the prolonged mercantile network here doesn't mean that the influences that come from South India to Indonesia was dominating by one of them, but it could happen, you know, borrowing between each other at the same time, because what we talk here is not 1 year, 2 year, but centuries. So So when let's say when the Labais wafers bring back their skill through migration to Sumatra, for instance, it could be at that time the Sumatrans themselves have found out how to make their own textile, and this is improved by numerous accounts later on that we know has been written so far in the later slide. So this slide here basically talking about the local manuscript, you know, maybe kind of Kanun Mukuta Alam in Syarah Tadkirat Tabakat Tengkudin, you know, describe the role of textiles and trade with the Coromandel Coast. So in this text, this is text so-called from 18th century, but some people dispute it, saying it is from 19th century. So in this text, the ruler of Aceh under the queen at that time, you know, putting certain tax, you know, or revenues on textiles that come from Bengal, Malabar, and Coromandel. And the killing sheep, for instance, you know, the revenue and taxes were applied in numerous prices, amounts, you know. So there is that kind of level of quality differences here, looking how, you know, the tax has been imposed. So says it say kain tulis panjang. This is coming from the killing ships from South India. So the people who use this kain, you know, mostly the royals, like the Orang Kaya Sri Maharaja Lala and etc. that I listed out over there. Next. Yeah. But yeah, so in this case, the Julia peddlers also, you know, they were famous in doing the textile trade. They come from Coromandel Port, but has been, you know, circulating around Southeast Asia, numerous ports for a century. It is said that, you know, 1830 was worth 860,000 Spanish dollar, you know, more worthy than the opium trade at that time. So Penang and Aceh is kind of, you know, the most regular ports that attended by textile traders. Next. Yeah, so here is an excerpt from newspaper about betel nut. So Nikkei Asia basically, you know, published this article saying that Indian textile industry find fresh use for betel nut. So this is not something new. It has been there for a long time. Yeah, betel nut has been used as one of the major ingredients to create the textile. And numerous, you know, accounts has witnessed this, especially when talking about the textile from Sumatra. Yeah, this is the detail. I don't want to go there. Just next, just go to the account. This is another detail of the merchants, you know, as a seller, Indian merchant, a seller of textile. Next. This is another detail on the function of betel nut and its distribution. So this is two accounts that I mentioned previously that they basically, you know, putting a witness on local or native textile industry. Thomas Forrest and John Anderson were among the British trading agents that witnessed the existence of a native Achinese textile industry as early as 18th century. So in his published account, you know, written in 1774, so he said he witnessed that there's cotton cloth, you know, checkered blue and white, involving local beetle dyes and silk cloth. So Aceh was, you know, was producing basically at home, you know, through the home industry, how to make cloth, you know, the silkworm and all that skill involved basically existed in 19th century. Things that perhaps not known so much now. John Anderson, you know, highlights about the popularity of Achinese trousers. He said that it was favored by Muslim convert Bataks, including as he saw an army of 400 people wearing blue cotton shirt and Achinese trousers, which is basically implying to the popularity of Achinese textiles. So in 1850, there was a trade fair in Singapore. Yeah. So some of the exhibition content is, you know, including the textiles from Aceh, local made. Right. And here the highlights here probably is the quote, Helen Fujimoto quoting the Penang Gazette wrote that you know, the chief of this American Nurdin, he's a Southern Indian, basically a Tamil Muslim, Marakai, I find kind of, you know, famous for many generations. So he said that they were involved in transit trade in the exchange of Indian Achinese textiles for Sumatran paper. In common with most of the South Indian Muslim traders, one shot cargo from Delhi in 1838 include 400 pichuls paper, and from the Pedir coast, 300 pichuls of betel nut and 3 bales of tobacco, 22 cotton and 2 peonies. So as you see, the numbers of betel nut increasing significantly in the middle of 19th century, which signifying, the need, to supply the need for the cotton or textile popularity at that time under the British in India and Europe. Yeah, I think next. Yeah, so this is the last slide that I have that I would like to highlight is that basically this local Chinese textile made, has been written in this book about, so the writer, complained about its disappearances, meaning like it's going extinct. So in this, the writer in 1901 here, said that he couldn't purchase anymore the original textiles made in Aceh, such as, silk, the plang rusa, the typical of a textile, silwu and artistry pattern, cannot be obtained easily anymore because this kind of textiles has been dominated in the making by women, and those women were either die and getting old, so the skills kind of die. So this is kind of very important to look into why the study of a native industry kind of important, and also to highlight the role of woman behind it. So this is my last slide. I don't have yet a kind of conclusion because it is still ongoing project. I would like to welcome numerous feedback and output. If you have, I would be happy to hear. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Nia, for the presentation about kain panjang. It's same with batik kain panjang or different? Different. Okay. So, is there any question or feedback or commenter for this session? Yes, first, Pak Mehmet Auzai, and also the other. Okay, Pak Mehmet, please.
Okay, thank you very much for presenters. My question to Jessica and Brother Frail. Jessica, thank you very much. Your very interesting paper. Very short. You mentioned, or at least over here in abstract, reformist juridical discourse. You referred some writings of Nuruddin Arari. She's over there or not? I'm not sure. Okay, and you compared his Fukih decisions with a few others, Sinkli and Shamsuddin Sumatrani. But as we know that, number one, it is a bit more orthodoxy, the approach of Nuruddin Araniri. And if we consider that reformist, it is quite earlier. If you compare with Abdul Wahab in Arabia and Waliullah, Shah Waliullah in India. And the second one, Chinese did continue this reformist perspective because after a while, Nuruddin Araniri left 1634. Then Chinese ulama, traditional ulama or whatever, they again occupied this area. So any comment about this, my question? And the Brother Frail, you just stopped this Thomas visit till India, Sri Lanka, but he reached also Turkey and some other Middle Eastern places. Are there any, probably you limited your presentation or your research, did he have any bias to Islam or other notes regarding to his observations in the Middle East and Turkey, because Islam is more representative, architectural or population, and Muslim population is more dominating. Are there any references, his observations, Islam in Middle East, Turkey, so on? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mehmet. So before Ibu Jessica answer the question, is there any question from the other? Oh, okay, Pak Mahmud.
All right, thank you very much again for such an exciting panel. As we are running way beyond our time, I'll keep the questions very short. I think the first question to Alexander Wayne. Alex, can you hear me? So his name.
I can, yes, yes.
Oh, all right. So, you know, it is very interesting that you connect the Javanese mosque, you know, potentially looking at the Malabari origins, and then you also preferred mostly to look at the Chinese connections. But I wonder, you know, can these be studied as part of an as a shared, you know, what I think Mahradad Shukuhi and Nadali Shukuhi calls as monsoon mosques, because, you know, especially the columns that you demonstrate as it all belong to same tropical culture, right? In terms of the products that came and the ways in which they were installed, the wooden structures and the consequence of superstructures. So I wonder, like, you know, how would you, you know, whether differentiating the Chinese architectures from the Malabari vis-a-vis the Javanese one, to what extent they can be, you know, differentiated in the ways in which the basic structure themselves were established. That is one. And to Jessica, again, there are a lot of questions, but I'll keep one question for now. That is about the, you know, what I found it interesting is that there is a split, you know, possibly from the early corpus of the inscriptions, the tombstones, Batu Aceh's tombstones. And now already, I think according to one slide that you showed, already in the late 15th century, they have the pseudo inscriptions, right? Not necessarily, so only giving the Shahada, not necessarily giving.
Late 16th century.
Late 18th century.
16th,
I think
16th.
Late 16th. Okay. Yeah. So then still before Shamsuddin Samatrani and before Nuruddin al-Rani. Right. So already there is this transition, possibly, like, you know, if you can call it as a transition that is happening, you know, towards, you know, keeping them abstract, keeping the inscriptions abstract. So I wonder whether, you know, the legal debates that Nuruddin al-Raniri and Shamsuddin al-Matrani, all these people were initiating, were they reflecting on what was already, you know, happening in the society, or, you know, was it the other way around? Yeah, these two questions. Thank you. I have to you, but also I'll keep it later.
Is there any question from the other? Okay, I think for Ms. Raharjo and for Dr. Alexander and also for Pak Frial. Okay, Ibu Raharjo first, please.
I think I can answer two of the questions at the same time. I think I tend to think of reformism as inherently a cyclical process. It's not something that, like, I'm not specialist in kind of the later, like, as you said, Wahhab reformist era. I'm an archaeologist working on kind of Islamic texts as a way to look at archaeological material. However, I did consider this question which Mahmoud brought up about whether what they were writing was reflecting something broader that was not visible in the textual evidence that we have now, or was it that they are initiating it? And I tend to believe that this was the former was the case, that it was something that was already in discussion, and that Araniri's text merely kind of codified the kind of conversations that were going across the Indian Ocean. I know that the time before Araniri came, we know of scholars coming from the Hijaz, from Egypt, coming to Aceh, And although we don't have any evidence of what exactly they were discussing beyond tasawwuf or a general Islamic like theology and kind of cosmology, we do not know anything other than what say Bustan Salatin says. But I would like to think there was some discussion going on in the background, which then later on became put into writing by Araniri. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Jessica. And next, Pak Frial, please.
Thank you, Mehmet Hojam. Of course, Sutomo continued his travel to Middle East, especially to Egypt, Turkey, and Jerusalem, I think. But I didn't. I do not research about Egypt and Jerusalem. I just research about Turkey, and then, in my opinion, Sutomo's thought about Islam was divided into two: modern Islam and traditional Islam. I think this is biased from Western scholars, in my opinion. So Sutomo wrote something positive about modern Islam, I think. Like in Turkey, he wrote very positive about Kemalism project and so on. And then he loved modern institutions like Ankara University, Istanbul University, and etc. But he didn't mention about the legacy of traditional madrasah and so on. So I think Sutomo loved in the quote modern Islam, I think. Thank you, Pak.
Please, Dr. Alexander.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the question. Yes, I think there is a case for saying that because there are similar environments throughout the Indian Ocean, into Southeast Asia, into southern China, that you can make the case for, well, some of these similarities are a result of that environment, particularly, wood as a construction material. And then if you're going to construct out of wood, then this necessitates the use of columns and all that kind of thing. So I think there is a sense in which you can refer to a kind of a monsoon mosque, as you mentioned, and as people have written about. However, what I wanted to look at here is very kind of specific construction techniques, which are actually quite idiosyncratic. So such as the piece column, for example, this is not necessarily an obvious way to build a column. And it is the way that it's been deployed in Java is the same as it's been deployed in China. Whereas as far as I'm aware, you don't get a similar thing going on in southern India. Similarly with the decorative techniques, I mean, we can see certain Chinese-looking motifs being integrated into Javanese designs during this early Islamic period. So when you combine that with the historical record, with Babad Tanajawi and Babad Cheribon and texts like that, which refer to Chinese individuals circulating in Java, then it points in this direction towards a specific connection with a Chinese tradition. So yeah. That's so. I mean, obviously, it's difficult to pick out specific influences when there's a region where people are flowing in and out to different places and so on. But I was trying to pinpoint, as I said, quite idiosyncratic features which can be pinpointed in particular places. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all speakers and the other. So Pak Jajat, oh, ada yang mau tanya? Oh, oke. Siapa itu? Rias. Okay, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, Afif and Teresa, for your interesting, research into this production of textiles from an Indonesian world. I was wondering if there are any details on the production of ihram clothing in these regions, right? Like the production, though it doesn't have any specific pattern, it's fully it's the pilgrim clothing, white clothing for male pilgrims. Is there anything that we can know about the production of ihram clothing in the South in Indian Ocean regions, especially in Southeast Asia, and from the Coromandel. Is there something like what we can understand these productions like as a market of ihram, clothing that's happening? Like I'm thinking from the contemporary period, because there are lots of ihram clothing shops around the different locations. But are there specific things? I'm just wondering about this possibility of understanding Islamic textile productions in the Indian Ocean world. Thank you.
Question? Buat siapa? Oke. Punya?
Okay. Okay. I think that question referred to Afif or me, But anyway, I will just try to help a little bit, about the patterns of these Asias, If you are familiar, if you see clothes that are worn in Southeast Asia, you're gonna see numerous patterns. Unusual pattern. Let's say the one that showed by Afif Ahmad in KL Platinum. This is typically is like a sarung we have in Indonesia, but I'm talking about more specific artistry type of pattern that coming from the native industry, and that could be, for instance, a plang rusa type. Plang rusa meaning like the horn of the deer. As a pattern on the cloth. So I should probably have a picture to show you, but this is a specific name of the pattern of the cloth that you can easily identify if you are an expert of a textile, then you're gonna know that this pattern coming from which area, something like that. So I have not looked further into to what extent the Achenese textile has reached the global world. But I just got information by our friend here, Muhammad Sabri, Dr. Muhammad Effendi, that that kind of the textile, the Chinese long trousers, for instance, is are still among the collection of museums in Malaysia, which I have to check it out and share with you next time further about this. So there is a kind of positive clue here that the native industry has been independent. Perhaps there is a kind of influences from South India, but along the way they managed to create their own distinction on creating the type of the textile that more suitable and relevant to the region, I give. Yes. I think that's all.
Pak Jajat? No?
I just want to close.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Yes, a full session with thanks Pak Ginanjar, you chair the final session. It's very good. Excellent. I think there's thank you very much for everybody who stay here until very late, almost 6 o'clock. And then the first thing I want to say that after this we are going to contact each of the presenters regarding the follow-up of this conference. And of course, we expect that the presentation will be developed into kind of book chapter for the volume, maybe next year. I think Mahmud, can you say something about it? Just 5 minutes.
Okay. All right. So first and foremost, I would like to thank all the speakers, those who have traveled from long distances, and also, within, outside Indonesia, within Indonesia, outside Jakarta, within Jakarta, those who have come to us and also shared with us such a great diversity of approaches, sources, and perspectives that we have. And especially as the focus of the conference has been on the Islamic material culture, we hear from many of you this, especially in terms of the materials, diversity of materials, archaeological deposits, coins to, ingots and inscriptions, and also manuscripts, spices, and their uses, and clothes, all sort of different materials that we, many of you have taken as important sources of analyzing and understanding the material traditions of the Indian Ocean. So that is one. And also, similarly, in terms of the disciplinary perspectives, even though we are primarily interested in a historical research from a history perspective, we had several presentations from many other angles as well, looking at, of course, art and architecture, music, final approaches, and codicology, to name only a few. So this also again adds to the value, this interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary angles that we can approach the Indian Ocean history at large, but also the specific connections within these regions. And the third point that I wanted to say is that many different regions, together in the different presentations. Usually we talk about, if you are in Indonesia, maybe we talk about only Java. Or if you are in other parts, there are always certain regional centrism. Whereas in the, and yesterday, it's running out, it's a sign for me to stop. But basically, we had presentations looking at, okay, let me stop before it stops. So, we had papers looking at many quote unquote marginal places. From Eastern Indonesia to Northern or North Western Indonesia, and outside Indonesia also many different islands, and also within South Asia on Sri Lanka and other places within India, many places that are not usually in the discussion. So these multiple regions, multiple perspectives, and multiple materials that we brought together in the last 3 days are really commendable. And I think it would encourage many of us to take these paths in the following careers or in following directions. And also, of course, it would encourage personally us to bring them together, possibly in whatever format or whatever platform that might be available to us. So at the moment, we are not making any commitments in terms of publications, but I think there's a requirement from the Ministry of the Culture.
Final speech. Silakan Pak Dekan Fakultas dan Maniora, Pak Ade Abdullah.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Mr. Mahmoud Khoury, PhD from the Leiden University, and Professor Dr. Jajat Pranudin is still together with us in this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of this remarkable the International Conference on Spiced Islam and Material Culture across the Indian Ocean, it fills me with great pride and gratitude to have assisted you all of here at the Bustami Abdul Ghani Theater and the Ruang Sidang in our beloved faculty and Adab and Humanities UIN Syarif Jakarta. First and foremost, I'd like to extend special thank you to Dr. Restu Gunawan, the Direktur Pembinaan Tenaga dan Lembaga Kebudayaan from the Kementerian Pendidikan, Kebudayaan, Riset dan Teknologi. So that your presence and input have been invaluable. Our appreciation also goes to our collaborative partners, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Leiden University, and Universitas Islam International Indonesia, and Universitas Nahdlatul Ulama Indonesia. Your support and collaboration have made this intellectual journey visible, enriching, and meaningful. The last 2 days have been a stimulating exploration of the multi-piece migration and culture exchange between India and Southeast Asia maritime region. The insights and data are shared through 25 papers from our esteemed speakers from 7 countries will undoubtedly contribute to our collective understanding of the complex relationship among religion, economic, and material culture. So I'm thrilled by the level of engagement from our diverse audience, which includes scholars, students, and the general public. Your question, remarks, and discussion have added depth to our collective inquiry. So as we part ways, let us carry the knowledge and insight we've gained over these 2 days and translate them into impactful research, pedagogy, and social initiatives. We look forward to the edited volume books, as Mr. Jajat said, and special issues journal that will capture the essence of our discussion, okay? As well as the flash brief that will disseminate our findings to a broader audience. On behalf of the Faculty of Adab and Humanities, I express my diverse gratitude to all of the speakers, participants, and organizers for making this event a grand success. May we meet again in the future scholar endeavors. For now, let us say goodbye, but let it be a goodbye that leads to new hellos, new insight, and new understanding. Okay, thank you for all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. But also I want to say thanks to the organizing committee of this conference, ND Awalia Gradian, Awalia Rahma, Bunisa, Zal, and again, who work very hard for this conference, day and night, for how long? I don't know, maybe a week or more. Thanks very much. We really appreciate what you have done for this conference. And on behalf of Copenor, I, Mahmud Priya, Nia Deliana, and you represent Unusia because Swell is here. So thanks very much for the speakers. So we still have time because in this evening they're going to Kota Tua, right? The city tour? Optional. Okay, thanks very much for your coming. And then, yes, we are happy to have you here. And all of you, Perry, also I don't know them. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Ya, ya. Di-upload dulu semua, Pak. Di-upload dulu.